Chapter 1. Hate was a strong word, but Latoya could think of no other term as she gawked at the man who'd ghosted her 3 months ago, aka her jerk of a Chinese ex-boyfriend, Leon. 3 bombs went off in her brain at the same time. Bomb 1, her ex was alive. That might sound dramatic, but Latoya had panicked after all her texts to Leon went unanswered. She'd played around with the thought that he was dead. Clearly, she was wrong. Bomb 2, her ex was adopted. At least she assumed he was. If not, Vivian Montgomery, an older white woman with blue eyes and thin lips, had some explaining to do. Latoya had no idea why Leon kept his lineage a secret. As a social worker, she was well acquainted with the system and had run many campaigns encouraging Belizeans to become foster parents. In fact, the matter of foster care was on her agenda today. Ben and Vivian Montgomery were being vetted for the Open Your Home to a Child program. It should have been a cut-and-dry procedure, but it was turning into one of those exaggerated scenes in a telenovela. Those were her favorite episodes to watch, not live through. And that led to her final, conclusive revelation. Bomb 3. Leon was a jerk. Not that big of a discovery, especially since he'd chosen to end their relationship like a coward rather than answering any of her calls and texts. It seemed a mature and earnest conversation was beyond him. "Do you know each other?" Ben Montgomery asked. "Kind of," Latoya murmured. "Oh?" Vivian's eyebrows jumped to the top of her forehead. Then a nervous frown inched across her face. "How did you meet?" Latoya spoke flatly. "At the grocery store. He gave me his number." Vivian gasped. "Don't tell me you guys used to date."
Why would I ever date a girl like her, Mom?
Leon scoffed.
Look at her.
Latoya curled her fingers into fists, choking on the expletives that balled in her throat. Did Leon want a slap to the face? Sure, she had thick thighs, childbearing hips, as her mom liked to say, and an ample behind, but he had no problem praising her curves when they were seeing each other. Now he was changing his tune and acting disgusted. "Leon, don't be rude," Ben scolded awkwardly. A flush spread over his neck, and it would have been charming if she wasn't so mad. Vivian's expression twisted with annoyance. "Did you really date her, Leon?" Latoya heard the woman's frantic tone and cringed. If Vivian didn't like her son dating black women, that was its own issue. But if Vivian didn't like black people in general, she'd have a hard time living in the Caribbean or fostering any of the children here. Leon snapped at them.
I said she's not my girlfriend, Mom.
Don't lie, brother.
Someone rumbled from the hallway. Latoya whipped around. A shockwave rattled through her when she saw a familiar face. "You!" She crooked a finger in the man's direction. He was tall, broad-shouldered, and wore a permanent scowl. She'd met him a few weeks ago when he offered her a ride after Leon stood her up. Vivian clutched her pearls. "Cole, do you know something about this?" Cole crossed his arms. The muscles under his t-shirt flexed like a promise no one wanted fulfilled. Latoya felt the temperatures rising in the room. Vivian looked like she was about to cry. "I can't believe it. Since when? Why didn't you tell us about this?" Latoya's gaze bounced between the Montgomerys. Vivian rocked on her feet, turning 2 shades paler than her usual napkin-white tone. Leon was squirming like a murderer faced with evidence of his crimes. And Cole? Cole looked like a raging bull who wanted to impale everyone in sight. A thought whispered through Latoya's mind. What's going on here? Why does it feel like I stepped into some kind of crazy play? Leon addressed his parents harshly.
It doesn't matter because I dumped her.
Latoya recoiled. Humiliation made her cheeks burn and her throat close up. She saw Cole observing her intently and glanced away because she couldn't handle his disdain on top of Leon's. Shame burned her skin like she'd gone to the islands without sunscreen. When was this madness going to end?
Latoya,
Cole muttered gruffly.
look up.
She met his gaze, stunned by the heat in his tone. He marched over to her and put a possessive arm around her hip.
You're mine now.
Cole lifted his head and swept his gaze around the room.
This woman is mine now.
Latoya's eyes nearly popped out of her head. What?
That's total bull.
Leon spit. Cole stared right at his brother.
Latoya is my girlfriend.
She almost burst out laughing. Everyone in this house had gone insane. She could now confirm it. Whirling on the slightly more gorgeous and even crazier brother, she said, I am not your girlfriend. What are you talking about?
We're getting to know each other then.
Cole said darkly. For someone who was expressing romantic interest in her, it sure felt like this was painful for him. Her eyebrows tightened. We're absolutely not. Cole stepped away.
You should go.
What?
I'll see you later.
He said, his eyes flashing another warning. She frowned as her heartbeat stuttered. Is that a threat? He didn't respond. She'd take that as a yes.
Let's talk.
Cole barked at his brother. Hey! Latoya waved her hands at Cole's retreating back. You can't just yell nonsense like that and ignore me. Cole marched down the hallway. Leon followed. The two brothers disappeared, leaving her alone with Ben and Vivian Montgomery. Latoya released the breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. Turning to Vivian, she shook her head. This is obviously a bad time. Why don't I come back when everyone's calm? Vivian nodded. I think that would be best, dear. Her husband Ben said, I'll check on the boys. Vivian gestured for her to walk ahead. I'll see you out. Latoya noticed the older woman's ashen face and trembling hands and said, You don't have to do that. Whatever was going on, it was clear the brothers' feud was taking a toll on her. Latoya, there's something... Vivian grabbed her hand just as she stepped onto the porch. Did he really... The other woman hesitated. Latoya hiked an eyebrow, waiting. Nothing. Vivian released a shaky breath. I'm so sorry you had to see all this. I hope it won't reflect badly on our assessment. Latoya's smile froze on her face. I'll let you know when I can reschedule a meeting. Vivian responded nervously. I look forward to hearing from you. Latoya nodded and strode down the stairs. When she got to the sidewalk, she glanced over her shoulder and stared at the giant house backlit by sunshine. The street was deadly silent, but something told her that was only a mirage. She'd give all the money in her bank account to find out exactly what was happening within those four walls.
Chapter 2. I'm getting sick and tired of your crap, Lee. Cole Montgomery growled, slamming the door shut to keep everyone else out.
I'm getting tired of yours.
Leon folded his arms over his chest. His dark eyes glinted in the bright Caribbean sunlight. Leon had their mom's eyes, Not that he'd remember her. He was just a kid when they got dumped at the orphanage. "Do you have any idea what you're doing?" Cole growled.
I'm sure you're going to enlighten me.
Leon stomped over to one of the fuchsia-colored sofas and plopped into it. The entire space was decorated like it belonged in a magazine. Vivian had arranged the space for them. "In case you ever want to stay the night," she'd said.
Don't give me those eyes.
Leon snapped.
I've told you a million times. I can't read your mind. If you're going to scold me, use words and stop creepily glaring.
Cole tried to keep his tone even so he could reason with his brother. "Did you have to insult her?"
Are you talking about Latoya?
"Who else would we be discussing right now?" Cole slammed a finger in his brother's direction. So much for keeping his cool. The irritation inside shot to an alarming level. "Are there others?" Leon glanced away. His tongue darted out to wet his lips as he murmured,
It's none of your business.
Cole's heart started throbbing in his throat. "If you're messing around again..."
That's enough, big brother.
Leon's voice was so cold it brought chills to his skin.
I don't have to listen to you.
"Aren't you tired of messing up?" Cole growled.
Aren't you tired of acting like you're better than everyone else?
Leon's voice got dark.
Just because you're mom and dad's wonder child doesn't mean I have to listen to you.
"This isn't about them, this is about you, Leon."
So what?
"You know better," Cole said stiffly. Leon went completely still. His eyes darted to the ground, and for the first time, Cole saw a hint of the innocent younger brother he used to know.
She's better off hating me anyway.
Leon mumbled. "Don't give me that bull." Cole stomped closer to him. "You made a fool of her and didn't have the guts to admit your relationship to mom and dad. You should have acknowledged her, even if you weren't going to stick around."
Why the hell do you care, huh?
Leon glared at him.
Cole went tense as he turned that question around in his mind. An explanation was there somewhere, trapped behind the words he couldn't find.
Why do you care?
His thoughts turned to Latoya, to the first time they met. She'd stood in the cold, a small, gorgeous woman in a tight dress that flattered all her curves. Tiny, oblivious. His protective instincts had charged out of him the moment their eyes met. Back then, his only goal had been to warn her away from his brother. It should have been an easy deal. Scowl a bit, bark at her, be done with it. Any other woman would have quivered in fear and went running, but not her. Latoya started mouthing off at him. Cole usually had no problem handling himself around beautiful women, but something about her threw him off his game. Maybe it was her dark complexion, pure chocolate with a hint of gold. Maybe it was her rocking body with plenty to grab a hold of. Maybe her curls had tickled her face as the wind blew gently on her. Maybe something sparkly had shimmered on her eyelids and on those thick, kissable lips, causing him to blank out. But that wasn't the point. Latoya was off limits. At least she had been. Until he saw her today and those words flew from his mouth. "She's mine now."
You're acting all high and mighty.
Leon threw one leg over the arm of the chair, the frayed ends of his jeans scraping the table beside the couch.
But you're no better than me. You used her to make a point.
Cole opened his mouth and then closed it. Sure. He had lied that he was dating Latoya because he wanted to teach his brother a lesson, but it was also more than that. He kept coming back to Latoya's eyes back in the living room, dark brown, exuberant, filled with so much pain. In that moment, he'd wanted to scoop her into his pocket and protect her with his life. Irrational. He'd never felt that way before. Cole clamped his mouth shut, scowling in the silence. Leon swung his feet until they were flat on the floor. Caution thickly coated his words.
You weren't serious back there, were you? Are you actually trying to get with her?
"What does it matter? You and Latoya are finished, aren't you?"
Don't play with me, Cole.
Leon sprung to his feet.
Cole lifted his chin, but just before he could answer, there was a knock on the door. "Boys!" Ben's fist banged loudly on the door. "Open up!"
Don't.
Leon said when Cole took a step forward. "What do you expect me to do? Hide in here all day with you?"
He's just going to freak out again.
Leon rolled his eyes.
I'm not in the mood for a lecture.
You should have thought of that before you started playing these ridiculous games. Cole shook his head and threw the door open. Ben stormed into the room. He was a tall man with an athletic build and thick salt and pepper hair. The wrinkles around his eyes deepened when he caught sight of Leon.
Dad,
Leon backed up a step.
don't start too.
Ben demanded, "You want to explain what just happened?" Cole stepped in front of Leon. "Dad, it's just a misunderstanding. We don't know the full story yet." "And you?" Ben turned his crooked finger on Cole. "What do you mean you're going out with our social worker?" Cole cringed hard. Leon tilted his head to the side and mimicked their father's stance.
Exactly. What were you thinking lying to everyone like that?
"I wasn't lying," Cole growled. "We'll come back to that, but first..." Ben whirled on Leon. "You promised us you were on a different path, especially after what happened last year." Leon pressed his lips together and sucked in a sharp breath. The slight tremble in his fingers was all that revealed his distress.
You were just waiting to throw that back in my face, weren't you, Dad?
"Leon," Ben frowned. "That's not what I meant."
I didn't ask you all to fuss over me. You were the ones who insisted I come to Belize.
"Listen, we're just trying to help you," Cole said tersely. He didn't want to coddle Leon right now, but if he didn't out this fire, it would only get worse. "We just want to make sure that history doesn't repeat itself."
You still don't believe me, do you?
Leon spit. "Of course we believe you." Ben's voice was firm. It was the same fatherly tone he'd heard growing up after getting into fistfights with his bullies. "But we also know that everything that year could have been avoided if you just kept your nose clean."
Fine, I'm the bad guy. Why don't you just cut me out of your life if I'm so evil?
Leon slapped his chest and the smack echoed in the still air.
Just throw me out like my real mom did.
Vivian appeared in the doorway looking weak and pale.
Leon, please. We just want what's best for you.
Leon scowled and stalked forward. Cole blocked his little brother from storming off. "That's enough, Leon."
No.
His brother flung his hand away.
I know exactly what everyone in this family thinks of me.
Vivian plodded toward them.
Leon, we love you. We all want the best for you.
That's funny, Mom. Do you really love us, or do you just like collecting broken things so you can fix them?
Cole's lips twisted into a sneer. Ben frowned. "That's enough."
Whatever.
Leon threw his hands up and stalked to the door. Vivian wilted into Ben's arms, groaning as her eyes fluttered shut. Cole swerved around, his eyes widening when he saw her distress. Leon froze. "Mom!" Cole rushed to Vivian's side. "Mom!" A moment later, her body went limp.
Chapter 3. Latoya incorrectly assumed her day could not get any worse. After all, she'd had an awful run-in with her ex. She'd been subsequently claimed by his macho older brother, a man who'd spoken about 10 words total to her since they'd met. And now she was trapped in a meeting with her supervisor. How much lower could she go? The answer? Much, much lower. Did you just say Malika Williams? Latoya pressed her hand into the cheap wooden table separating her from her crazy boss. Joseph Mahler picked his fingernails with a business card. The file is right in front of you, Latoya. I don't think I need to repeat myself. Latoya dropped her gaze to the documents. A picture of a scrawny 13-year-old with dark skin, puffy black hair, and eyes full of spite glared up from the first page. Mahler continued. The minister is trying to win some brownie points. Latoya gasped. So you're making a play with Malika? Mahler's droopy brown eyes sliced into her. Is something wrong with that? Latoya threw her hands up. She got kicked out of 3 group homes, and her last foster parent found a dead rat in her bed. It's possible the rat was just looking for a comfortable place to die, Mahler mumbled. She gave him a disbelieving look. It happened the night Malika came to stay with her. He straightened, and his office chair creaked loudly. Here's the deal. In this turbulent political climate, people are looking closely to see how the big guy will handle the department. Mahler blew on his fingers and inspected his work like a proud nail technician. Since this kid has been in the news lately? Yeah, for kidnapping. Her brother. Mahler corrected her. Latoya grabbed the file and started fanning her face. She was trying to sneak them out of the country. They could have gotten killed or kidnapped by traffickers or... Mahler crinkled his eyebrows. They looked like two hairy caterpillars moving lazily over his face. Malika is one crime away from juvie. I heard you used to be something of a specialist, Latoya. Everyone had good things to say about your work in child placement. She grumbled darkly. Is that why I was removed from my post? Mahler chuckled. These HR shakeups happen from time to time, but you can return to your place. He stabbed a finger at the document. With the right incentives, the minister can become very agreeable. Mr. Mahler, I would love to be transferred back to my department. I'm willing to do almost anything. Good. His smile was almost wolfish. She wondered how he'd gotten married 3 times. What kind of woman looked at Mahler's self-absorbed grin and thought, I want to be his wife? She drew back. I'll handle Malika's case, but in exchange, I'd like to hand over the Montgomery placement to another social worker. Mahler leaned back. Why? Because... She bit down on her bottom lip, struggling to find the words. Something told her that admitting she'd dated Ben and Vivian Montgomery's son wouldn't sit well. Well? Mahler folded his thick hands and balanced them under his chin. Latoya started slowly. With the Malika case and everything else on my roster, it would be a lot to juggle. I think the Montgomerys can be handled by someone else. Mahler started laughing. Alarm bells rang in her head. This man's glee would surely spell her misery. Latoya, Latoya. He spoke the way a teacher would address a child who just stuck a crayon up his nose. You're so funny, my dear. She wasn't his dear, and she wasn't a comedian either, but picking a fight with her supervisor wouldn't exactly get her where she wanted to go. Latoya pulled her hands into her lap. I'm not trying to be funny, sir. I'd like to prove my worth and get transferred back to my previous department. What's wrong with your current position serving our vulnerable population? The homeless and mentally ill need a champion too. She nodded. I understand that, sir, and I'm willing to help anyone, but my passion is to help the kids who have nowhere else to turn to. Latoya understood exactly what that felt like. I'll work hard, sir. Mahler scrubbed his chin thoughtfully. The sunlight at his back cast his face into shadows and made him seem like the villain of a cheap B-movie. I do understand, but you see, Latoya. Mahler frowned. You're not going to get your old post back unless you work with the Montgomerys. But I thought... She stumbled over her words. I thought my assignment was to place Malika. Yes. He tapped his fingers on the table, a smile curving his thick brown lips. We need you to place Malika with the Montgomerys. Latoya shot to her feet so fast the chair crashed behind her. Mahler's eyes darted to the fallen furniture, and a stricken look crossed his face. Sir, why is it them? The Montgomerys have just moved to Belize. We need to observe them carefully. We need to make sure they have a safe, comfortable environment for Malika. She's going to be a handful, and we don't know if they can handle that. We don't know if they're fit for any child. Especially after the chaos I've seen today. Vivian and Ben have their hands full with their own adult kids. Mahler leaned back and studied her. We've got their files from our U.S. contacts. Latoya cringed as she said, "And?" Mahler looked pleased. If they gave out gold stars in this area, Ben and Vivian would have gotten them all. She stammered, but Mahler interrupted. The Montgomerys come highly recommended. They're like foster parent royalty. If anyone can handle a tough case like Malika, they can. Then why send me to visit them today? If they're so amazing, why not just send the kid with one of your people? A light bulb went off in her head and she stumbled back. You need someone to take the fall. You don't want any of your people to take the risk if this goes south. That's putting it in such a... Mahler licked his lips. Negative light. She gritted her teeth. Did this man think she was stupid? Latoya had been working at the department for long enough. She could feel when someone was stepping on her back to get to the top. Mahler pressed his pudgy fingers together. Think of it as a golden opportunity. As long as nothing goes wrong, you'll be transferred back to your old department. He waved a hand. Better than that. I'll see to it that you're promoted. Her heart skipped a beat, but she forced herself to look beyond the shiny offer to acknowledge the risk. And what happens if, as she's done at all the other placements, Malika makes a mess and gets herself on the news again? Who's going to take the rap for that? Let's not think about the negatives, Mahler flashed her an oily smile. Latoya reached down, righted the chair, and sat in it again. Pleading with everything inside her, she said, Mr. Mahler, I came to discuss letting go of the Montgomery case. I really can't work with them. You still haven't given me a good reason as to why. She glanced down. They're older folks. They won't be able to keep up. Her boss shook his head. We've had younger foster parents try and fail. I don't think age is going to count against them. Anything else? Yes, Latoya thought to herself. Their son is my ex. I don't want to see Leon again. I never want to see him again. But she swallowed those words and said instead, No, sir, that's it. On the way out of Mahler's office, Latoya texted her K-pop group chat. Me. I need wine and Ong Sung Hoon. Stat. Giselle. My place. Tonight. Yolanda. Girl, don't you have a hot date with Wes tonight? Latoya chewed on her bottom lip. Since Giselle's boyfriend, West Phillips, moved to Belize, their spontaneous K-pop sessions had dropped steeply. They met every Sunday, with wine and their favorite K-pop playlist, but Latoya couldn't wait until then to chat with her girls. Me. It's okay if you can't come, Gis. Giselle. Girl, stop playing. Come over. Latoya flew to her friend's apartment as soon as the workday ended. Giselle was at the door, looking slim and elegant in a tank top and loose cotton shorts that brought out the red tones in her warm brown skin. Her slender arms wrapped around Latoya before she'd even gotten inside. What's wrong? Giselle asked, smelling like the watermelon drinks she sold in her smoothie truck. Aren't we waiting for Yolanda? Latoya asked, glancing at her phone. Giselle shrugged. She has to drop Tay-Tay at her mother's before she can come over. Giselle strode gracefully to the living room and picked up a bottle of wine. Do you want to get started? Latoya nodded. Yes, please. Giselle opened the wine and poured them into glasses. While she waited, Latoya put on a track from Yenta's new single. It was a moody, R&B piece about the pressures of being young. As the Asian heartthrob rapped in Korean, Latoya melted into the sofa and let her thoughts rush around her. How do I work with the Montgomerys and Malika Williams at the same time? What will happen to me if I fail? Giselle's phone chirped. "West is calling," her friend said with a giant grin. Latoya gestured to the phone. "What did West say when you canceled on him?" "That I'd have to make it up to him later." She laughed. "He's so overdramatic." Latoya sighed. "He's so in love." She wished her own love life could be as rich as Giselle's, but she understood why it wasn't. Everything about her friend was naturally pretty, from her dewy golden brown skin to her curly hair and slim build. Whenever tourists thought of Caribbean women, a girl like Giselle was the first image that came to mind. And for good reason. She looked like she just flew in from the islands, all fresh and gorgeous. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Giselle pushed off the couch, still holding her wine glass. "That was fast. I thought it would take Yolanda longer to get here in traffic." Latoya stood. "Want me to go?" Giselle waved her down. "I got it." Latoya nodded and watched the music video while Giselle got the door. Yenta pierced her heart with his dark brown eyes and colorful hair. He wore a sweater under a netted vest and baggy pants. Latoya didn't always understand K-pop fashion, but Yenta made it work. Her thoughts flowed to another handsome man who made the bad boy look work for him. Cole.
Latoya is my girlfriend.
She shuddered at the memory. Footsteps pattered into the living room, dragging her out of her thoughts. Giselle bounded toward her. "Girl, I think someone's here for you." Latoya leaned forward. "Who?" Before her friend could answer, a small teenager swaggered into view. She wore a gray t-shirt, shorts, and plastic slippers. Her hair looked uncombed and wild around her head. Latoya burst to her feet in shock. "Malika!" Chapter 4. "Were you stalking me?" Latoya stared at the little girl prancing into Giselle's apartment like she owned the place. Malika scoffed and crossed her arms. Bony legs jutted out of jean shorts, hinting that she'd grow taller than the average Belizean teenager. Her shirt looked like it had been around longer than the kid had, and her hair stuck up in every direction. Latoya didn't know what surprised her more. The fact that Malika was brazen enough to follow her here, or that she was crazy enough to knock on the door and announce it. Malika's intelligent eyes darted around Giselle's living room. Confusion descended as her gaze skimmed the cupboard filled with Giselle's most valuable K-pop items, including the famous red Speedo worn by V-Monster himself. The kid's jaw dropped.
"What's with the brief?"
Giselle opened her mouth as if she'd go into the full spiel about winning at the auction for international K-pop fans. Latoya snapped, "None of your business," and sent her friend a warning look. Giselle shrugged. Malika turned, insisting on the point.
"Why do you have a light shining over it?"
Latoya waved her hand. "The bigger question is, why did you follow me here? In fact, you can explain on the way. Let's go. I'll take you back to the group home." Malika dodged her by cutting to the left. Latoya's mouth dropped. "Kid, do you think I'm playing with you?" Malika paid her no mind. She continued to scan the walls that were filled with posters of K-pop groups.
"Are you two part of some kind of cult?"
Giselle burst out laughing. "That's funny." Don't encourage her. Latoya's eyes narrowed on Malika. Think very carefully about how you want to handle this. Stalking is against the law. Malika ran her fingers over the back of the sofa.
Stalking would imply it took some kind of effort. I followed you from work. You didn't even look behind you once.
Latoya's brown eyes shot up. Do you know how dangerous that is? What if I was trying to hurt you? She gritted her teeth and demanded, Outside. Now. Malika brushed past her.
I have a question. Who lives here?
Giselle pointed a finger at herself. That would be me. I live here. Latoya hissed, Girl, don't give out your information. It's not that hard to confirm anyway. Giselle waved off her concern. Chill. She sauntered closer to Malika and gave her a friendly smile. What's your question, baby? Latoya rolled her eyes. Giselle grew up in a nice part of town with parents who sheltered her from all the ugliness life had to offer. Because of her upbringing, Giselle saw the world as a beautiful place, with mostly good people. Latoya knew better. Malika might look like an innocent teenager with her smooth cheeks and deep-set eyes. But the crazy things she'd done proved they shouldn't let their guard down. Giselle, don't entertain her, Latoya warned. Malika jutted her chin at the walls.
What's with all the Chinese guys?
They're Korean, Giselle said patiently.
That's what I said. Chinese.
Scrunching her nose, Giselle turned to Latoya and sighed. Where did this kid come from?
The orphanage, actually.
Malika answered casually.
But if you're asking who my parents are, the answer would be a prostitute and a pedo.
Giselle's eyes went wide. Latoya gritted her teeth. Child, I'm going to give you 3 seconds to get your butt outside.
And then what?
Malika chuckled.
You're going to call the police? Go ahead.
Giselle inched backward. She's scary. Malika scrunched her nose.
I can hear you, you know.
Her eyes traveled the room again.
What's really scary is why a grown woman's so obsessed with Chinese guys.
They're Korean, Giselle yelled. Latoya pounced on the teenager while she was staring at the cardboard cutout of Ong Sung-hoon. Can you give us a minute, Gis? Malika squirmed.
Get off me!
Latoya grabbed Malika's arm firmly. Let's talk outside.
Hey, don't haul me around!
Malika protested, her voluminous hair flapping. Latoya got a whiff of the kid's body odor and almost choked. When was the last time Malika washed her hair?
I can have you arrested for child abuse!
Malika snapped. Go ahead. Latoya slammed the door shut and whirled on Malika. What are you doing here? She checked her watch. School's been over for hours. You should be at the group home right now.
I am not going back there,
Malika said, her brown lips sinking into a scowl. She tamped down her annoyance, aware that she had to tread carefully with a child as unpredictable as Malika. Why not? The teenager scuffed her plastic slippers on the floor.
Because the caretakers hate me.
Latoya softened her voice. That's not true.
It is true. They always treat me like I'm going to stab someone in the neck with a fork.
That's because you're crazy enough to do it. Latoya thought to herself, and then she cleared her throat. If you have a problem, you can talk to your social worker.
They told me I was being assigned to you,
Malika said. News sure travels fast. You're right. You are being assigned to me. Tomorrow. For tonight, you're... She was going to say someone else's problem, but it didn't feel right. You're not my responsibility.
I don't want to go to the other social worker.
Why not?
I prefer you.
Malika admitted. Latoya froze, staring at the girl in disbelief. You do?
You always seemed...
She shrugged in that careless way teenagers do when they feel something deeply but are trying to look cool.
I don't know. Decent, maybe?
Decent. Wow, that's a nice compliment. Latoya chuckled in spite of her annoyance. Malika scowled, trying hard to put up a tough front. Latoya saw right through the facade. For all the wild stunts she'd pulled, it hit her that Malika was just a kid. A child who'd been forced to endure the worst the world had to offer. Who wouldn't go a little crazy under those circumstances? Look. She stepped closer to the teenager and placed a hand on her shoulder. I understand that you're feeling picked on and rejected, but you have to go back to the group home. Malika's expression hardened.
You're just trying to push me off, aren't you?
That's not it. She held on when Malika tried to break away.
If I go back tonight, I'll just run away again.
The girl threatened. From the fire in her eyes, Latoya knew she'd make good on that promise. She paused and studied her options. The last thing Mahler told her was that her job depended on Malika's placement. If the kid ran off again, or worse, got herself in the evening news this soon after being assigned to her, it would be Latoya's head on a platter. All right. She released Malika. The walls were closing in on her, and there weren't many good options left. Squeezed into a corner, she had to focus on solving the problem in front of her. All right.
All right, what?
Malika watched her intently. The light from the nearby lamppost fell over her small face, making her seem younger than her 13 years. Latoya squeezed her eyes shut. I'll let you stay with me tonight. She lifted a finger and held it straight as a soldier. If your caretaker gives her permission.
Are you kidding me?
Malika leaped so high she almost crashed through the ceiling.
Yes!
It's only if I get permission, Latoya repeated firmly.
They want to get rid of me anyway, so they won't mind,
Malika said. Go inside while I make the call. Before Latoya had even finished that instruction, Malika darted past her, threw the door open, and skated inside. A headache brewed, starting right at the base of her skull. Latoya massaged her temples, hoping that she hadn't just signed herself up for a night of chaos.
Chapter 5. Cole watched as Leon paced the waiting room. Ben sat in the uncomfortable black chairs. His head was buried in his hands and his shoulders were hunched. Cole leaned against the wall. From the outside looking in, anyone would think that he didn't really care. Unlike Leon, who wore his worried expression on his sleeve, Cole didn't cry, scowl, or frown. He kept his gaze steady on the door, waiting. Waiting. Any moment now the doctor would spring out and tell them how Mom was doing. He wanted to be ready in case the news was bad, and Dad needed a shoulder to cry on. He wanted to catch Leon if his knees buckled, and the guilt made him burst into tears. When the world fell apart, there were two kinds of people. The ones who had the luxury of weeping, and the ones who held it together while the rest grieved. He belonged to the second camp. Leon wrung his hands and stopped pacing long enough to stare at him. Distress swam in his eyes.
This is my fault.
It's not your fault, Ben said, looking up in concern. Dad's right, Cole added. Leon shook his head, rejecting their comfort.
If something happens to her, I'll never forgive myself.
His brother's words stirred his own anxiety. What if something was really wrong with Mom? What if he never saw her again? A churn of emotions roiled through his stomach. Memories of another mother and another lifetime flashed through his head, pale hands holding his tightly, a kiss to his cheek, a note tucked into his pocket. His breathing thickened and he struggled to pull the mask over his expression once more. Don't think about it, Cole. The doctor emerged from the emergency room door and Cole shot straight over. Leon blinked rapidly.
How is she?
The doctor answered. She'll be fine. We're transferring her to the recovery ward. Cole let out a deep breath. Ben raised both hands and yelled, "Thank God!" We discovered that her blood pressure is dangerously high. Cole's eyebrows furrowed. What does that mean? She needs to stay away from anything stressful. She also needs to go on a sugar and dairy-free diet. I'd like to see her levels return to something I'm comfortable with. Can we see her? Ben asked, leaning forward. In a few minutes, you can follow that nurse and she'll take you to the room.
Thank you so much.
Leon pumped the doctor's hand. One of the nurses approached them. She gave him a pretty smile that he did not return. Grin dimming, the nurse gestured to Ben. Mr. Montgomery, you can make your payment at the admin office while your wife is getting situated. Son, I'm going to take care of that, Ben said, nodding at Cole. Can you check on your mother? The nurse and doctor exchanged puzzled looks, undoubtedly trying to understand how they were related when they looked nothing alike. Cole ignored them. I'll take care of Mom. Don't worry. Leon followed him down the hallway and into the room the nurse directed them to. His mother was resting on the bed, an IV drip taped to her veiny hand. Her hair looked more gray than usual, and he realized how frail she'd become through the years.
Mom?
Leon rushed forward. Cole nodded at her. Are you okay now?
I'm fine.
She offered a brave smile. Her lips, usually a bright, vibrant pink, were a dull rose.
Where's your father?
Cole answered, paying the bill. Vivian sighed and closed her eyes.
I'm sorry I caused such a fuss.
It's our fault.
Leon glanced back at him. Cole scowled. To be fair, it was more Leon's fault than his own, but he'd keep his thoughts to himself.
I don't like it when you two fight.
Her eyes swung between them.
And Leon, we came to Belize for a fresh start. It's important to me that we take full advantage of that.
I know.
Leon's gaze hit the ground. Cole stood back and watched it all silently. Vivian glanced at him and then patted Leon's hand.
I'm feeling a little thirsty. Can you find a nurse and check if I can have something to drink?
Sure, Mom.
Leon rushed out of the hospital room. Cole drew the blanket higher on his mother's body, gently tucking her in. She studied him.
I need you to do me a favor.
He nodded. Glancing around, Vivian gestured for him to come closer. Cole pressed his hands into either side of her bed rails and leaned in.
Can you get in touch with your girlfriend? I mean, Leon's...
She scrunched her nose.
Would you get in touch with that social worker for me?
His eyebrows hiked.
I know what you're thinking.
She wiggled a finger.
But it's not because of what happened between you and Leon this morning. It's because I don't want this to affect our ability to foster a child here in Belize.
That's what you're worried about right now? Vivian took his hand and gathered it to her chest.
Raising you and Leon was the most rewarding experience in my life. Now that you two are finally settled here in Belize, I'm itching to get back to what I feel called to do.
Cole shook his head. Mom, you're in no state to...
Which is exactly why I need your help. Talk to Latoya. Please.
She batted her eyelashes.
I'm not going to ask what you boys are doing with her because I'm not sure either of you really know.
Cole glanced away, guilt stirring in his chest.
But she must be confused and that won't help her to trust us.
Vivian dropped her voice to a sincere husk.
I really don't want your complicated relationship with her or this medical prognosis to disqualify us.
It means that much to you?
It does.
She whispered.
I'm tired of having that big old house to myself. We've got the love and the room, and some child out there needs both. I believe this is what we're supposed to do.
He sighed. I'll talk to her.
Thank you, Cole.
Vivian beamed. The door swung open and both Leon and Ben strode in. His brother shot him a questioning look.
What were you talking about?
Nothing.
Vivian said.
What did they say about the water, son?
You can drink it if it's room temp.
Leon handed her a glass. Cole stepped back. I'll get going, Ben asked.
Already?
Leon folded his arms over his chest.
You're running away?
He has work to do, and I'm completely fine.
Vivian waved Cole through the door.
Go on, son.
Leon scowled and followed him out. Cole glanced over his shoulder. What?
We still need to talk.
He closed the door so their parents couldn't hear.
Are you really interested in Latoya?
Why do I need to answer that?
It's a straight yes or no.
Cole clamped his mouth shut.
By the way, the answer should be no. That's bro code. You can't date my ex.
Why not?
Because I don't want her coming around.
Leon glared at him.
Look, I made a mistake, but I'd really like to put it behind me.
Cole stared into his brother's eyes. Why didn't he believe those words for a second? What I do with Latoya is between me and her. It's none of your business.
You'd really mess with my ex, Cole?
Leon's eyes burned. He didn't bother answering that question because he didn't know how to. He hadn't planned on going any further with the social worker, especially since she held the key to his mom's dream of fostering a child in Belize. But something in Leon's tone grated him. It felt almost like a challenge. And for some reason, Cole didn't want to back away.
Chapter 6. The last person Latoya wanted to see again just stepped into her office. Cole Montgomery's broad shoulders stretched farther than her cubicle. His body blocked the aisle between the desks in the room. She had to crane her neck all the way just to look into his almond-shaped eyes. They were narrowed and staring at her with such intensity she immediately glanced away. Already she could hear the whispers from the other social workers. "Who's that guy? Why's he so angry?" Latoya cringed, realizing she'd be gossip fodder for an entire week. "Thanks a lot, Cole." Clearing her throat, Latoya forced herself to look up at the stone-faced Montgomery brother. "Can I help you?"
We need to talk.
Her pleasant smile dripped away, replaced by a hard scowl. She really couldn't get used to his brusqueness. What happened to saying good morning with a smile? What happened to manners? Just because he came from the U.S. didn't give him a right to boss her around. She folded her arms over her chest. "I'm busy." His eyes made a deliberate trip down to her desk, where she'd just been texting on her phone. Sensing his judgment, Latoya bristled. "If you need something, you have to take the proper channels."
Fine.
Cole leaned forward, one hand balanced on the wall of her cubicle. She was surprised he didn't crush it.
What are the proper channels?
Latoya's mind went blank when he pressed close to her. Cole was over 6 feet tall, all shoulders and massive arms. His size was the first thing anyone would notice when they saw him. But now that he was closer, she saw how flawless his skin was. It glowed with a slight tan, undoubtedly a product of living in the Caribbean for a year. His lips were full and reminded her of a spring rose, soft and plump. His eyes were the color of the earth after rain, dark and engrossing. Unlike Leon, who had more delicate and classically handsome features, Cole was all rough angles and slashing cheekbones. Even the way his eyes were slightly curved made him look like he was perpetually scowling. It was an intimidating kind of gorgeous, like someone who could just as easily kill you as charm you. She licked her lips, feeling her hands shake from his proximity. Latoya couldn't believe she'd gotten in a car with this man when just one of his hands could snap her neck. What had she been thinking? In a moment, Cole's expression darkened. He arched an eyebrow, conveying his impatience without uttering a word. She got a hold of herself and answered him. "It's not my job to show you around. Ask the receptionist." As Cole straightened, his glower intensified. Sweat broke out on her neck. Had she just poked a fire-breathing dragon? Suddenly, Cole glanced over his shoulder and yelped.
Leon?
Latoya ducked behind the computer monitor, her eyes falling shut. Please don't see me. A moment of silence passed, broken only by the ring of the telephone and the clatter of nails on computer keyboards. She slowly got up when she realized Leon would have made himself known by now. As she straightened, her eyes slid behind Cole. No, Leon. The bastard. Cole looked at her, and his lips arched. It was a ghost of a smile, the kind he'd given her the night they first met. At the sight of it, she scowled. You're messing with me,
What we need to discuss requires privacy.
he said, his voice low and edging on threatening.
I wouldn't want anyone to hear something they shouldn't.
Rude jerk. He was the brother of her ex. His family would determine if she got to keep her job. And yet, when Cole Montgomery told her they needed privacy, her mind conjured visions of peeling him out of that sharp white shirt and raking her fingers down his chest. The inappropriate thoughts caught her by surprise. So did the way Cole's smile got a little bigger, as if he knew what she'd just imagined. Heat rushed to her face, but Latoya held onto her dignity with both hands and stood. Let's talk in the conference room. She didn't miss the way everyone's eyes swung to Cole as they lumbered down the hallway. There were many reasons her female co-workers were checking him out. Between his chiseled face and his giant size, he could make it on the cover of a bodybuilder magazine. Or go viral like one of those models who got discovered in prison. It wasn't hard to imagine. Cole's resting face looked like a stunning mugshot. Latoya pushed the door of the conference room open and marched in. Hauling out a chair, she sat primly and nodded to the seat on the opposite end. Cole stared at her, saying nothing. She squirmed, not used to being around a man who didn't speak. Most Belizeans could talk a doorknob off its hinges. Latoya hadn't realized how much she preferred the noise until the weight of carrying a conversation fell on her shoulders. She drummed her fingers on the table. You got your wish, a private audience with me. Lifting her hand, she checked the time. Like I said earlier, I'm busy, so you've only got 10 minutes.
My mom was admitted to the hospital yesterday.
Cole shared. She lurched forward. Oh no! Is she okay? Despite the chaos last time, her first impression of Vivian Montgomery had been a good one. What happened? Cole squirmed, looking uncomfortable.
The stress got a little too much for her and it sent her blood pressure spiking.
I see. Latoya folded her hands together.
Is her medical condition a concern?
It is. She leaned forward. The child we want to place with them is older and more. She searched for a word that wouldn't scare Cole off. Rambunctious than her peers. It's a full-time job, and I would hate to put your mother's health in jeopardy or send the child somewhere she wouldn't fit.
She will fit,
Cole growled, as if he'd see to it himself. Latoya peered at him, trying to figure him out. With his intimidating size, she never would have taken him as the type to fight for an opportunity like this. Did your mom send you? She tilted her head. If so, I think it's better we discuss this with her.
I'm going to help,
Cole said. She frowned, recognizing that Cole's short and brusque responses was a habit, a bad one. Latoya could tell that was going to get annoying. You're going to help with what?
Caring for the child.
Cole said. He leaned back in his chair and stared her down, daring her to contradict him. Objections burst to the tip of her tongue. She just couldn't picture Cole caring for anyone. His giant paws would probably crush a kid if he ever tried to hug them, and those hard scowls would send babies running and crying. Foster care is a family endeavor. Latoya gestured to him. I'm glad you're willing to give your parents all the support they need, but this is a big responsibility. And like I said, the child we're thinking of placing with your parents has not had it easy. She's got behavioral issues, among other things. It's a tall order that requires a lot of emotional sacrifice.
That doesn't scare me.
Cole glanced away.
I know a thing or two about sacrifice.
A flicker of sorrow passed through his face. There was something else, too. Regret, maybe? Latoya fought the pang of sympathy that made her heart soften for Cole. She couldn't get caught in sentimentality. Cole may have been adopted, but from what she'd seen, his life had been filled with love and luxury. Why are you here instead of your dad? Latoya asked. Does he also have health concerns?
No, Dad is healthy, but he still runs his business from Belize and won't be as involved as Mom. That's why I'll take up the slack.
You're very determined. It was an observation. Perhaps it would have been an insult if not for the thread of admiration running through her voice.
Family is the most important thing to me.
His eyes burned with conviction. She flopped back in her seat and asked casually, Is that why you told everyone I was your girlfriend? Cole had the decency to look sheepish.
You're right. I did that for Leon's sake.
I don't appreciate being a pawn in your game, Cole.
It's not like that.
He swept a hand through his hair. Eyes on the desk, he spoke hesitantly.
Leon has a tendency to find women who would fall in love with him at a surface level.
Her facial muscles pulled tight. What is that supposed to mean?
It means...
His eyes darted to the window, and he squinted as if his next words were written in the bright blue sky.
He needed to be taught a lesson, and that was my main focus.
That didn't sound like an apology. She tilted her head, staring him down without flinching. He met her stare, his gaze slightly intrigued.
I offended you?
Of course you did. Her mouth dropped open because she couldn't believe he was seriously asking her that question. I don't even know you.
Then why did you get into my car that night?
I did that because the alternative was worse. She glared at him. Don't change the subject. You shouldn't have yanked me into whatever fight you two are having. I'm not your girlfriend, and I don't want to be.
The idea of dating me is that heinous to you?
Messing with your brother left a bad taste in my mouth. I'm not looking for a second serving by someone who shares his genetic code. A small frown appeared on his face, no doubt brought to life by her harsh assessment. Whatever. She wasn't here to make friends, and it was better to put all her cards on the table anyway.
Don't you want to teach him a lesson too?
Cole asked, his voice low and enticing. She paused and thought about it. I do. Her eyes swept closed, but not at the expense of my career. This entire situation is complex enough. I don't need to add another wrinkle. Cole studied her as if he wanted to see past her skin to her soul.
You certainly know how to make yourself clear.
That's who I am, for better or for worse.
Fine.
He climbed to his feet, forcing her to crane her neck to look up at him.
I'll work harder so you're more comfortable faking a relationship with me.
Her mouth fell open. What? When did I give you the impression that...
And I'll take it that my mother's health scare won't impact her ability to take care of this child.
Mr. Montgomery? He lifted a hand.
It's Cole.
Latoya huffed. You can't just barge in here making demands.
I didn't. I heard you out first and I'm letting you know what I'm going to do about it.
She gritted her teeth.
Family is the most important thing to me, Ms. Brown.
Tension crackled and snapped between them.
It's better if we're working on the same team.
She scoffed angrily. You are so full of it. A familiar ghost smile flirted with his lips.
I apologize for the inconvenience I'm about to cause you.
Latoya's body stiffened. Now, why did that sound like a threat?
Chapter 7. Cole drove the Mustang to his first official meeting with Latoya and his future foster sister.
Whoa!
A scrawny little girl around the age of 13 gawked at the ride. She had thick black hair that she wore in a wild afro. She was wearing a tank top with a skull formed out of sparkly gemstones. Her shorts exposed ashy knees.
What is this?
Latoya pointed a hand in the direction of his Mustang. Her eyes slid over the red convertible with the black top and racing stripe. Cole studied her with the same intensity. In his estimation, Latoya was a much nicer sight, and that was saying something. Cole loved his Mustang. Latoya was wearing faded skinny jeans that fit far too nicely on her hips. A long-sleeved blouse draped over her chest and cinched at the waist. As she approached him, Cole lost his breath. He had to force his eyes to stay on her face and not roam all over her like a kid in a candy store. Latoya's gaze snapped to his with enough intensity to pull a lamppost out of the ground. She wasn't smiling, but it didn't make her any less attractive. In fact, her steady focus made his heart tighten just a bit.
You said you'd pick us up.
Latoya gestured to his car again.
Is this what you meant?
Instead of answering, Cole opened her door. Latoya frowned.
Words. I need words, Cole.
He smiled, though it was quick. Did any woman look that sexy when annoyed? Cole racked his brain, but no one came to mind.
I think this car is awesome!
The little girl said. Cole glanced up, noticing she was at the tail end of the Mustang. He hadn't even realized when she'd left Latoya's side. He vowed to pay more attention. Today wasn't about him and Latoya. Not that there was a him and Latoya, although he was warming to the idea with every second that passed. Latoya stalked toward him, huffing and puffing like the big bad wolf. As their eyes locked, Cole fought an irrational impulse to place his hand on her hips, jerk her forward and give her a kiss. Would that steal the fire away from her eyes or just make it worse?
This is too much.
Latoya hissed. It's a car.
It looks expensive.
Her eyes glimmered in the sunlight. It gets you from point A to point B. Does it matter how much it costs? Her lips tightened. He gave her the faintest shadow of a grin. Why did arguing with her make his adrenaline spike?
Can I ride shotgun?
Malika yelled. Cole pushed his entire focus on her. He'd taken the day off to accommodate this visit. Since Vivian was still in the hospital, it was the only option. This morning his mother made him swear that Malika's impression of their family would be a good one. So far he was doing tolerably well. It helped that she liked his convertible, right? He nodded to the little girl. If it's okay with Latoya. Malika pouted.
She'll say no.
Probably. He smirked at her. I'm Cole.
Malika!
She grinned, showing big teeth. He opened the door since Latoya didn't look like she minded giving up the front. You want to get in? Malika's mouth fell open.
You're kidding! I get to ride in the front?
He nodded. She squealed and barreled forward, all bony legs and scrawny arms.
Malika, remember what we spoke about.
Latoya warned as Malika threw herself into the front seat and started playing with everything. When the little girl ignored her, she pinned that concerned frown on him.
If she breaks anything...
Relax. His attention moved past Latoya to the vintage automobile. This baby had taken a lot of hits in its day. Cole found himself drawn to older vehicles. He preferred trucks where he had to get under the hood and give it some love. Cars where he had to work to bring them back to their glory. When a vehicle came ready-made, he tended to lose interest.
I am relaxed.
Latoya mumbled, wearing a stormy expression. Cole chuckled, strode to the back door and opened it for Latoya. Her eyes narrowed, but she spit out a tense, "Thank you," as she climbed in. For some reason, a smile climbed Cole's face and he couldn't wipe it off. What was it about that stubborn woman that made all his insides twist? "Focus, Cole. Focus." When he got into the convertible, Malika turned to him.
Is this car really yours?
"Yes."
How much did it cost?
"A lot." Cole shrugged. Money had little bearing in his decisions. His most enjoyable memories were the ones with his family in the backyard, playing in the water sprinklers. Simple things, things money couldn't buy. Malika fiddled with the touchscreen dashboard.
This is too cool.
Her bright brown eyes reminded him of Leon when they'd first moved to America. His brother had been awed and amazed by everything. Cole's heart melted a little. He gently grabbed Malika's seatbelt. Pulling until it snapped it into place, he mumbled, "I want you to be safe." Malika's shocked expression made him smile. The gorgeous scenery blurred outside his window. Towering coconut trees overlooked colorful houses. Puffy clouds chugged past a sky so blue it didn't look real. The sun embraced everything in sight, from the pedestrians roaming the streets to the Caribbean Sea, shimmering in the distance. Cole slowed the car at a stoplight. His eyes naturally gravitated to the rearview mirror where he could sneak a peek at Latoya. She was tapping something out on her phone. Is she talking to Leon again? The thought upset him for reasons that went deeper than he wanted to inspect.
Your eyes are cool,
Malika said suddenly, drawing him out of his thoughts. He jerked his gaze to the little girl. Huh?
I've never been this close to a Chinese before.
Latoya almost jumped out of her seat.
Malika, you can't call him that. It's rude.
Really?
The little girl looked absolutely stunned.
But that's what he is.
Cole just smiled. The vernacular for all Asian people in Belize was Chinese, the creolized term for Chinese. He'd been put off by it when he first arrived in the country, but he was used to feeling slightly out of place, so it wasn't anything new. Being adopted and living in the suburbs meant he never quite fit in. By now, Cole was used to being pointed out as different, although he knew Leon wasn't. His brother had found an Asian community in Belize and clung to them like a life vest.
The correct term is Chinese.
Latoya explained patiently.
Remember those K-pop videos you watched the other night?
Malika bobbed her head.
You can't assume all Asian people are from China, okay?
Sorry.
Malika mumbled to him, her head down. It's fine. He lifted his lips a bit so she could see he wasn't upset. Malika slowly regained her enthusiasm. By the time they got to the park, she was exploding with energy. Cole parked the car, popped the trunk, and gestured to the boxes inside. Malika's jaw dropped.
All this is for me?
We want you to be safe, Cole said again, picking up the protective gear. If his mother could have bubble-wrapped Malika before she started skating, she would have. The little girl remained frozen on the sidewalk. Cole wondered if he'd made a mistake. Setting his hands on her shoulders, he spoke in a gentle tone. If you don't like it, we can do something else.
It's not that,
she whispered. Cole glanced at Latoya, who was hanging back and watching everything. Noticing that he wasn't going to get any help from her, Cole decided to wing it. I know this might seem a little scary and overwhelming. Honestly, I'm nervous too. My mom really wants you to come live with us, and she asked me to make a good impression. His eyes slid to Latoya again. If you haven't noticed, I'm not so good at making conversation.
No way.
Malika shook her head.
You're awesome.
His lips tilted up. I think you're awesome too.
Really?
Yes. Cole stood and took a bag out of the car. Gently, he pushed it into her hands. How about we both stop overthinking this and just have fun? Malika grinned.
Deal.
Chapter 8. Nothing stirred Latoya more than a man who was good with kids. Her eyes devoured Cole as he held Malika's hand and pulled her on her roller skates. The little girl was shakier than a giraffe on a tight rope. Her knees kept wobbling and horror charged through her eyes with every stumble. Latoya would have lost patience a long time ago, but Cole was always gentle. Always ready to catch her when she tripped. Always there to offer an encouraging word and one of those amused shadow grins. The gentleness that he was showing clashed with everything she'd assumed about him. In their handful of meetings, Cole had been brusque, brooding, and brutish. But Cole wasn't the unfeeling monster she'd assumed him to be. Today, he seemed more like a gentle giant.
You're doing great, Mal,
he said. And though she knew these two hadn't met before, it felt completely natural to hear him call Malika by a nickname. Malika beamed, her eyes sparkling brighter than the sun. She held Cole's hand, trusting him not to let her fall. It was dangerous. That trust. Latoya had seen, many times, when a child would get their hopes up, only to have the foster parents change their mind or send the kid back. Some situations weren't suitable for both parties. And sometimes, the foster parents had a romanticized idea of what fostering a troubled kid would look like. When they found out how tough it could be, they realized they weren't prepared for the responsibility. Latoya understood, but her heart always broke for the kids who, once again, felt rejected and abandoned. She'd expected more of a fight from the teenager, but Malika looked like she was ready to serve her heart to Cole on a platter. Cole drew Malika over to the bleachers where she was waiting. Latoya threw on a bright smile and applauded. "That was awesome,"
I'm terrible,
Malika said breathlessly.
but it's so fun.
you're a natural.
Cole nodded. The little girl unfolded like a petal in bloom. Latoya's lips twitched. Where was all this sweetness the other night when Malika forced her way into a K-pop meeting? Malika pushed off the bleachers.
I want to try by myself for a bit.
Wait, Malika, you're still not ready.
Cole pounced to his feet. He seemed like an overprotective older brother already.
I've got it!
Determination in her black eyes, she wobbled on her feet, arms one-milling. Every muscle in Cole's body seemed to tense as he watched her. Latoya studied it all with a healthy dose of intrigue and fascination. How was he such a gentleman to this little girl and so rough with her? Did all that tenderness just not apply to her? She chewed on her bottom lip and glanced away. What are you thinking? Why do you want Cole to be caring with you? He's the brother of your ex. He's involved with the family you're working with. Stay away. Cole claimed the spot on the bleachers next to her, and she looked up, finding his almond-shaped eyes were fixed on her face. Her heart skipped a beat. What?
Are you always this tense?
She peered at his face, trying to dig beneath the statement. Was he taunting her?
You can relax, you know.
Cole leaned back, pressing his elbows into the row above them. As he sank into the reclining position, her eyes drew to the muscles bulging in his thighs and forearms. Why would I relax around someone like you? Latoya kept the bite in her voice. Cole heard it. She knew he did, because the light went out in his eyes, and he looked frustrated.
Are you still offended I called you my girlfriend?
Among other things. She folded her arms over her chest.
What other things?
Cole asked, with a genuinely puzzled look on his face. Latoya tugged on the strap of her purse.
Tell me what else I've done to offend you.
Cole insisted, his voice low. It's not what you did. She lifted her chin. It's who you are,
This is because of Leon.
Cole growled. You're the brother of the man who... She sucked in a deep breath because admitting to all the ways Leon had played her still made her want to punch something. The very sight of you offends me. He flinched, and Latoya knew she'd been a little too harsh. Cole straightened.
All right then.
An apology sprung to her lips as Cole marched down the bleachers, but she held it back. Something sharp pierced the center of her chest. Why did it feel so much like regret? Her eyes slid to Cole. He was listening intently to Malika. Every so often, he bobbed his head. A moment later, he accepted Malika's hand and led her around the pavement again. Latoya sank into the bleachers and tilted her head at the sky. The sun tortured her face, slashing at her skin with its sharp rays. If she was hoping for relief from the heat, she would have been disappointed. The Caribbean Sea was still. No glittering waves, no pulling tide. Everything around her had sharpened. She squeezed her eyes shut and sucked in a breath as she thought, I'm doing the right thing. Being manipulated by one brother is enough for me. Do I need to learn my lesson twice?
Ms. Latoya,
Malika barreled toward the bleachers.
Cole said we're going to buy ice cream. You want to come?
Latoya's eyes darted to Cole. He wasn't looking at her. Her heart pinched again. Sure. She climbed off the bleachers and followed them to one of the colorful huts lining the park. The ice cream server glanced over their group casually, and then her eyes doubled back. She pressed a lingering stare on Malika before dragging her gaze between Latoya and Cole. If she wasn't feeling so out of sorts, Latoya would have smiled.
You want anything?
Cole asked her, his voice as expressionless as his face. Latoya hadn't expected to be included, and it took her a moment to shake her head. No, I'm good.
I'll take her ice cream.
Too much isn't good for you, Latoya said automatically.
Yeah, let's save it for next time.
Cole agreed. Latoya braced herself for one of Malika's epic wisecracks or a full-on tantrum. None was forthcoming. Malika happily accepted her singular ice cream cone from Cole.
Thank you.
Cole said politely to the server, handing over the money and leaving a tip. The girl shot him a dreamy smile. You're welcome. Cole strode off with Malika, who had not stopped chattering about her roller skates for the past 15 minutes. Latoya hurried behind them. She expected Cole to stomp off without her, but, to her surprise, he slowed his stride so she could catch up. She tried to rationalize all his actions and found that she couldn't make sense of him. He was clearly upset with her, and yet his behavior toward her remained just as civil and thoughtful as before. When they'd gathered their things and returned to the convertible, Cole held the door open for her again. She stopped short. I can open my own door, you know. Latoya didn't mean for the statement to escape as accusatory as it did. She was more bewildered than anything. He kept making her feel bad by being nice to her. He leaned one hand against the door and leaned toward her.
It really bothers you when you can't put people into a box, doesn't it?
She stepped forward. You're the one who's confusing me.
I've made what I want very clear.
Her eyes widened. She darted a look at Malika, who was turning to give them both a questioning look. With a huff, Latoya ducked into the car and folded her arms over her chest. Though she wasn't looking at Cole, she could feel him smiling at her as he shut her door. Malika sighed.
That was so fun. I love roller skating.
Next time, you'll have to show Mom what you learned.
Cole said, driving away from the park. Malika's voice cracked.
I'd like that.
Cole gave the girl a tender smile. Latoya watched it all, marveling again at how sweet he was being. He was so obnoxious to her, but he could be nice when he wanted to. The jerk! Cole dropped her and Malika off and walked them both up the stairs as if he was taking them to prom. Malika stopped at the door and fidgeted with her hands. She craned her neck to look at the tall man. "Thank you for today," she said, like an elegant debutante. Latoya almost choked on her surprise. Cole lowered himself to one knee so the little girl didn't have to strain her neck to see him.
Make sure you don't get into trouble so I can see you again soon.
Malika's eyes shimmered. She jutted her chin down. Cole stood and glanced at her. Latoya resisted the way her heart thumped when they made eye contact and spoke in a professional manner. "We'll be in touch for the next meeting,"
I'll look forward to hearing from you.
Cole said, an easy grin playing on his lips. And somehow, Latoya knew he wasn't just talking about work. Ignoring the nerves that tightened in her stomach, she placed a hand on Malika's back and steered her inside. The little girl flopped into the seat across from Latoya's cubicle. She looked dazed.
I can't believe it.
"What?" Latoya mumbled, pulling out her file to jot down notes. Malika scrambled forward.
Don't you think Justin would have loved that?
Latoya froze.
He would have so much fun. I think he'd scream if he saw Cole's car.
As the little girl gushed about Justin and Cole, Latoya got a text message. She glanced at the screen and dread pooled in her stomach. "Leon."
We need to talk.
Talk? Talk about what? His lies? His deceit? Him crushing her heart like he didn't give a damn? She should cuss him out and tell him exactly where he should go. Straight off a cliff, preferably. But a stubborn need for closure kept her from a firm rejection. "Latoya, I'm busy today. We can meet tomorrow." Leon.
Okay.
She went home that evening, more nervous than she'd ever been. Would Leon show up tomorrow night? He wouldn't be brazen enough to stand her up again after everything he'd done to her, would he? Restless and anxious, Latoya got dressed the next morning and headed to Giselle's smoothie truck. It sat in the center of the Belize City Park, gleaming like a bottle of Pepto-Bismol amongst the greenery. Latoya hadn't expected a crowd, but it seemed like everyone was turning out for a taste. Giselle caught sight of her and waved enthusiastically. Latoya grinned, her eyes flicking over Giselle's pink t-shirt and jeans. Her curly hair was pulled back as she darted around the plastic tables, picking up the trash customers left behind. Marcy, Giselle's little sister, was in the truck. She was a go-getter on wheels, rolling back and forth between the blenders and the window. Marcy caught sight of her and grinned too. Latoya nodded, her heart feeling lighter already. As she stepped toward the crowd lined up to be served, she felt a sudden charge in the air. Surprised, Latoya glanced over her shoulder and stopped short when she recognized a familiar face. Brooding, almond-shaped eyes, tan skin, thick black hair, shoulders so broad they strained against a white t-shirt. Her jaw dropped. "Cole?"
Chapter 9. As soon as their eyes collided, Latoya winced, almost like he'd slapped her in the face. Cole let his stunned gaze drift over Latoya. She was wearing a dressy blouse and a pair of loose black pants. The wind tickled her voluminous curls and made them dance in front of her face. He watched the way she tucked the curl behind her ear, watched her gorgeous body fill out the drab outfit, saw that she was watching him right back and pushed his gaze to her face. Cole cleared his throat. Latoya said nothing. He greeted her first when it seemed she'd chosen to ignore him. "Hey."
Hi.
Her sweet, velvety voice, though dismissive in tone, made his heart do a strange flip. Latoya swung back around, her gaze concentrated like she was doing an eye test. Cole licked his lips, struggling to find something he could say that would start a conversation. The line moved. Latoya shuffled forward. Cole followed her. Though he was a respectful distance away, he felt the warmth of her body intimately, as if she was brushing up against him. The world spun a bit as he tried and failed to get his pulse in order. "Why do I feel like I'm about to throw up from nerves?" Latoya suddenly glanced at him. His chest seized. This girl was clearly not a fan of his. She was also his brother's ex-girlfriend, someone Leon had used and thrown away as he had many others in the past. Feeling anything real for her was inviting a complication he did not want or need in his life. So why couldn't he stop fighting the urge to draw a response from her? Be it a snarl or a smile, he just wanted it aimed in his direction.
How's your mom?
Latoya asked stiffly. "She's doing better," Cole answered. His voice sounded gravelly. Latoya's eyes shifted over his face. Concern formed a wrinkle between her eyebrows.
Is she still in the hospital?
"Yes, but it's only for observation."
I'll give her a call later. No, I should probably visit. Does she like chocolate? Of course she does.
Latoya mumbled to herself, answering her own question.
Everyone likes chocolate. I should bring her a fruit basket too, just so she feels better about eating the chocolate.
As she spoke, Cole stared at her and felt his lips tugging upward. Latoya was stubborn and irritating and strangely adorable. He found her genuine interest in his mother's health sweet and considerate, and far too enticing for his peace of mind. "Did Malika get home okay?" Cole asked, leaning forward because he wanted to be closer to her more than he'd ever wanted anything.
She did. The group home supervisor said Malika's been talking about the park nonstop. She really enjoyed it.
Her eyes softened.
Thank you for keeping the date.
"No problem." Cole's response was washed out by the thump of sneakers. A moment later, a beautiful woman with milky brown skin and curly hair threw herself at Latoya. Her eyes glittered like black gemstones, and they held just a hint of mischief.
"Toya, why are you in line, girl?"
Latoya squirmed, casting him a quick glance before addressing her friend.
Jis, I don't want special treatment.
"So?
People always glare at me for jumping the line.
Let them glare. Your family.
Jis buried her smile beneath a mock frown.
Don't let me see you waddling behind in line again. Come over here and...
The woman noticed him looking at them and paused. Cole didn't shy from her gaze. It seemed like Jis was going to steal Latoya away from him, and he was suddenly determined to prevent that from happening. "I'm Cole." He stretched out a hand, lifting his eyes to Jis's curious stare. "I'm Latoya's..."
Work associate.
Latoya jumped in. Cole glanced at her, his lips twitching in amusement. Did she think he was going to call her his girlfriend again? Jis laughed.
He's a social worker?
"I think I should be offended by that question," Cole said flatly.
What? No.
Jis waved her slender arms.
I'm just... surprised.
She gestured to his shoulders.
You're like the police arm of the department, right? You go with them when they have to take kids out of dangerous situations?
He's not a social worker.
Latoya hissed, tugging on her friend's arm.
Oh.
We're working together because Malika might be placed with his family. That's it.
A disappointed frown marred Jis's pretty face.
Are you married?
Her eyes dropped to his hand.
But I don't see a ring.
Giselle, you better stop it.
Latoya hissed. "No, I'm not married," Cole announced. Latoya pulled her generous lips in and shot him a dark look. Cole wondered what she was so mad at him for. He was only telling the truth. Giselle lit up. She grabbed his arm, yanking him forward.
Then you should sit over here and wait for your drinks. Let me take your order.
Grumbles of disquiet rippled from the crowd. Giselle just smiled breezily at the men around her, and they all settled down, falling under her glittering spell. She was pretty, sure, but she was a little too much sunshine and rainbows. His gaze swung to Latoya, who was sulking in front of him. He much preferred a woman who wore spikes around her heart and snarled at others to keep them at bay. He especially liked when that angry woman had a secret soft side that made her fuss over total strangers and go beyond the limits of her job. What am I thinking? Cole shook his head and followed the bundle of energy dressed in the pink shirt and sparkly apron. Giselle guided them to one of the plastic tables.
Right here, guys. Sit in the shade. It's a hot one today, isn't it?
You know what? I'm suddenly not thirsty.
Latoya said. In a surprising show of strength, Giselle pressed her hands against Latoya's shoulders and forced her into a seat.
You were going to wait in line for the smoothie anyway. I'm going to make it for you now, so you two just sit and chat until I get back.
Thank you, ma'am. Cole dipped his head. She cringed.
Whoa, no thanks. Call me Giselle.
All right, Giselle. He nodded. Call me Cole.
Ooh.
Giselle leaned in and pummeled Latoya's arm with gentle punches.
Don't tell West, but he's cute.
Cole scrubbed his face with a hand to hide his growing smile. Latoya looked like she wanted to bolt.
Can you just hurry with the drinks?
All right, all right.
Giselle turned to him.
What'll you have, Cole?
He gave 3 orders. This morning, he left the hospital in search of breakfast for his mom. She couldn't eat too many carbohydrates, which was a tough request in a country like Belize where flour, rice, yam, and potatoes were a staple part of every meal. He'd stumbled on the smoothie truck in passing and figured it wouldn't hurt to give it a try.
You are enjoying this too much.
Latoya frowned at him. She lifted a dark hand and shaded her face from the sun. The golden bracelet on her arm sparkled. What exactly is this? Her eyes narrowed in response. Cole tried to ignore the confusing desire that shot through his belly, but it was near impossible. She really had no business looking so gorgeous right now. He used the momentum of her annoyance to press her with questions. How did you meet the owner of the smoothie truck?
Why do you care?
I wouldn't say I care. He rested his elbows on the table, noting the way Latoya's eyes dropped to his forearms. I'm curious.
Giselle's taken and desperately in love. Trust me, you won't get anywhere with her.
He chuckled. Your friend is lovely, but I'm not interested.
Why not?
Latoya's gaze sharpened. His amusement increased. Does that bother you?
No, it doesn't at all.
She waved away the words despite her clear aggravation.
To be honest, anything that comes out of your mouth bothers me.
I'm just trying to figure out how you two clicked. Giselle's got a lot of energy. He squinted at her. Positive energy, and you.
And I'm what? The queen of all things dark and dank?
He laughed. The chuckle burst out of him, loud and uncontainable. Latoya jerked back, eyes widening in surprise.
Don't do that.
She shuddered.
It's scary.
He shrugged, folding his arms over his chest. Then don't be funny.
I wasn't trying to be funny.
She shook her head, but he could see the amusement creeping into her dark brown eyes.
You're very weird. Has anyone ever told you that?
I've heard it once or twice. She blinked at him as if seeing him for the first time. The moment held until it was broken by Giselle's untimely entrance. She set a tray on the table between them. Deftly, Giselle slid a smoothie to Latoya before handing him a paper bag. How much do I owe you? Cole asked, going for his wallet.
It's on the house.
Giselle lifted a hand. Cole insisted on grabbing his money. This is 3 drinks.
You can keep your cash.
Giselle planted her hands on her hips.
If you want to pay me back, take the cash and spend it on Malika.
Cole's eyes widened. You know her too?
We met recently.
Giselle's smile was fond.
She's been through a lot, and it's about time she had a chance to be a little girl who's adored for once.
He slipped his wallet back into his pocket and thoughtfully said, I see it now. Latoya tilted her head.
See what?
Why you two are friends. Giselle and Latoya exchanged a confused look. Cole didn't bother enlightening them. He stood, grabbed the paper bags and nodded at Giselle. Thank you. To Latoya, he said, I'll see you later. Walking away from that table was far more challenging than he'd imagined. Cole wanted to hurry back to Latoya and offer her a ride, maybe suggest they meet up for lunch and talk about Malika. Maybe he'd take her to dinner and they could discuss all the ways she hated him. He struggled to ignore the impulse and drove to the hospital. His mom greeted him with a beaming smile when he walked in. Ben had brushed her hair and brought her makeup from home so she looked much more like her usual self. Here, Dad. He handed Ben the smoothie. Thanks, son. His mom groaned when she took a sip.
This is so good. Are you sure this is all natural?
She wrapped pale fingers around the papaya juice and lifted it to the sunlight.
Unbelievable.
I'll be sure to relay the compliment, Cole said, dipping his hand into the paper bag for the last drink. At that moment, the hospital door swung open and Leon walked in. His brother wore a casual t-shirt over jeans and slippers. Leon spotted everyone drinking smoothies and his eyes brightened.
Where's mine?
I didn't get any for you, Cole said, lifting the last smoothie. Leon's gaze fastened on it.
There's one right there.
Just because it's there doesn't mean you should have it.
I want it.
Leon stretched his hand out to snatch it away. This is mine. Cole gritted his teeth and pulled back. The possessiveness rising within him was irrational, and the stench of it stung the air. Normally, Cole wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice what he wanted for his brother, but this time, he didn't want to give up. Leon's eyes cut him like a knife.
What's the big deal? It's just a smoothie.
That's exactly why you can't have it, Cole spoke firmly. Because it's just another smoothie to you. Leon's nostrils flared. In a sudden move, he reached out and knocked the smoothie from Cole's hand. Vivian gasped.
Leon!
The thick drink spattered his pants and slugged over his arm. Cole remained in place, glaring at his brother. Leon lifted his lips.
Oops. I guess neither of us can have it now.
Ben scolded his son. Leon, what is the matter with you? Heat engulfed Cole's chest until he couldn't breathe. Without a word, he strode past his brother and stormed out of the hospital room.
Chapter 10. Latoya shifted from foot to foot, trying to keep her anxiety under control. A giant golden statue of Buddha waited outside the Chinese restaurant where Leon suggested they meet. She stared at the statue's laughing face. What exactly was the joke? She'd love to know. It would really help with her nerves. Latoya sucked in a deep breath. You've got this. She took a step forward and collided with a big wall of doubt. It kept her frozen in place, unable to push through. Feeling like an idiot, Latoya shuffled backward and tried to self-talk her way into the restaurant. She'd agonized over every step of this date, from what nail polish she'd wear to how she'd style her hair. Her room was in total chaos after tearing through all the outfits in her closet and deeming them all wrong. Fisting her hands in her leather pencil skirt, Latoya tipped her chin to the sky. The dark expanse stretched over the buildings in the distance. Stars twinkled gently, sparkling like dew in the early cracks of dawn. She inhaled deeply, and the scent of frying chicken made her stomach gurgle. Latoya doubted she'd be able to eat, but she would consider taking something home to save for later. Enough stalling, she mumbled. Get in there. Turning swiftly, she ran a sweaty palm over her fitted lace top and nodded at the statue. It laughed in response. Her heels clopped against the tiles as she strode confidently inside. Men stopped and stared at her. Latoya let their admiration fall on her like rain. She looked good tonight. Red stained her eyelids, nose, and cheeks. The leather wrapped around her like an armor, covering her skin and her heart from bruises. She crossed into the dining section, her eyes jumping over the oriental wallpaper, the gorgeous folding screens, and the booths filled with diners. At last, her eyes caught on a handsome man with black hair and delicate facial features. He sat in a booth wedged all the way at the back of the restaurant, largely hidden from most of the room. It was Leon. At the sight of him, her heart leaped. Latoya yanked that feeling by the neck. She folded her lingering affections into a tiny ball and threw them away where she was sure they wouldn't be able to escape. Leon's head whipped up when she drew near. His eyes slid over her body in a quick, appreciative assessment before he smiled. Latoya sneered in response. How dare he grin at her as if this were their first date? As if he hadn't disappeared without warning? As if this was a tender reunion instead of the closure she needed for their rocky romance. Squaring her shoulders, she set her purse aside and glared at him. Leon!
Wow, Latoya.
He shook his head, his voice dripping with awe.
You look incredible.
She dignified the comment with a nod because it was true, but she didn't let it flatter her too much.
What would you like?
He lifted the menu and perused it. She studied him, mentally comparing his looks with Cole's. While Leon's dark eyes, sharp nose, and pink lips leaned on the prettier side, Cole lived in the other extreme. He had a square chin, flat nose, and lips perpetually stretched into a scowl. There really was no comparing the two. Latoya thought to herself, then why are you thinking about Cole right now? She cleared her throat. I'm not here to eat with you, Leon.
Come on, Latoya.
The way he said her name so intimately reminded her of their raunchier phone conversations. Shame burned her cheeks. She couldn't believe she'd made herself so vulnerable with this man. Sure, it had been over the phone, but it was still extremely embarrassing. If she'd known he would take off like that, Latoya never would have gone there with him. Leon gave her a sad smile.
I missed you.
3 words, 1 bomb to the chest. The confession exploded in her, sending her anger scattering like a pack of wild pigeons. She tried to sum up a glare, but ended up staring at him in confusion. Leon set the menu down. The laminated sheet slid against the table.
Leaving you behind was the biggest mistake of my life.
The waiter arrived, proving to be a welcome distraction from the sudden mushy feelings in her chest. All along, she'd sworn it was hatred she felt, but the churning in her gut had little to do with disgust. Latoya realized that she might still have a crush on this man.
Can I take your order?
The waiter asked, glancing between her and Leon.
We're old friends.
Leon said to him, pointing between them.
This isn't a date.
The waiter smiled politely. Clearly, he hadn't cared either way. But Leon did. She saw it, and it hurt. I'm not hungry, Latoya said, turning the menu over and folding her arms across her chest. Leon chuckled nervously.
We need a bit more time.
Sure.
The waiter cast her an annoyed look before marching away. Leon leaned forward, 3 distinct wrinkles marring his smooth forehead.
Look, I know you're upset, but you don't have to be rude.
Rude? She laughed bitterly. You're the one who's rude. Leon rubbed the back of his neck.
Latoya.
You acted like you cared about me and then left me hanging without an explanation. That's not just rude. It's cowardly. What's worse is you force your brother to clean up your mess. His eyes had been shifting away from her. But at that moment, it snapped back.
What does this have to do with my brother?
Is that seriously all you heard?
I'm sorry for hurting you,
Leon said. It was a throwaway apology. She almost wished he'd kept quiet. At the very least, she could have pretended that, deep inside, he actually cared. But after hearing how dismissive he was, she knew for certain that Leon had never liked her as much as she'd liked him. Leon folded his hands together.
That night, Cole met you at the shipping container. Was that when it started? You two, I mean?
That's what you're really trying to figure out, isn't it? That's why you invited me out tonight.
Of course not.
Did you ever care about me, Leon? His tongue darted out to wet his lower lip. She saw his eyes moving back and forth as he sought an answer that would placate her. That would keep her from making a scene. Because wasn't that why he'd told the waiter they were old friends? Wasn't that why he'd chosen a booth all the way at the back of the restaurant, in the shadows where no one would see them? A weird thought occurred to her, making her feel hot with guilt and regret. Had she been his fetish? Had she misunderstood Leon's intentions and blindly missed the signs all along?
Latoya, it's not like that.
Leon said, but it was too late. She didn't believe him. Regret, shame, and fury collided like a storm in her chest. She'd never wanted to stab someone with a fork the way she wanted to stab Leon Montgomery in that moment. You are such a bastard, she hissed. His eyebrows jumped. Latoya felt a crazed laugh building in her throat. Should she really stab him with his fork? What if she slapped him across the head with her wine glass? Would the waiter give her a couple kitchen towels to choke him with? Driven by the ugly impulses rushing in her head, Latoya shot to her feet, eager to get away before she did something that would get her arrested. Leon snatched her hand when she was sliding out of the booth.
Wait.
His hand was warm. His slender fingers curled around her, long and pale.
Wait a minute, Latoya,
he crooned. And damn it if her heart didn't latch onto those words, to the hope hidden beneath the desperate plea, to the romantic inside who still hadn't bludgeoned this one-sided crush to death. Leon lifted his eyes, earnest gems the color of obsidian. In a low voice, he asked,
are you really dating my brother?
In that moment, Latoya's heart shattered completely. A cold, raging fury seeped under her ribs. Yanking her hand away, she turned to Leon and said the only words that would hurt him as much as possible. Yes, I am. Chapter 11. Yolanda. Yolanda Walsh crashed through the doors of the emergency room, her plastic slippers snapping against glossy tiles. Tears blurred her vision. Her heart pounded to a crazy beat. She flung herself at the nurse's station. Dark fingers dug into the counter, and her voice trembled. My son, Tay-Tay. I mean, Theodore Walsh. Where is Theodore Walsh? Her head was rushing too much.
Theodore Walsh?
The nurse, a small, buxom woman with bright red lipstick, glanced up casually, and then her eyes doubled back on Yolanda. Jaw slacking, the woman stammered,
Are you okay, ma'am?
I'm fine. Yolanda snapped, and the towel on her head flopped forward. She pushed it back with a manicured hand.
All right, ma'am. Just calm down.
The nurse's eyes darted around as if searching for hidden cameras or security guards. "Would you be calm if your son was in the emergency room?" Yolanda hissed, slamming her hand on the counter. The nurse jumped, lips pinned shut. She scanned the rest of Yolanda's outfit, which comprised of a posh robe and the disposable plastic slippers found at the spa. Yolanda sucked in a deep breath, realizing that if she pushed this nurse too hard, she could get carted out of the hospital and tossed into the street. Forcing her tone to a more civil one, Yolanda begged, "I'm looking for Theodore Walsh. He's my son. Please, I need to find him."
Well, wait just a minute, ma'am.
The nurse shot her another stunned look before tapping on the computer. As she searched, Yolanda typed out another frantic message to Devin, Tay-Tay's dad and her biggest mistake. "Me. Call me back. Now. I don't care what you're doing." The clack of the nurse's nails against the keyboard echoed in her ears. It wound Yolanda up tighter and tighter until she felt like she'd explode. "Well?" Yolanda urged. The nurse squinted at the monitor.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm not seeing a Theodore Walsh.
"What?" Her jaw dropped.
There's no one by that name here.
The nurse shook her head and slanted her a pitiful look.
He's not in the system.
That can't be right. Yolanda picked up her phone and checked the text message she'd gotten 30 minutes ago.
Unknown. Ms. Walsh, this is your son's football coach. There's been an emergency. I called your husband with no response. Please meet me at the hospital as soon as possible.
Yolanda's eyes darted to the giant posters on the wall. This was the right place. It had to be.
Is that all, ma'am?
The nurse looked up, trying to hide her curiosity behind a lip bite and a polite shake of her head. Too distraught to answer, Yolanda lifted her phone and called the football coach again. There was no response. She parsed through the message line by line, desperate to find some clue as to what was going on. At that moment, a blessed voice yelled,
"Mom!"
Yolanda whirled around and spotted her 7-year-old in the adorable football jersey she'd set out for him this morning. Her heart left her body at the sight of Tay-Tay. Yolanda pushed away from the nurse's desk and launched at her son, wrapping her arms around him and hugging him tight. His little boy's scent of sweat and sunshine filled her nose. She took a big whiff, tears leaking down her face again from pure joy. "Let me look at you." She grabbed his shoulders, setting him back a distance so she could inspect him for injuries. There was not a single scar or bruise on his chocolate-brown skin. His button nose and brown lips were unharmed. She squeezed his arms and legs, testing his pain tolerance.
"Mom?"
Tay-Tay half whispered, glancing around in embarrassment. Her heart calmer now, Yolanda gave in to her annoyance. "You scared me,"
That would be my fault.
a deep voice said. Yolanda's awareness of her surroundings came into sharp focus. Her eyes fell on a pair of dusty sneakers. Slowly, they inched up a pair of gray athletic pants that seemed to go on forever before landing on a t-shirt beneath an open football jersey. Tan muscles bulged from beneath the soft sleeves. She froze, almost scared to see what was above the collar when the rest of him was already so damn attractive. Gathering her dignity, as much as she could given her attire, Yolanda rose to her feet with all the elegance of a queen and shot a look directly into the man's face. Startling gray eyes returned her stare. They were set in a sun-kissed and ruggedly handsome face. Dirty blonde hair, square jaw, stone-hewn cheekbones. She forgot how to breathe for a second, until his eyes left hers and dropped over the rest of her body. Yolanda became acutely aware of how ridiculous she looked when the football coach said,
I'm sorry, it seems you were in the middle of something.
"Yes." She was proud of the way her voice didn't squeak once. "Your text made it seem that it was my son who'd gotten injured." A flicker of something dark passed through his face before he glanced down.
I'm sorry about that.
Mom, you're embarrassing me.
Tay-Tay mumbled, inching away from her.
Everyone is staring.
She glanced around and saw that he was right. Understandably, she was the center of attention. Pulling her lips in, she mumbled, "We'll go in a minute, Tay-Tay."
I already told you not to call me that.
Scrunching his nose, her son marched toward her, his palm open.
Can I have the keys?
"No, you can't. I'm not letting you out of my sight until my pulse returns to normal." Shifting her gaze from her son to his coach, she nodded. "Is everything okay now?" His eyes went dark again before he disguised it with a polite smile that seemed to say, "It's none of your business."
Yeah, everything's fine.
"Okay,"
Mom.
Tay-Tay moaned. "I should go." Feeling oddly shy, Yolanda hooked a thumb over her shoulder in the direction of her son. "I'm sorry about whatever's going on, and thank you for not ditching Tay-Tay at the field. I don't know what happened with Devin, and—"
It's okay.
This time, when the coach smiled at her, it felt a little more sincere. He waved at her son.
See you at practice, T.
Bye, Coach Martin.
Tay-Tay beamed brightly at his coach, as if he hadn't just been sulking a second ago. Yolanda stuffed her surprise away, gave the coach one last polite nod, and scurried out of the hospital. Every eye swung toward her, the expressions swinging from shock to amusement. Her heart burned. Nothing annoyed her more than being the butt of everyone's joke. "Look on the bright side," she thought. "At least Tay-Tay's okay." Yolanda glanced at her son, who was walking ahead of her, his scrawny arms swinging. When they got to the parking lot, Yolanda picked up speed. "You think you're being slick? I know you're trying to outrun me so no one realizes we're together." Tay-Tay kept a few paces ahead.
You could have dressed before you came.
"I got a message that my son was in the hospital." She folded her arms over her chest. "I'm surprised I drove here without getting into an accident."
I was fine.
Tay-Tay said stiffly. "Your coach wasn't answering his phone, so I had no way to check that." Yolanda stopped in front of her pretty white Jeep, a callback to her teenaged obsession with Clueless. Tay-Tay got in the car and stared straight ahead, his mouth clamped tightly together. She turned to him, her head angled to the side. "What happened to your coach?"
I don't know. He got a call and said he had to hurry.
"He didn't take you into the room with him?" she asked. Her son turned those intelligent brown eyes on her.
Why are you curious about Coach?
"Can't I be?" Yolanda deflected, starting her car. Tay-Tay appraised her, and in the silence, she began to squirm. "Are you sure you're only 7? Yolanda mumbled under her breath. "It already feels like I'm living with a broody teenager." Just then, her phone chirped. "Devin!" She stiffened, all the earlier annoyance rushing back to her. Tay-Tay arched an eyebrow.
Aren't you going to answer it?
"We'll talk later." He flopped back into his seat and turned his face away from her.
That means you're going to fight later.
That's not true.
You're not that smooth, Mom.
Honey, your dad and I, we love you very much.
Yeah.
He brushed her off. She tightened her fingers on the steering wheel, fighting the familiar burn that always accompanied any discussions about Devon. Tay-Tay sighed.
Why didn't Dad show up? It was the first day of practice. He said he'd be there. He promised.
Yolanda's heart shredded to pieces. She racked her brain, searching for an excuse that he would buy. He called me and said he got caught up at work. You know how long his hours are and...
Forget it.
Tay-Tay curled into the chair, his legs almost up against his chest. His crushing disappointment landed on her shoulders, pushing her into the ground. Though it wasn't technically her fault, today's incident felt like a big fat F on her report card as a mother. She licked her lips, struggling to remain upbeat for Tay-Tay's sake. Hey, how about we get some ice cream, huh? We can get double scoops.
I don't want it.
Yolanda gasped loudly. What? You love ice cream. Come on. I'll even let you stay up late and play your little video games for an hour after bedtime. She wiggled her eyebrows. Huh? What do you think? A sniffing sound was the only response. Tay-Tay wiped his nose with a small hand, his body still curled into itself. Tay-Tay, what's wrong? Yolanda's heart was tightening so badly she couldn't even see straight.
I wanted Dad at practice.
He sniffed.
Why does everyone else have a good dad, but me?
Her voice thick with emotions, Yolanda croaked. He wants to be a good dad, honey, and he does love you. He never had a good dad either, so he has a hard time knowing what to do.
Whatever,
Tay-Tay mumbled.
I don't even care.
The moment she parked in front of their condo, her son stormed out of the truck and ran inside. Chapter 12. Latoya surveyed her progress in the mirror. Thanks to her work with the foundation, setting powder, and moisturizer, she was glowing. The fake lashes made her eyes pop, and the contouring lines added a new depth to her face. Giselle's voice croaked from her phone. Are you going somewhere? Yes. Latoya dabbed her lips with a mocha-flavored balm, trying to act cool. Giselle squinted at the camera. It looks like you're getting ready for a date. Me? A date? Latoya barked out a nervous laugh. Her voice climbed to singing chipmunk heights. Don't be ridiculous. I've sworn off men. You know how miserable that whole drama with Leon was? Why would I intentionally sign up for that craziness again? Giselle sighed and said, Latoya. She froze. Yes? Giselle continued. I was just teasing. Latoya stopped, the eyelash wand halfway to her face. Oh. Giselle sounded thoughtful. Since you're acting so strange, I must be onto something. Latoya swallowed and set the wand down before she poked out her eye. Look, it's not a date. Not a real one, at least. Who is this non-date with? Giselle asked. At that moment, Wes Phillips' handsome face appeared in the background. He was a tall, elegant man with a thick head of hair and a dazzling smile. Giselle cuddled up to her boyfriend. Holding the phone so they were both in the shot, she asked, Who are you going out with, Toya? I demand answers. West frowned, acting like an overprotective sibling she never asked for. It's not that jerk who ghosted you, is it? It's not, Latoya said defensively. It's his brother. Giselle and West froze. Latoya tapped the screen, wondering if they'd lost internet connection. Suddenly, Giselle exploded. "What did you just say?" "It's a long story." Latoya sighed. "But I told Leon that I'm dating his brother, and now I'm kind of stuck dating his brother." West coughed. "So you're dating siblings? For real?" "I'm not dating them at the same time, West." Latoya screwed her mascara back in place and grabbed her phone. "And I'm not really dating Cole. It's just Leon was getting on my nerves, and I wanted to pay him back, so I made up a story." Giselle scrunched her nose at her devoted boyfriend. "That's whack, right?" "It is not whack," Latoya replied. Giselle insisted. "Tell me as a guy, babe. Would you want your brother to date your ex?" West spoke carefully. "It depends on how we broke up. It would make for a lot of awkward family events if the breakup was nasty." Giselle scoffed. "They didn't even have a breakup. He just ducked out and never showed his face again." Latoya interrupted. "Look, Gis, we can talk about this later." Or not, Latoya thought. She'd really prefer to let this matter die here. "But I really have to go. Cole said to meet him at 7. A glance at her watch warned she was inching dangerously close to being late. "And I really need to leave." Giselle excitedly shot questions. "Where is he taking you? A restaurant? A romantic moonlit dinner by the lake?" Latoya shook her head. "No and no." "Ugh, I'm disappointed in him. He looked like a thoughtful person. We're not really dating, so there's no reason to go to all that effort." Giselle laughed. "Says the girl who just went full Rihanna on her makeup." "This is for me." Latoya pressed a hand to her chest. "Cole has the power to ruin my revenge. If I'm going to beg the most annoying guy in the world to date me, I might as well look good doing it." Giselle smirked. "I want to hear all about this non-date as soon as you're back." Latoya blew Giselle a kiss. "I'll think about it." West spoke next. "Send us the address just in case he's shady, and let us know if you need anything." West stared at her like an old man about to launch into a spiel about how dangerous the world was. She laughed. "Would you stop worrying? I'll be fine." Giselle nodded. "I agree with West. Text the address." "You already have it," Latoya said. "It's the place Leon told me to meet him all those months ago." Giselle's jaw dropped. Latoya wiggled her fingers. "Bye now." She caught a cab and thought about the first time she took this route. Back then, she'd been so nervous about finally going on a date with Leon. When he stood her up, his brother was the one who drove her home. Latoya knew Cole wouldn't stand her up like his brother had. From what she'd seen of him, Cole Montgomery was a man of his word. Annoying, but reliable. As the cab driver slowed in front of the warehouse, Latoya spotted Cole waiting outside. His intense stare caused the taxi driver to squirm. The elderly man turned to her. "Are you going to be okay, ma'am?" His hand was still on the wheel, as if he'd drive her out of there at a moment's notice. "Yeah, I'll be fine," she said, offering him a smile. "You be careful now." The driver peered at Cole as she rummaged in her purse for the cab fare. "I heard the Asian mafia is worse than any gang in Belize." Latoya laughed. "He's not the mafia, but thanks." Suddenly, the door popped open. She stared, slack-jawed, as Cole wrapped his hand over hers and pressed her arm down. The cab driver stiffened, his eyes bulging. She couldn't blame him. Cole did look more intimidating than usual with his hair shorn low and a motorcycle jacket shrugged over his giant body. If she didn't have an image of him patiently teaching a little girl to rollerblade in her head, she probably would have squirmed too. Cole grabbed something from his pocket and pulled it out. The driver ducked his head, arms raised. "Don't shoot!" Cole scowled and offered a wad of bills to him.
Here.
Latoya stared at him. "What are you doing?" Cole didn't respond. Instead, he backed out of the cab as swiftly as he'd entered and waited patiently for her to climb out. "Did he give you enough?" Latoya asked the driver. He offered her money with a trembling hand. "It's too much. Here's your change."
Tell him to keep it.
Cole growled, glancing away. She sighed. "Can't you say that nicely?"
There wouldn't need to be a cab driver here if you'd let me pick you up.
Latoya stuck one foot out and carefully maneuvered her way to the concrete. "Are you sulking right now?"
No.
Cole snapped. Despite his harsh tone, he hurried toward her when he saw her struggling to move demurely in her dress. She took the hand he offered, grasping his big fingers and making a swift exit from the car. The taxi did not waste a second. The moment she was out, the driver sped down the road, disappearing into the dark, smoky night. Latoya tried to tug her hand out of Cole's. "All I need to know is whether you'll agree to a fake relationship with me." Her eyes darted around. "Is all this necessary?" As usual, he didn't answer, but he did tighten his grip on her hand so she couldn't pull away. Latoya would have scolded him about that, but she was too curious about why he'd chosen this spot to meet. "Look, if you plan on killing me, I advise against that. My friends know where we are." He grunted.
You talk a lot.
"And you don't talk at all." Her heels clopped against the concrete. "Where are we going?" Cole opened the door of the shipping container and gestured inside. She shook her head. "What's in there?"
You'll see.
He grunted. She walked in and couldn't believe her eyes. There was a chandelier hanging from the ceiling, couches arranged in black and white tones, and a stunning wallpaper lightening the space. Her jaw dropped. "What is this?"
I thought you might have wondered what I was doing out here that night.
Cole stretched a hand in the direction of a short flight of stairs going up into an upper loft. Latoya turned in a slow circle, taking in everything she was seeing. "I don't get it. What's all this?"
I used to design tiny houses on my off time.
His eyes softened.
I canceled all my contracts and closed the business before I came to Belize, but a few clients kept hounding me and it felt like I should honor my commitments since I'd already told them I'd work on it.
"This is..." She blinked rapidly. "Wow, this is amazing, Cole." She shook her head, still blown away by his craftsmanship. "But I thought you owned a dealership."
I bought over that business because the owner was selling and I wouldn't have to change much.
He shrugged. "I can't believe this." Latoya moved to another section of the tiny home. "It's so cool." A small, pleased smile flirted with Cole's lips. "How are your clients going to get it?"
Port of Belize is right down the street. They're going to pack this up and ship it in a few days.
Her eyes widened. "Can this thing be transported?"
I've bolted down the important pieces for now. The owners will do the decorating. I prefer working with my hands over the smaller details anyway.
"That's incredible." She laughed disbelievingly. "I've never seen anything..." Latoya whirled around and found Cole staring intently at her. "Like this." She gulped. What are you looking at?
You.
He said easily. Latoya's heart jumped into her throat. Yes, but why?
I'm trying to decide if I should kiss you.
He tipped his chin up in challenge.
Can I kiss you, Latoya? Chapter 13. Cole knew from the first time he set eyes on Latoya Brown that she was something special. Time, distance, and the fact that she was his brother's ex hadn't dulled the conviction. He'd been attracted to her on sight, but it was more than her beauty that held him spellbound. Though, with her curvy body and generous lips, she fulfilled every fantasy he'd ever had. Beyond her looks, she was intelligent, warm, and kind-hearted. The more he saw of her, the more certain he was that Leon had made the biggest mistake of his life by hurting her. His eyes traveled the length of her filmy blouse and short skirt. This woman was stunning on the inside and out. He genuinely enjoyed her company to the point that every moment she was in his presence seemed to move too quickly. Cole couldn't imagine keeping these enormous feelings to himself. He didn't ask for this obsession. He didn't even want it. But Latoya was living in his mind rent-free, and it made him want to do foolish things, like ask if he could kiss her. That was a big gamble, and it didn't look like a good one. He was off with the timing. He knew it by the way her eyes widened, by the little step back, by the slight hitch in her throat that told him she was frightened. He hadn't meant to scare her or give her the impression she was unsafe with him. Cole didn't respect any man who would force themselves on a woman, but he also had zero tolerance for manipulation, which was exactly why he needed Latoya to understand where he stood in this little game of hers. My answer is no. He leaned against the wall and folded his arms over his chest. In case you were wondering. She blinked rapidly. Her delicate throat bobbed as she swallowed.
Did you just... I'm confused. You don't want to kiss me?
Heck yes. Cole wanted to kiss her. He wanted to do a lot more than just kiss her. But it wasn't the right time, and so he was putting that to rest. You asked if I wanted to fake a relationship. My answer to that is no. Her mouth fell open.
Do you always jump from one topic to the next without warning?
He didn't, but his thought process jumbled when it came to things that were important to him. She mocked his stance, folding her arms and trying to look intimidating too. Latoya failed, of course. She was far too feminine to scare anybody. It was no wonder Malika could roll right over her. His foster sister already knew how to spot a softie. Cole swept his gaze down her outfit one more time. In this second pass, he didn't bother hiding his appreciation. The peach color of her shirt complemented her dark complexion. Her lips looked softer and more inviting than any fruit he'd ever had. Her curves, though covered in almost every way, still managed to excite him. The tenor of his voice dropped to a rougher growl. I don't want to fake anything with you, Latoya. I want to date you for real. Her body jolted. He saw the tightening, saw the way her nostrils flared, but it was different than when he'd asked her for a kiss. Cole thought he saw a glimmer of intrigue fill her eyes before she glanced away.
Stop joking around.
What part of this sounds like I'm joking? She licked her lips nervously, and some corner of his brain briefly wondered if he could make that happen again.
We can't do this for real.
Why not?
Because I'm the social worker assigned to your family's case.
Her eyes dropped to his lips. He took that as encouragement and stepped closer to her. You are. Latoya stepped back.
And your brother.
She blinked rapidly as she backpedaled.
It would be awkward.
You already told him you were dating me. He arched an eyebrow in challenge. Leon had been blowing up his phone, demanding to know if he'd been dating Latoya while they were still together.
Yes, but...
Her words got lost on a gasp as she hit the wall. There was nowhere left to run. Cole knew he could corner her, but he didn't crowd her space. He stopped when she did, staring down at her. But...
It's not the same as dating for real.
Fine. You can pretend to date me and I'll date you for real.
Cole.
She said his name like a secret, like a scandalous moment she wanted to keep to herself. Simply hearing his name on her lips stole his breath. He could smell her from where he was standing, an intoxicating mixture of jasmine and cocoa butter, something earthy, floral, and completely her own.
You're not making any sense.
What part would you like me to clarify? Latoya paused and calculated the distance between them.
Everything.
It would take too long, Cole said. She pushed away from the wall.
This is way too random for me to take seriously.
Strange. He was dead serious. Latoya tipped her chin up, staring him right in the eyes. A blast of sordid thoughts flooded his mind and sent an alarm through Cole's chest. It concerned him that his self-control, something he prided himself on, was being tested by this small woman. He was the one who took a giant step back. She hadn't agreed to a kiss, and he wasn't strong enough to be so close to temptation without wanting to touch her. Latoya's eyes glinted with confidence when he backed away, perhaps some part of her coming alive when she realized she had a little control over him. Once again, a rush of attraction hit his body. She wanted an explanation? Fine. He'd lay all his cards on the table. The truth is simple, he told Latoya. I want to date you. I want to hug and kiss you. I want you to spend the night at my place and wake up in my arms. I want to make breakfast for you and drop you off at work. In the future, I'd like to marry you. Her eyes widened.
You're so sure I'm the woman you want to marry?
From what I've seen so far. He dipped his chin in a silent yes. She laughed in disbelief.
This is the most you've ever spoken to me.
A headshake cut the laughter short.
And it's a marriage proposal. My first, by the way. So thanks for that.
You asked for a full explanation, he reminded her.
Don't get smart with me.
She wagged a finger in his direction. He caught it in his fist and tugged the digit closer. Tenderly laying his lips on the tip of her finger while staring into her eyes, Cole warned her, I'm not rushing into anything. I just want you to know where I stand. Her eyes focused on where he'd kissed her finger, and then she stared at him, mystified. Cole wondered if she was feeling the same electric current that was raging through his body. While you decide what you want, he moved into her space. I'm going after what I want.
You are so annoying.
A grin spread on his face and continued to grow when she glared at him. He was in so much trouble. Cole found Latoya enticing even when she was staring daggers at him. How was he going to survive falling harder for her? She sucked in a deep breath and seemed to have difficulty speaking. Her hand darted out to push him away.
I can't.
That's fine.
We can't.
That's different. He narrowed his eyes. But like I said, I'm not rushing into anything. Cole felt a lot more peace now that he'd announced his intentions. Would you like me to take you home? Latoya pursed her lips.
Just like that?
You wanted to catch a bus? He checked his watch. You still can. Then he lifted his narrowed eyes. Over my dead body.
You really play up that overprotective brother thing, don't you?
His lips quirked up because, even if he'd gotten doubly rejected tonight, first with his attempt to kiss her and then with his confession, Cole enjoyed Latoya's company too much to be disappointed. Are you hungry?
That depends on whether you're going to propose marriage again.
She said, walking past him to the door. Cole chuckled. You're cute when you're flustered.
That's rich, assuming your little routine actually got to me.
She tossed her hair over her shoulder.
How many girls have you seduced in that storage unit?
It's a shipping container, actually.
Oh.
Her eyes crackled with humor. He smiled. And you'd be the first.
Belizean girl?
Woman. Ever. He swung his key around his finger and casually played it off. So what would you like to eat tonight?
You're telling me you've never dated?
Latoya asked. Of course not. I've just never shown anyone what I do in my free time. He locked the container, making sure the door was secure.
Why not?
Her voice was quiet and a little less playful. He shrugged. I don't talk about myself too much.
Who would have guessed?
She laughed.
You should show this off more. Who wouldn't want to see something as cool as that?
Cole moved toward her. Careful. When you say things like that, it makes me want to kiss you. Could you try to restrain yourself? She burst out laughing. He watched her beaming face, wishing he could freeze this moment and keep it in his heart forever.
Don't you two look nice?
A drunken voice slurred to his left. Cole jumped into protection mode instantly, placing one hand in front of Latoya and pushing her to stand behind him. This area wasn't the safest, and, though no one had bothered him, he'd always been careful with his movements. Sneakers crunched against gravel and a figure rose from the side of the container. Cole's shoulders loosened when he recognized his brother's face. Leon. Voice snapping with displeasure, he scolded. What are you doing here?
So you two are really dating? For real?
You're drunk. I hope you didn't drive here.
I can't believe you'd do this to me, Cole.
Leon stumbled and almost fell on his face. Cole reached out and grabbed his brother. The stench of alcohol on his clothes nearly blew him back a step. He breathed through his mouth and helped Leon to settle against the car. Latoya. Cole glanced over his shoulder. I'm sorry. Can we get a rain check on dinner? I need to take him home. She opened her mouth to answer, but Leon burst out of his arms and started flailing his hands.
Exactly.
He bopped his chin.
We're family. We take care of our own. Nothing can get between us.
Leon pointed a finger at Latoya.
Not even you.
That's enough, Cole spit out through his teeth. Leon was drunk and acting stupid, so he kept talking.
If it comes down to choosing.
He laughed into Latoya's face.
Between me and you can bet he'll choose me.
Stop it, Cole hissed.
He'll choose me.
Leon sang as Cole dragged him away from Latoya.
You know what?
She said quietly.
I'd rather take the bus.
No, Toya, it's dangerous. Cole struggled to wrangle his drunk brother into submission, but Leon was flopping around like a fish out of water. Just let me deal with him and...
It's fine. Really.
Latoya hurried away. Latoya! She kept going. Leon made a heaving sound.
Cole, I think I'm gonna puke.
Cole wanted to release his brother and run after Latoya, but he couldn't. Leon was his responsibility. So he watched helplessly as the woman he wanted walked away while his brother puked all over his shoes.
Chapter 14. The next morning, Latoya dragged herself into Mahler's office and flopped into a chair. She'd slept horribly last night. The evidence lingered in the dark circles beneath her eyes and the heavy sighs that slipped past her lips. Mahler leaned over the desk and peered at her. You look like you got run over, Brown. Is Malika giving you that much trouble? She straightened. Huh? Oh, no. Malika's doing really well, sir. I haven't gotten any complaints about her behavior in weeks. Mahler snorted. She's lying low. That sneaky kid. Keep a close eye on her. I will, sir, but... Latoya chewed on her bottom lip. I believe there's a deeper reason Malika turned over a new leaf. Mahler grabbed a document from his desk and started cleaning his fingernails. And what is that? Latoya withheld her grimace, choosing to smile politely instead. They said it was easier to catch flies with honey rather than vinegar. Hopefully, this giant fruit fly in front of her could be trapped. She spoke in a soft voice. During Malika's first official meeting with the Montgomery representative, Mahler glanced up. You what? I told her I'd consider reestablishing her visitation rights so she could see her little brother. The paper dropped out of Mahler's hands. You mean the little brother she kidnapped and tried to sneak across the border? Latoya argued. She had her reasons, sir. Didn't you tell me that when you assigned me to her? Mahler grunted. I don't care if she had 1,000,000 reasons. That is illegal, and she is court-sanctioned to stay away from her little brother. Latoya scooted to the edge of her seat and pleaded, Don't you think that sentence is a little too harsh? I'm glad you've become Malika's advocate. Mahler wagged a finger at her. But I told you how high profile this case was. We can't take any risks. This needs to be clean, simple, and above board. Latoya answered firmly. I know, sir. I'm working on it, but telling Malika about her brother was the only way I could get her guard down and open her up to the process. You don't have the authority to make those kinds of promises. Mahler spit. An invisible band tightened around Latoya's head. She swallowed her panic, but she couldn't stop her hands from shaking. I'm always on the side of what's best for the child. Always. And I understand that Malika endangered her brother. Mahler's eyes were hard. So, you understand that such behavior has consequences. Sir, if you could just consider... He held up a hand, cutting her off swiftly. Thick lips sticking out like a child, Mahler croaked. I will not hear another word about this. What I do want to know is how things are coming along with the Montgomerys. I haven't heard anything from the foster parents. Have they given up on the process? No, sir, they haven't. Latoya pulled her hands together. They sank like a weight in her lap. Malika and I are going to meet with Vivian Montgomery today. She'll meet me after school. Good. Mahler's eyes darted away from her. That's it. You may leave. An ache in her throat, Latoya rose and took a step toward the door. Mahler called her back. Latoya. Yes, sir? She turned. His eyes were daggers aimed right at her face. I don't need to remind you how important this case is to the minister, do I? If you do anything to mess this case up, I will personally see to it that you never work in this field again. The threat landed and made her throat tight. Does he know about Leon? About Cole? Last night, she'd gotten the shock of her life. Cole wanted to date her, for real. That didn't sound above board. In fact, there was a 0% chance Mahler would approve of her getting personally involved with this family. If he ever found out, Mahler flicked open a file and began typing on his computer. Make sure you wrap this up nice and tidy, Latoya's tongue turned heavy in her mouth. She shuffled out of the office, and as soon as the door was locked, whirled around to send death glares through the wall. Who are you to snap at me? She whispered harshly to the silence, throwing a punch at the air. Do I work for the people of Belize or for a politician? After a beat, Latoya straightened, patted her curls down, and stomped down the hallway. When she got to the main room, she noticed a crowd around her desk. What's going on now? Latoya debated whether she had the mental capacity for more drama. She fondly remembered a time when her life was rather plain. No hot Asian men declaring their intentions to marry her. No evil supervisors threatening her job. No little girls putting their trust in her and changing their behavior because she'd made promises she couldn't keep. Latoya! Ganesha waved a dark hand in her direction. Latoya trekked closer to her desk. What are you guys doing? The crowd parted and opened a path to her cubicle. Latoya gasped when she saw what was on her table. An outrageous bouquet of tropical blooms, including birds of paradise and ginger flowers, overflowed from a basket. She'd never received a bouquet before, but Latoya knew on sight that this was a premium collection of flowers. How much money had the person paid for this, and why didn't they just send a check rather than gift her with something that would die in a few days? Do you have a boyfriend we don't know about? Ganesha, apparently the spokesperson for all the other social workers, crooned. Rather than answer, Latoya grabbed the note hooked to the bouquet. Dark and tan faces crowded around her, peering over her shoulder as if they had a personal stake in this delivery. Ahem? Latoya pressed the note to her chest. Can I get a little privacy? Ganesha frowned. Girl, don't be like that. Murmurs of agreement rose up from the others. Did you see who dropped it off? Latoya asked. Ganesha shrugged. Not sure, but who else would send you flowers if not your boyfriend? Cole? Was he already making good on his threat to date her for real? Her annoyance softened to appreciation. Latoya glanced at the bouquet, noting how beautiful it was. Each leaf was a fragile work of art. Floating to the desk, she pressed her nose to a bloom and inhaled. It smelled like grass. Not particularly fragrant, but it didn't matter. She could spray perfume on it later. Her lips inched higher. Who knew Cole was such a romantic? Look at her. Ganesha pointed to her face. She's grinning from ear to ear. I am not. Ganesha sighed loudly. When will I get a man who'll buy flowers for me? She swatted her coworker away and opened the note, confidently tossing her curls over her shoulder. Maybe when you're older and... Her words drifted into horrified silence when she caught sight of the words on the note. It read simply, I'm sorry about last night. And it was signed by Leon. A stone dropped into her stomach at the sight of his name. Why was Leon sending her flowers? Her phone buzzed with a text at that moment. Leon.
Did you get my flowers?
Ganesha crooned. Is that your boyfriend calling? No, it's not. She hauled the flowers and shoved them into Ganesha's hands. Here. Ganesha blinked rapidly. You're giving this to me? Do what you want with them. She rolled up Leon's note in her fist and threw it away. Next, she dropped into her seat and began furiously typing on her keyboard. Latoya tried her best to lose herself in the mountain of work on her desk, but the annoyance in her chest simmered like a pot dialed low on the stove. Later, she headed to Malika's school and waited outside. By the time the teenager walked out, Latoya's nerves were wrung so tight, she felt like a violin about to pop. Malika stopped short when she saw her. The little girl was dressed in a crisp white uniform with a green tie around the neck. Her hair, as usual, was a wild, frizzy mess atop her head. Malika's eyes narrowed on her.
What's with you?
I'm here to pick you up for your meeting with the Montgomerys. Her inner frustration made Latoya's voice harsh. Did you forget?
No.
The kid scrunched her nose.
What's your problem?
I don't have a problem, Latoya said quickly, maybe a little too quickly. Malika clutched her backpack with dark fingers.
You're being weird. Well, weirder than usual.
She inched closer to Latoya, grinning wickedly.
Let me guess. Your boss told you to keep me in check or you'd get fired.
Yes. No. Latoya rolled her eyes. We don't work like that. Her phone buzzed again. Leon.
Why haven't you answered me?
Latoya growled at the screen and tucked it into her pocket. The sun pummeled her like it had a personal issue. As usual, it was a scorching day in Belize, and the slight breeze that blew off the Caribbean Sea barely helped to ease her discomfort. Malika's smile widened.
Oh, I see. You have man trouble.
What do you know about man trouble, little girl?
I'm 13.
Malika said. as if that was supposed to convince her. Latoya huffed.
You shouldn't be so uptight all the time, Ms. Latoya. How are you supposed to get a boyfriend if you're always glaring at people?
Malika shook her head like a wise old man.
You're pretty, and you've got a great body. Guys should be lining up at the door.
Latoya peered suspiciously at the girl. Why are you in such a good mood today?
No reason.
Malika shrugged.
By the way, when do I get to see my little brother? I've been doing everything that cranky old lady at the group home tells me to do. If she complains about me, it's just because she hates me.
Guilt lodged in her throat and refused to leave. The thing is, Malika... Just then, a car across the street honked. Malika squealed in excitement.
Cole's here!
What? Latoya stiffened. Cole's shiny convertible made a U-turn and stopped right in front of them. The front door opened, and the man who'd made it impossible to sleep last night stepped toward her. Her eyes made a quick dip over his brawny arms and thick neck before she remembered that she was mad at him. Why was she mad? Latoya hadn't figured that out yet, but she was definitely miffed.
Hey,
Cole said, giving her a quiet nod. She ignored it. Malika glanced between them.
What's up with you two?
Nothing, Latoya blurted. There's nothing between us. Turning to Cole, she lifted her chin. What are you doing here? You're not supposed to be around Malika without me. His eyes went cool at her tone, but his voice did not betray any irritation when he said,
I knew you'd be here and I didn't want you catching the bus.
He glanced at Malika and offered her a smile.
Either of you.
Cole gave me his phone number in case I needed anything.
Malika hopped toward Cole and linked her arm with his.
So I told him to pick us up because I wanted to ride in his car again.
Malika! Latoya hissed, a scolding on the tip of her tongue.
Let's go!
Malika jerked Cole around and tugged him to the car. Cole glanced over his shoulder at her, his gaze inquisitive. Knowing when she was beat, Latoya firmed her lips and stomped over to his car.
Chapter 15. If looks could kill, Cole Montgomery would be dead. Not a peaceful death either. It would be hours of torture before Latoya finished him off. Cole adjusted his fingers on the steering wheel, chancing another look in the social worker's direction. Latoya sat stiffly in the front seat, her arms crossed over her chest as she stared straight ahead. At least she was no longer glaring a hole in his face. He tapped his fingers on the steering wheel. The front of the car was so cold that he didn't even need the air conditioning. At least Malika's nervous rambling covered the awkwardness. He glanced at the kid in the rearview mirror. Her hair expanded around her head in long, frizzy strands. Her eyes were unusually bright, and he would have called it excitement if she wasn't clutching her seatbelt like a life raft. Great. Cole had one royally ticked-off woman in his front seat and a panicking little girl in the back. How would he get out of this in one piece? He slowed the car in the hospital parking lot and took a deep breath. The door popped open, and Latoya stormed out of his convertible. Her angry movements drew his attention and made him cringe. Was she upset about what Leon said last night? Unfortunately, he hadn't had a chance to scold Leon about yesterday's antics. His brother snuck out before he'd woken up this morning. Cole wished he'd gotten Leon to apologize. Latoya was obviously mad about it. He licked his lips, watching her through the windshield as she stomped around the car and hauled the back door open.
Come on, Malika,
Latoya said firmly. The little girl remained seated. Latoya's first look was sharp until she saw Malika's expression. At once, her scowl softened and her voice turned gentle.
Malika?
Is she in there?
Malika's big brown eyes fell on him.
Your mom?
Yeah. She's not feeling too well, but she's really excited to meet you. To the point that she'd asked the hospital to decorate her room so it felt more welcoming to a child. She'd also gotten her hair dyed and changed into outside clothes. Malika gulped. Latoya crouched next to the car so she could get at the little girl's eye level.
You're just going to talk for a minute. As soon as you're ready to leave, you squeeze my hand and we'll go. Okay? I'll be right there next to you the whole time.
Malika bobbed her head, her gaze still steeped in terror. Latoya finally looked at him with something other than frustration, and Cole quickly pounced on an opportunity to help. "Why don't you go ahead and we'll stay in the car until Malika is ready?"
I can't leave her alone.
Latoya said. "I understand." He tilted his head. "How about you wait right there in the shade? Give us a few minutes."
Is that okay with you?
Latoya asked Malika. The little girl nodded so hard he wondered if her neck would snap. Latoya glanced at him and gave him a look that said,
Call me if you need me.
He dipped his chin as if to respond, "I will." Latoya closed the door and trotted into the shade. As usual, his eyes lingered on her. Cole was so incredibly drawn to that woman he couldn't help himself. A tiny sniffling sound drew his eyes to the back seat. Malika curled her legs up to her chest and rested her chin on her bony knees. She looked like a scared, frightened puppy. Cole studied her for a second before averting his gaze. "Believe it or not, I understand what you're feeling right now." She glanced up with tearful eyes.
You do?
"It's tough to keep hoping when you're scared things won't work out."
I don't want anything for me.
Malika's voice trembled despite her attempt at bravado.
I just need my brother, and that's it. I don't need anyone else.
"Your brother?" Cole's eyebrows hiked. He didn't remember his mom mentioning that Malika had a brother.
I'm only putting up with these people until I'm 18. In 5 years, I'm going to take Justin out of here. We're going far away from Belize, and we're never coming back.
Cole's heart twisted in his chest. I said the same thing. Even as a kid, I understood that things were bad in the orphanage. I wanted to run away, but I was all my little brother had. It stung my pride to suck up to the foreigners who came to see us, but I tried to be the perfect child. I had to do that so Leon and I could get out.
What happened?
No one picked me. I was too old. The sting of rejection had left its mark on his soul, and that wound began to throb as he relived the horror of his childhood. There's nothing worse than feeling unwanted. Cole lifted his head, and then I met my mom.
Mrs. Montgomery?
He dipped his chin. She took me and Leon in. She gave us a future and a lot of love. His measured stare fell on the little girl. It's okay to be scared. I was terrified moving to a new country where I didn't speak the language, where everyone looked so different. But my family had my back. He nodded. And I have yours. I promise.
Okay.
Malika unfurled her legs and sat up. The tension around her little shoulders seemed to loosen.
I guess I can give this one a shot.
She shrugged.
They can't be that bad if they raised you.
His lips curled up. Malika, did you just give me a compliment?
No.
She snorted and hopped out of the car. Still smiling, Cole followed the child to Latoya. Malika gestured to the hospital.
What are we waiting for? Let's go.
She's good now, Cole whispered in Latoya's ear. Latoya nodded stiffly, brushing him off. He frowned at her as she stomped ahead. He really needed to get that woman alone and figure out what was bothering her. Cole trailed the ladies up the stairs and into the hallway leading to his mother's room. Malika seemed calm enough, though she did hesitate a little before entering. Cole kept a close eye on her as he made the introductions. "Mom, this is Malika." He nodded to the woman sitting upright in the hospital bed. "Malika, this is Vivian,"
You can call me Viv if that's more comfortable.
his mother said, beaming.
Hi.
Malika waved. Ben's eyes began to mist at the mere sight of Malika. "Hi, it's so great to finally meet you,"
You too.
Malika said shyly. The tentative exchange reminded Cole of the first time he met Vivian and Ben Montgomery. Malika was much feistier than he'd been at her age, but he imagined she was going through a similar whirlwind of emotions. Ben turned his gaze to Latoya. "Nice to see you again."
You too.
She finally unleashed a smile, and though it wasn't directed at Cole, he got hit with the warmth of it.
Vivian, I wanted to bring you some chocolates when I came by, but I didn't have the time.
Oh, don't worry about that. You've brought me the greatest gift of all.
Her eyes shifted to Malika. Latoya's fond smile stole his heart right out of his chest. Did she have any right to look so beautiful? He stepped closer to her, needing to be near, even if he didn't really understand why. Latoya noticed and moved toward his dad.
Mr. Montgomery, how have you been?
Cole stopped short, his heart banging hard against his ribs. Did she just move away on purpose? Scowling at her back, he stuck his hands into his pockets and leaned against the wall, quietly observing everything. To his surprise, he noticed Malika inching toward Vivian. Unprompted, she sat in the chair beside his mother's hospital bed and then furtively glanced over her shoulder to peer at him. Cole pulled out his phone, pretending to be engrossed. Through the corner of his eye, he noticed Malika wordlessly placing her hand on top of Vivian's. The little girl said nothing, but Cole saw the impact it made on his mother. She curled her pale fingers around Malika's dark brown hand. A tearful smile crossed her face.
Knock, knock.
The hospital door slid open and Nurse Janet, one of the younger RNs in the hospital, poked her head through. Bright brown eyes slid to his and sparkled before she pranced into the room, swaying her hips for him to see. Cole's eyes lifted to the ceiling. He wouldn't pretend that the nurse wasn't attractive. She was. But he had another woman in his heart, a woman who was shooting him dark looks right this minute.
Wow.
Nurse Janet's chirpy tone grew louder.
Mrs. Montgomery, when I came in here to check you this morning, your blood pressure was out of whack. Now look at you. It's a perfect reading, almost like a miracle.
Cole folded his arms over his chest and shot Malika a proud look. This was no miracle. Malika had a calming effect on his mother. Somehow she'd known exactly what to do to put Vivian's mind at ease. Maybe it was the nurturer inside her. Now that Cole knew Malika had a younger brother that she wanted to protect, her extreme maturity made perfect sense. Nurse Janet made eye contact as she sashayed toward him.
Hey, Cole.
He nodded at her, his gaze moving to Latoya again. She pretended not to notice them, but he could see her eyes narrowing.
Your mom is doing great.
That's fantastic, Ben said, forcing Latoya to acknowledge them too.
I'm really glad.
Latoya cleared her throat. The nurse moved into him.
We should celebrate. How about a drink in your mother's honor?
She cast Vivian a pretty smile.
Since you're still not allowed to have alcohol...
Though the invitation seemed to be extended to everyone, it was clear to Cole that Nurse Janet had officially asked him out. It was clear to Ben, too, because his face turned red and he cast a dismayed look at Latoya. Cole remained silent, letting the quiet stretch awkwardly.
Well...
Nurse Janet gave a nervous chuckle. Ben jumped in like the retired hostage negotiator that he was. Steering the nurse by the arm, he ushered her into the hallway. Do you mind answering a couple questions about the pressure pills the doctor recommended? They seem to have a few ingredients I don't understand.
Sure.
Nurse Janet slammed Cole with one more desperate look before she disappeared. Cole pushed off the wall and strode closer to Latoya. Let's go, he demanded in a quiet voice.
I'm not going anywhere with you.
Latoya hissed, her nostrils flaring. Mom, Cole said loudly, we'll be right back.
No problem, dear,
Vivian said, giving him an encouraging grin. Malika's expression looked equally playful, and he knew the little girl had caught on to what was going on between him and Latoya. Cole didn't care. She was family anyway. Without warning, Cole took Latoya's hand firmly. You want to do this the easy way or the hard way?
What's the hard way? You throw a burlap sack over my face?
No. We talk about last night right here. His eyes snapped to Malika, in front of an audience. Latoya's mouth went slack.
You wouldn't.
He would. Cole was done tiptoeing around her bad attitude. It was time they get everything out in the open, right here, right now.
Chapter 16. Cole swaggered down the hospital hallway, drawing plenty of eyeballs as he moved with stiff determination. Latoya understood the fascination with staring at him. Even when the giant man was standing still, he emitted a cold charisma that was impossible to ignore. Unfortunately, she wanted to ignore him. In fact, she'd love to ignore everything about him. Starting with that head of silky black hair and those sharp eyes that could simmer with heat or go ice cold on a dime. And she really wanted to ignore those beefy arms that flexed beneath his simple t-shirt. But nothing in life went according to her wishes, and Cole's grip on her didn't seem to be loosening any time soon. Latoya tugged her arm. "Where are we going?" Cole glanced over his shoulder, his brow troubled and his lips tight. As expected, he didn't respond. Latoya returned his frustrated look in full. Why did she bother communicating with this guy? He was chatty with everyone but her. Cole took a left, weaving her through the doctors, nurses, and patients in their path. Did he have any idea where they were going? Latoya wasn't familiar with this wing of the private hospital, as it was reserved for VIP clients. Whenever she came here, she stuck to the general ward, or, more suitably, the normal people ward. Cole pressed the button for an elevator and ushered her into it. When the doors closed around them, he let go of her hand. She massaged her wrist. "Say what you have to say quickly. I don't want Malika to run while I'm gone."
She's not going to run,
Cole said, with a certainty that she found extremely annoying. "And how do you know that?"
because you don't run when you find a home.
His eyes bore into hers.
You don't run from love.
Latoya bristled. He'd obviously never met her then. She'd had enough of love to last a lifetime and was conditioned to run on sight. Cole turned away from her, his eyes never leaving the digital numbers changing on the screen. He held himself straight and frigid. His eyes squinted angrily until they almost looked like they were closed. Latoya glared at his back. What is he angry about? He's the one who flirted with that nurse in front of me. She gritted her teeth at the memory. Cole didn't seem to mind having the nurse's attention. The jerk. Hadn't he just declared his intentions to date her yesterday? Had he forgotten already? The elevator stopped and the doors opened. Cole took her hand again. She shook him off. "I can get there on my own." He released her and marched into the sunlight. Latoya had expected him to haul her into a dank storage closet for privacy, but, to her surprise, they stepped outside on the hospital roof. She was almost certain they weren't allowed up here, but such questions got stolen away by the stunning view. Bright blue skies looked close enough to touch. Fluffy clouds sailed by, unhurried and at ease. The Caribbean Sea glittered a sharp turquoise in the distance. Fronds from towering coconut trees waved hello. The view wasn't the only pretty sight to behold. A rooftop garden sprawled in front of her, filled with pruned bushes and bright blooms. Cole drew near to the edge of the roof. She followed him tentatively, still stunned that such a place existed in the hospital. He pressed his hand behind his back and spoke to the wind.
What's wrong? Why are you angry with me?
I don't have to explain anything to you. She scoffed, instantly reclaiming her earlier irritation. His sharp eyes swung to her. The moment their gazes connected, heat swelled inside her belly, catching her by surprise.
Is this because of what Leon said?
Cole studied her intently, as if she was one of those tiny houses he was trying to figure out. No.
Then?
I don't know. The words blew out of her, carried on the wings of conflicting emotions. As his stare intensified, so did the churning in her gut. I don't know what's wrong,
Let's talk about last night then.
he said. There's nothing to talk about.
I need to explain what Leon.
You don't owe me anything. She slashed her hand through the air. Being with Cole right now was far too confusing. When she looked at him, Latoya felt overwhelmingly frustrated, flustered, and fearful. What exactly was she afraid of? She had no idea. But after last night, when Leon drunkenly taunted her about Cole's loyalty to his family, she'd walked away, sensing that maybe her ex was telling the truth. She and Cole barely knew each other. Whatever she was feeling, it wasn't strong enough to break up a family. And she didn't want to do that. She didn't want complicated in her personal life when her professional one was rife with issues. And she certainly didn't need another headache from the Montgomery siblings. One brother was enough stress for a lifetime,
Toya.
Cole said, and just the timbre of his voice caused a shiver of delight over her skin. Her eyes moved to his and then fell away. Cole was still staring at her, as intense and focused as ever, but his expression seemed curious rather than angry. Unsettled, she stared at his t-shirt. This whole fake dating thing has gotten a little more complicated than I expected.
Complicated?
His mouth pulled to the side in amusement.
Latoya, I haven't even started yet.
His eyes were the color of pure honey in the sunshine. Weirdly, she'd always thought his eyes were black. She was wrong. Her heart fluttered. You can't say things like that.
Why not?
Because it's weird. She thought of Mahler's warning in his office. Because if anyone finds out that any of this is happening, I could lose everything. His tone was gentle.
Do you really want me to stop?
She shifted on her feet, hating that he had thrown the ball back in her court. Stop what? You're the one who said we haven't even started. This time, his smile unfurled in all its glory, and it rivaled the sun. She was afraid to stare directly at it because it was just that magnificent. Cole moved closer. His attention drifted over her face, and his smile grew tender.
I'm sorry.
Her heart stuttered.
I'm sorry that I can't stop thinking about you. I'm sorry that I want to spend every minute I can with you. I'm sorry if that makes your life complicated and uncomfortable.
Why do I get the feeling this apology isn't going to change anything? She felt a wistful smile tugging on her lips. Do you mean any of that?
I do.
The words were accompanied with a dip of his chin.
But I can't stop, Toya.
Cole. His name escaped on an exhaled breath. The air around them was shifting, sharpening. The winds grew stronger, tugging at her curls and the starched hem of her blouse. A storm crept on the horizon, but the near threat of rain was not powerful enough to steal her gaze away from Cole's. Her mind turned to memories of last night. His lips against her finger had been soft and firm, hot and velvet. A study in contrasts. The memories expanded her chest, falling heavy and full in her belly and making her nearly liquid with longing. He'd teased her by kissing her finger. What would it be like to taste his lips? The silence was charged, and Cole was the first to break it.
Whether you believe it or not, I care about you, and that's not going to change, no matter what happens.
She blinked at him, trying to steel herself against his sweet words. And failing. Hard. I want to kiss him, she thought in surprise. But she shouldn't, so she tried to make an escape. Good talk. Latoya cleared her throat, her eyes gliding away from his. We should head back now. She turned on her heels, intending to stalk off, and get far away from what would be, she knew, her second biggest mistake. But the absolute worst thing that could happen in that moment did. In her haste, Latoya tripped, just like the leading ladies in every K-drama ever. She teetered on her feet. A frantic squeal flew from her lips, and she closed her eyes, bracing for the moment the ground slapped her in the face. Except that moment never came. Cole grabbed one flailing arm and hauled her into his chest. Her head smacked against his torso. He tried to keep them both upright, but gravity had too much of a hold. They both crashed to the ground. She landed on Cole's chest while he took the brunt of her fall. His pained grunt hit her ears and made her scramble to check on him. Latoya's voice escaped on a high pitch. "Cole, are you okay?"
"I'm fine,"
he said, dazed. Her eyes cut through his, throwing beams of concern. "You should have let me fall." Latoya's heart thumped so hard she was sure he could hear it. "You should have—" Cole lifted his hands and placed them on her face.
"I won't ever let you fall, Latoya, so don't ask me to do something I can't."
He was so lovely, even if he didn't feel real. Transfixed, Latoya stared at him. Paying no heed to the alarm bells in her head, she suddenly leaned down and brushed her lips against Cole. His eyes widened in shock, and he froze beneath her, his hands stilling on her face. But that pause only lasted for a second before he responded to the kiss enthusiastically. Gripping her waist to keep her on top of him, Cole moved in to deepen the kiss. It was the hottest lip lock in her life, and she moaned, shocked by how expertly he was moving his mouth over hers. Cole let out a little growl that sounded way too self-satisfied for her tastes. Unfortunately, calling him out on it would require pushing her mouth off his, and Latoya had no intentions of doing that. She'd been thinking about his piercing stare, sultry lips, and muscular body all night. The pressure of his mouth on hers was far more divine than anything she'd allowed herself to imagine, and she wanted more. Cole's free hand slipped up her back, pressing her body into his as he traced the curve of her spine with his palm. Latoya's mind went crazy with signals that jumped from, "Get his pants off," to "What on earth am I doing?" She dialed down the doubts and turned up the crazy side that was screaming for more. Her nails clamored on Cole's shoulders, searching for purchase as she centered herself on him. For his part, he understood exactly what she wanted and pressed his hands under her, cupping her bum as he straightened until they were sitting upright. Latoya did not stop kissing him while he moved, though she did give him a little break by turning her attentions to his ear and the column of his neck. He smelled like mint and money, if such a fragrance were even possible. Something vibrated against her pocket while she was sticking her tongue down his throat. It took her a moment to realize it was her phone and that she should probably stop for a minute. Cole eased her back, his eyes at half-mast.
"Go ahead."
She wrapped her arms around his neck, struggling to find her footing when her entire body had turned to jello. "I will." His thumb caressed her cheek, and one corner of his lips tilted up. She noted his expression, and a hint of panic crept into her stomach. Had that just happened? Reality threw a bucket of ice over her, chasing all the liquid heat from the kiss. Latoya scrambled off Cole's body, horrified. "What have I done?"
Chapter 17. As soon as Latoya slapped him with that terrified stare, Cole grimaced and picked himself up. He had whiplash. Going from Latoya rubbing all over him to a now frigid stare messed with his brain. Cole gave her the distance that panicked expression demanded of him. It wasn't like he could do much right now anyway. Not after that kiss. He needed a rest and recovery period just to function. Just to talk his body down from grabbing Latoya again. Cole knew he'd just unlocked a new level of obsession. Latoya's soft lips were what dreams were made of, and the way her body sank into his made him want to touch, nibble, and bite the softest parts of her. Cole's fingers were greedy, so was his mouth. But satisfaction was not in the cards. At least not right now. Latoya's heels clicked on the roof as she sauntered away to answer her still ringing cell phone. Her voice drifted into the air.
Yes, sorry. I was busy.
The heavy rooftop door flung open and then banged shut, leaving him alone with the sun, the view, and the slime of confusion dripping down his shoulders. What was that? His eyes fixed on the floor where he'd caught Latoya when she tripped. That had definitely happened. His chest was still aching from where she'd landed on him, and his body was still roaring from her sliding against his hard length. He ran a hand through his hair. She'd kissed him. So why did she look at him like he was the one who pounced on her? Cole's breathing began to even, though it hadn't completely returned to normal. He doubted he could ever really get back to normal after a kiss like that. He moved off the rooftop and stepped thoughtfully into the elevator, his mind centered around a stubborn social worker who swung hot and cold. Just then, Cole's phone vibrated and he saw that it was a call from Leon. He stuffed a hand into his pocket, debating whether he should ignore his brother or answer the call. The phone went silent for a second before it started vibrating again. Leon was being persistent. With a sigh, Cole answered, "If you're calling with an excuse for why you didn't show up today, I don't want to hear it."
After last night, I thought it would be better to give Latoya some space.
Cole sidestepped a slow-moving patient with a cane, nodding politely as he passed. "I understand that." He paused so a flurry of doctors and nurses could rush past. "But this is the first opportunity to meet Malika. Mom wanted you here."
She's going to be around all the time when this foster care business goes through. It's not like I'm never going to see her.
Leon brushed off his concerns.
You overthink things.
And you're too impulsive. He growled.
You're talking about last night.
That's something we need to discuss face to face.
I told her I was sorry.
Leon whined. Cole froze in front of his mother's hospital room. What do you mean?
Latoya.
Leon's voice got scratchy.
I sent her a text and some flowers to tell her I was sorry.
Cole's vision turned red. His lungs burned like it was getting scalded by hot water, and he wanted to punch something, or more specifically, his brother. What the hell? His displeasure escaped on a curse and an intense agony churned in his stomach. Why would you send her flowers?
Because I want to start over.
Start what over? Cole dug his fingers into the cell phone, glaring into the distance as if his brother was right in front of him.
Our relationship,
Leon said calmly, like he had a right to even utter those words. Jealousy pinched his gut. He fought to keep his emotions away from the conversation, but he couldn't stay calm when the topic at hand was Leon going after Latoya. Again.
I realized that I never really gave us a chance.
Leon spoke in a casually rehearsed manner.
And I think I owe it to us both to really explore our connection.
If you're doing this just to punish me?
Punish you for what?
Leon laughed.
You went after my ex first, Cole. Don't act so high and mighty now.
She's not a trophy we're about to fight over, Leon. He growled. Cole peered through the window pane in the frosted hospital door. Malika was still sitting next to his mother, though they were chatting excitedly to one another now. His gaze drifted over them and fixed on Latoya. Everything about her drew him in, her lips, her eyes, her body, his temptation. Latoya was so much more than just a stunning woman, and he wanted to do so much more than just play around with her. He hadn't been gunning for a kiss on the rooftop. His only intention was to clear the air and figure out what her hard looks were about. But after one kiss, Just that one amazing kiss. Cole knew for certain that he would never give Latoya up, especially not to his irresponsible brother. She deserved to be pampered, respected, and adored. As much as Cole loved Leon, he'd been spoiled by Vivian and Ben all his life. He didn't know how to put anyone but himself first. "Back off, Leon," Cole warned.
Or what?
His younger brother taunted. Cole gritted his teeth and ended the call. Reeling with frustration, he charged into the hospital room. Latoya and Malika were just saying their goodbyes. Ben was absent, which probably meant he was badgering the doctor on his mom's behalf again. Cole figured Vivian would want to speed up the process and go home quickly after meeting Malika.
I can't wait to see you both again.
Vivian said, beaming a smile. "You're leaving?" Cole burst into action and fished his keys from his pocket. "Let me take you back." Malika bounced on the tips of her toes, but Latoya held up a hand.
No need.
Cole reeled to a stop. Malika's confused gaze darted to him.
You should stay with your mother.
Latoya said firmly.
Ben stepped out to speak to the doctor.
Latoya, I'm perfectly fine staying here by myself.
Latoya smiled at Vivian.
We want you to get well soon, and that means doing our part now, so that can happen. We'll be fine.
She strong-armed the door and gestured to Malika.
Come on.
But I wanted to ride in the convertible.
Malika mumbled. Latoya gave her a sharp look and ushered the little girl out of the hospital room. Cole took a step toward them, wondering if he should insist on taking them home, but Latoya slammed the door shut and ran away. He sucked in a deep breath and gave her space. When he glanced at his mother, he caught her eyeing him intently. Cole really hated when she did that. There were times when it felt like she could see everything he was trying to hide. Are you okay? Cole slid into the seat Malika had been occupying. Do you need water or anything?
You really like her, don't you?
His heart lurched, but he decided to play it safe. Who? Malika? Yeah, I love her. She's smart and sweet.
I meant Latoya.
Gray clouds swirled in the sky outside his mother's window, his eyes fixed on the approaching storm. Had Latoya gotten out already? He didn't think she was carrying an umbrella.
I was scared, you know.
Vivian wrapped pale arms around herself.
When I heard that Leon was engaging in the same behavior again.
She shuddered.
And then you were also involved this time.
I'm not like Leon, Mom. I don't play those games.
I know.
She smiled softly at him.
Which is why I was so confused by what was going on. At first, I thought you'd only expressed interest in Latoya to teach him a lesson.
Maybe that's how it started out, but...
But you've fallen in love for real?
Love? Was it love? Cole didn't throw around words like that easily. He'd seen love in action. It was a woman with pale skin and blue eyes who plucked him out of an orphanage and gave him a second chance. It was a man with a kind smile who taught him how to work hard for everything he wanted. He'd felt hot for plenty of women, and if that feeling was love, he didn't think it was all that powerful. I want to make her life better, he explained, his eyes darting to the window again. It was starting to drizzle. His fingers curled around the armchair as he resisted the urge to spring out of his seat and go after Latoya. I want to protect her and make her smile. I want her to be happy, and I want to be the one who makes her happy. Vivian started to laugh. Cole's eyes jerked to his mother. What's so funny?
I'll be fine.
She waved him away.
Go.
His lips curled up. Are you sure? Just then, the door opened and Ben strode through. Is Malika gone already? His eyes turned sad. I didn't get to say goodbye.
You'll see her again.
Vivian bobbed her head. Cole shot to his feet.
Wait!
Vivian called him back.
Ben, can you give Cole the umbrella you brought from home?
Where's he going in all this rain? Ben asked, handing the item to him with a confused look.
To protect someone he loves?
Vivian answered. It was all Cole heard before he burst out into the hallway and sprinted to the elevators. It was occupied. He gritted his teeth, too impatient to wait for the elevator to arrive. Whirling around, Cole blew through the emergency exits and hurried down the stairs. He caught sight of Latoya's uniform shirt. She was standing outside the hospital doors. Her dark hands hovered over her head, and she leaned forward, preparing to rush into the rain. Cole's heart pounded in his chest and time seemed to slow. He sprinted to her and, before she could take a step, unfurled the umbrella over her head. Latoya froze in shock before glancing up. Her eyes darted over the umbrella first. Wrinkles formed between her eyebrows and pulled her dark forehead taut. His gaze fell on her upturned face, and he swore the moment felt like something out of a movie. The memory of touching her soft face and kissing her lips surfaced again. Beneath the umbrella, they were the only two people in the world. Malika huddled closer to Latoya, trying to get under the brim of the umbrella.
Can you stop gazing into each other's eyes for a second? Cole, you got another umbrella?
No. Cole's voice escaped low and husky. He shook his head to clear the haze, feeling as if he'd emerged from a dream. Latoya pulled away from him.
What are you doing here? I told you we were fine without you.
But I'm not fine leaving you. He didn't care how the words sounded or what she made of them. It's raining. Slipping his hand in hers, Cole tilted the umbrella. My car is this way. I'll put the top up and take you home.
Chapter 18. No way! An umbrella in the rain moment? Like in the K-dramas? Giselle squealed. Latoya plugged her ears so her friend's shrieking didn't burst an eardrum. It wasn't like that. Liar. Yolanda blew on her long red nails. Latoya slanted her a dark look. I had to share with Malika. The little girl hadn't been enthusiastic about getting wet and kept tugging on the umbrella, resulting in all of them getting doused. We muddied up Cole's car, too. That's less romantic. Giselle pulled down her pink t-shirt and pressed both feet against the fluffy rug in her living room. But it still counts as an epic moment in your relationship. We don't have a relationship. I'm single, remember? Yes, but for how long? Giselle wiggled her eyebrows and pulled her yenta cushion closer to her chest. Just admit you and Cole have a thing, Yolanda said flippantly. It's not a thing. Latoya shook her head, pushing the memory of her kiss with Cole straight out of her mind. We're not a thing. You so are, Yolanda mumbled. Latoya grabbed a nearby cushion to smack her, but Yolanda recoiled. Don't mess up my hair. Tonight, her friend wore a sleek pantsuit, pearl earrings, and white heels. I just got it done. Latoya flopped back into the couch and stared at the ceiling. You guys know I can't do this. Tell me why you can't give him a chance. Giselle insisted, a hand on her hip. Apart from the fact that he's your ex's brother. Yolanda offered in a crisp voice, wrapping her manicured fingers around a wine glass. Giselle scrunched her nose. And, Yolanda added, you're placing a child in his family. Giselle glared at Yolanda and hissed, You're not helping. Sorry. Yolanda lifted a shoulder in a half-hearted shrug. With a mischievous smile, she dug her fingers into the bowl of popcorn and pushed it all into her mouth. Giselle huffed. Latoya, I know Leon messed you up. He did more than that, Gis. Latoya glanced at the television screen. They'd paused a music video in the middle of Gen 10's group chorus. The Korean artists were all smiling prettily at the screen, looking like angels in pastel. What's wrong? Giselle asked, her eyes searching Latoya's face. Latoya clutched her hands together and admitted to the ugly truth. After what happened with Leon, it made me wonder about myself. Yolanda scrunched her nose. That wasn't your fault. He was the scumbag. I agree. Latoya cleared her throat. But I have to take some responsibility. For what? Giselle folded her scrawny arms over her chest. Looking seconds away from smacking her across the head, Latoya stared at her feet. Her nail polish was chipped in places, and she averted her eyes. I keep wondering if I clung to Leon so hard back then because I liked him or because I just liked the idea of being with an Asian guy. You're saying you only dated him for his race? Giselle licked her lips. That doesn't sound like you. It's not. Latoya scrubbed her fingers over her forehead. But I can't help thinking of how stupid I was with him. I made a fool of myself, and although I don't open up easily with Leon, I wanted to be his girlfriend so badly that I walked past all the red flags. Honey, you can't blame that on some kind of reverse prejudice. Being a fool for love has nothing to do with race. Yolanda scooted to the edge of her seat and draped an arm over Latoya's shoulders. Tay-Tay's daddy is blackety-black, and I was crazy for him too. Men drive us insane sometimes. Yeah, but what if I make the same mistake twice? Giselle's eyes softened. You're scared that you'll miss the red flags with Cole? To be honest, when Leon ghosted me, I wasn't that surprised. I was hurt and ashamed, but I didn't really believe it would work out. Giselle's voice climbed. Why not? You know, because we're different. Giselle cringed. Now, right after Leon, here comes Cole, and he's claiming I'm all that and a bag of chips. And you're afraid he's Leon 2.0? Yolanda firmed her lips. That moment with the umbrella yesterday really did feel like a movie. She groaned at the ceiling. But the truth is, I'm not living in a K-drama. Life isn't perfect, but he could be perfect for you. Giselle said gently. You won't know unless you give him a shot. Don't give her hope like that. Yolanda snapped. Giselle lifted her chin stubbornly. Latoya is the most generous, kind, and giving person in the world. She deserves to find someone who will treat her like the queen she is. But what's the likelihood of that? Like, realistically? Giselle glared at Yolanda. Yolanda glared back, passionately defending her stance. It's best to lower our expectations now and realize that love isn't slow walks in the park and holding hands on the beach. We get a couple months of bliss before it falls apart. Giselle huffed. You sound so jaded. Latoya calmed her friends down. I think what Yolanda is trying to say is that when something feels too good to be true, it probably is. To Giselle, she explained, Look, I know you don't see it that way because you're with a guy who worships the ground you walk on, but that's not the norm for most of us. This is not about me and West. Giselle folded her arms over her chest. Just because I'm in a good relationship now doesn't disqualify me from sharing my opinion. Yolanda cut in. But you don't understand the struggle, and that's okay. Why are you getting so upset about this? We always keep it real here. I'm upset because you're both giving up before you start, and I think that's unfair to you. Latoya frowned. If I expect a K-drama kind of love, I may never meet a guy. Okay, so what? Then you stay single. Being desperate for a guy is why women accept jerks and put up with disrespectful behavior. Giselle lectured. And having unrealistic expectations is why women fall for a guy's fronting, not realizing that he's really a menace underneath it all. Yolanda argued. What's your point? My point is, if a guy isn't willing to put you first, and make you feel like the most precious thing in his life, he doesn't deserve you anyway. If a guy does put you first, it's not always because he's shady. It's because he's doing what he's supposed to. Fire burning in her eyes, Giselle stabbed a finger at her. I'm tired of this narrative that all we can look forward to is drama and heartbreak in romance. Why do we have to expect complicated, half-committed love? Why can't we be swept off our feet, pampered, and given the world without giving our left lung to experience it? Just because we're strong Black women, do we have to be beaten down, disrespected, and insulted? Just because we can take on the world, does that mean we have to bear the pain until we die? Yolanda's lips twitched. Girl, get off your damn soapbox. We get it, all right. You're happy with West. Giselle visibly sucked in a deep breath and closed her eyes. All I want is for you guys to be happy too. It doesn't work that way, Gis. Latoya squeezed her friend's hand. I understand that some people hide their true colors until it's too late. And I totally agree with being cautious because you don't want to jump in now and find out he's a jerk later. Like Leon. Yolanda coughed. Sorry. Had a little itch in my throat. Latoya laughed. Giselle's big brown eyes swerved to her. Be careful and go slow if you need to test Cole and make sure he's real. Just don't close the door on someone you have a connection with simply because he's a certain race. That's the same as choosing to date someone purely on their race too. You deserve the fairy tale romance. Her gaze shifted to Yolanda. You both do. And it doesn't matter to me what the color of the guy's skin is, as long as he treats you well. Latoya jumped on Giselle and gave her a big hug. You're adorable. Screw it. I don't mind getting this outfit wrinkled. Yolanda set her wine glass on the table. I'm coming in, girls. They squealed and laughed as Yolanda collided into them, squeezing Latoya in the middle. She closed her eyes in her friend's warm embrace. Though her stomach still flipped with uncertainty, she knew everything was going to be all right.
Chapter 19. Cole liked the structure of a well-laid plan when it was regarding his car dealership or his hobby of turning shipping containers into tiny houses, not when it pertained to possibly breaking the law. Latoya sat across from him, sipping on a frappe. The wind tugged at her thick hair. Below them, choppy waves slammed on the rocks heading out to sea. In the distance, cruise ships hunkered like shadowy ghosts and yachts bobbed a little closer. Cole set his drink on the seawall and turned to face Latoya completely. You want me to break Malika's brother out of the orphanage? Her eyes narrowed.
First of all, it's not an orphanage. It's a children's home.
She waved a finger.
Next, you're not breaking him out. You're taking him for one day. It's a program our department created to encourage foster care.
Yes, he brought his eyes back to stare into hers. But you want me to take him out specifically to meet someone he's not supposed to. Latoya pushed out her bottom lip and batted her eyelashes.
Is that a no?
Damn, this woman had him wrapped around her pinky finger and she couldn't care less. What exactly do you need me to do? Cole asked. She threw her arms high, celebrating with a little dance. Cole could only stare, transfixed, as Latoya beamed with joy. She was wearing her starched uniform top, but it had been paired with a skirt instead of jeans. Her dark legs were bare to her knees, and her heels added a couple inches to her petite frame.
This is going to be epic,
Latoya said, rubbing her hands together.
Malika will be so surprised.
He leaned against the wall and studied her. What'll I get for helping? Latoya went still.
The joy of knowing you made a difference in a child's life?
Cole scratched his chin, squinting into the wind as if contemplating whether that would be enough.
What do you want then?
Cole glanced at her and realized she was standing too far away. Taking hold of her hand, he tugged Latoya closer until she was right in front of him. Her body tightened at his touch, but he didn't do more than hold her, and she visibly relaxed. Cole rubbed his thumb against her knuckles and inhaled the salty air. "How was your day?"
What?
Her jaw dropped as if he'd asked her to strip naked and jump into the Caribbean Sea. He nodded, his eyes locked on hers. "How was it?"
Why are you asking me that?
"Because I'm curious." He noted the way her brown eyes widened. "I want to know more about you. What you like and what you don't. What makes you tick, what makes you smile." He cocked his head to the side. "What makes you angry or sad?"
So you can do those things?
"So I can avoid it." He kept his expression carefully hidden so she wasn't scared off, but Cole was desperate to know everything she kept inside. Latoya didn't pull her hand away, but she didn't answer him either. "Well," he pushed, his eagerness bursting to the forefront. Finally, she stammered,
Why aren't you asking me about the kiss?
"Because I already know what you'll say." A wrinkle appeared above her nose and her eyes darted between his. She lifted her chin.
And that is?
That it meant nothing. He faced the Caribbean Sea again, fighting his smile. That it was spur of the moment, a stupid impulse that we should forget it.
You don't know I'd say that.
She mumbled, kicking at a loose rock near her heels. "I'd bet money on it," he countered. Latoya sucked in a deep breath and slanted him a confused look.
Why are you doing this?
"Doing what?" She pointed to the hand locked on hers.
Holding on to me even though I'm not holding back.
"Because you might hold on someday." From the moment Cole met her, he'd wanted her, on a plain and physical level. Her curvy body and that short halter-top dress had shaken something in him, some dormant beast that roared with hunger at the sight of her. But his intrigue had evolved beyond her body. It started when he found out she was a social worker, and then he saw her in action around Malika, and more of his heart shed its layers. He loved her energy, especially when she devolved into that sassy backtalk. All their interactions had shown him she was someone he could spend hours with and not get tired. Another confession was too much for her right now, especially since she seemed so tentative around him after the kiss. His brain muddled when he searched for a tamer way to share his feelings, so Cole kept his mouth shut. But his thoughts must have shown in his gaze because Latoya suddenly glanced away.
Don't look at me like that, Cole. You're killing me.
He squeezed her hand. Being around this woman was intoxicating, and each encounter made him want her more. How had he turned into this obsessed version of himself? Latoya had him questioning his mental stability. Whether or not it made sense, he knew one thing. Cole wanted nothing more than to make her feel as cherished as possible. "I'm still waiting to hear how it went," he nudged her.
It was okay.
She looked out over the view.
Actually, today was kind of hard on all of us.
"What happened?"
One of our mentally ill clients passed away.
She smiled fondly, but her voice broke as she shared,
He was a little person, and he had no family. He lived in one of the homeless shelters that I work in.
She cleared her throat.
Everyone knew him because he used to dance in front of this huge furniture store every day. They had these big speakers, playing dance hall and soca music to entice customers.
Her dark eyes glistened like she was seeing it play out in front of her.
No matter who you were, you smiled whenever you saw him. He was just a bundle of joy, despite living in circumstances that would have made anyone else give up.
"I'm sorry." Cole drew Latoya into his chest and rubbed her shoulder. Seeing her in pain made him feel like his own heart was being squeezed to within an inch of its life. She shook her head and said,
I'm fine.
Cole could see right through that. "It's okay to admit you're not."
People die.
She shrugged.
It's a part of life.
Grieving is a part of life, too.
I've seen enough horrible things in my line of work that one person dying of natural causes is something I can handle.
Just because you've been exposed to the worst in humanity doesn't make you immune to being hurt. He cradled her sweet face and stroked a thumb over her jaw. It's okay to be vulnerable sometimes. Latoya watched him intently. Her eyes reflected the sunshine, and he was close enough to see the smattering of tiny moles on her temple. He wanted to kiss each and every one. Cole stood motionless, struggling with restraint. Latoya's eyes were so pretty. Her face was pretty. Everything about her was absolutely beautiful. As loud and aggressive as she acted, he saw the fragile woman beneath. Their breaths mingled as Latoya stepped a little closer to him. He dug his fingers into her hips, keeping them there in a desperate attempt to stop them from roaming. To his surprise, she rose on the tips of her toes and brushed her lips against his. The warmth of her touch exploded in his chest and seeped down to his arms, his stomach, and then further south. Cole wanted to slip his hand under her shirt and make her forget her pain, but he realized that she needed tenderness more than she needed his groping. He cupped her chin with one hand, angling her head so he could press his lips firmly against her mouth. It wasn't a hungry, "I'm going to get you naked" kiss. It was a calm, "I'll be here for you" kiss. And he felt the moment Latoya sucked in a sharp breath. Her shock fluttered through her body and reflected in her eyes when she opened them. Their gazes connected for a moment. He saw a flicker of distress before she hauled herself back and turned away with a groan.
You're driving me insane, Cole.
She paced away from him, her heels clipping the cobblestones.
Why do you keep saying sweet things like that?
He would have laughed at her words if she didn't look so serious. Latoya was genuinely grappling with their connection. Cole knew it was something she had to reason through herself and so kept quiet, choosing instead to let her work it out. But Latoya would have none of that.
Answer me.
She frowned in his direction.
What exactly do you want from me? Why are you trying so hard to...
Her eyes narrowed.
If this is just about Leon, I'll go along with you. I'll do everything you want me to do in front of your family. I don't have a problem with that. So could you stop messing with my head?
I've told you already. What's between us has nothing to do with my brother. She folded her arms over her chest.
I can't do this.
So you've said.
I have a lot riding on Malika's placement. And then there's Leon.
I understand. He drew closer to her, noticing when she shivered a little as his chest brushed against her arm. That's why I don't expect anything more than for you to stand there. Just stand there, and I'll be the one chasing you. She squeezed her eyes closed.
You and those sweet words.
Cole almost smiled. What was this feeling in his chest? Was it heartburn? Honestly, Cole didn't recognize himself anymore. Latoya Brown had driven him completely out of his mind. Here she was, softly rejecting him for the 100th time, and he couldn't be happier simply because she was in front of him. I'm being honest, but if you still think I'm lying, I guess I have more convincing to do. He dropped his voice to a husky whisper, insinuating exactly the kind of convincing he was interested in. Her lips twitched.
Slow down, Montgomery. You might be greeting me from a jail cell if we don't pull this off right.
Latoya's sobering reminder of their plan to break Justin out of the children's home brought a chill down his spine. She laughed at his reaction and he slanted her a dark look. I'm glad you find my possible incarceration amusing.
Don't tell me you're a goody two-shoes, Cole.
Her eyes made a slow sweep from his shoes to his arms and broad shoulders.
I wouldn't believe you.
Adrenaline pounded through his body when he saw the glint of attraction in her eyes. Straight A's for most of my life and not a spot on my record. Not even a parking ticket.
You sound so proud.
Her lips curled up.
Well, welcome to the dark side.
He laughed and shook his head. Whether that tongue-in-cheek comment referred to their plans for tomorrow or his interest in a black woman, all Cole could say was, it felt good to be here.
Chapter 20. The ticking clock was like the timer on a bomb. Every stroke of the hand brought Latoya closer to what was going to be her best or worst idea yet. She tapped her pen against her teeth, having long given up on paying attention to her work. This close to the end of the day, no document on her desk or file in her computer would be able to distract her. The clock ticked again. Couldn't anyone hear that thing? Why was it so loud? Latoya was so busy staring at the clock that she wasn't paying much attention to her surroundings, and that was probably why she didn't realize anyone was in front of her until they waved a hand in her face. She startled, surprised to see Ganesha. Her coworker had a fist propped against her bony hips. Dark eyes fastened on her. Brown lips stretched wickedly.
What are you thinking about, Missy? Your boyfriend?
Latoya jerked her gaze from the clock to Ganesha. No.
I think you are.
Ganesha slid over the desk, her ashy elbows skating over documents, paperclips, and a half-eaten bag of chips. If you need something, can you make it quick? I have somewhere to be.
I know. Your boyfriend's waiting outside.
Latoya went completely still. Boyfriend?
I didn't know you were into Asian guys, Latoya.
Ganesha chortled, her round face widening with glee.
Are you going to be working in his store?
She snorted as if she'd said the funniest joke ever.
Imagine yelling shiny in the window and your black face comes out.
She opened her mouth and laughed.
That'll be shocking.
Latoya gritted her teeth. She would lecture Ganesha on how rude it was to call a Chinese person Chinese. But honestly, she didn't think it would make much of a difference. The clock finally struck 5, freeing Latoya from work and from Ganesha's ignorant laughter. I'll see you tomorrow. She slung her purse over her shoulder and stomped out of the room, her irritation built with every step. What is her problem? Latoya dug her fingers into her purse. I hope no one in Belize ever treated Cole like that or... When she realized what she was mumbling, Latoya went still. Since when did she feel so protective of Cole? For one thing, any protection she could offer that giant man was laughable. On the inside and out, Cole was an impenetrable mountain, and any attempts to inflict pain on him would probably destroy his enemies rather than leave a scratch on him. For another, she couldn't afford to let her guard down around Cole. It was already tough to keep herself from impulsively kissing him all the time. If her heart got thrown into the mix, she'd be all over him like white on coconut rice. Latoya stopped at the door and took a moment to lock those gooey feelings back in the box where they belonged. Cole was probably here because he needed encouragement to carry out their plan. He didn't look it, but the guy was a total square. He was probably freaking out at the thought of getting caught. She should probably worry about that too. Latoya made a mental note to call and confirmed the plan with her friend at the children's home. She'd vouched for Cole so he could take Justin out without supervision, but she still needed to make sure there weren't any problems. Latoya stepped into the parking lot and stopped short when she saw a shiny sports car. Leon stood, leaning against the vehicle. He was wearing fitted blue jeans and a long-sleeve black shirt. As she approached, she noticed that he was holding a bouquet. A welcoming smile crossed his pink lips.
Latoya, hey.
What are you doing here? She hissed, glancing over her shoulder at the front door. She couldn't see anything because of the reflective tint, but that didn't fool her for 1 second. Undoubtedly, all her co-workers had their noses pressed to the door, looking at them. Gossip culture in Belize was on another level. The country was so small that nothing could stay secret for long. She couldn't let her coworkers find out she'd been personally involved with the Montgomerys, or it would ruin her ability to stay on Malika's case. She grabbed Leon by his arm, digging her fingers into his scrawny bicep. His eyes widened in surprise, but Latoya didn't stop. She nudged him toward the car, hissing, "Get in!"
What's the rush?
Leon asked, stumbling around the hood. "What are you doing here?" She scolded him, even as she gestured for him to get in his car.
You weren't answering my texts.
"So now you know how that feels," Latoya snapped. Couldn't Leon take a hint? "You need to leave."
Not until we talk.
Rather than get in his car, Leon folded his arms over his chest and stared at her. A throbbing began at the base of her skull. This was the absolute worst time for Leon to act up. She was supposed to meet Malika in 5 minutes. Latoya's phone vibrated with a call. She fished it out of her purse and nearly groaned. It was Cole. Behind her, the doors of the building opened and her co-workers began to stream out. Latoya didn't dare turn around, but she could feel their inquisitive stares on her back. Leon acted oblivious.
I feel awful about what happened that night.
He shook his head, eyes tightening in her direction.
No, before then, I hate the way we ended things.
Footsteps clicked behind her, indicating that her co-workers were getting closer. Sweat beaded on Latoya's neck as she mentally flipped through her options. There weren't any good ones. Leon continued droning on.
There was something real between us, Latoya, and I really believe that if you gave me another chance...
"Shut up and get in the car," she spit. His eyes doubled in size.
What?
Instead of answering, Latoya leapt forward, placed her hands on the door, and yanked it open. She slid inside, hunkering down as if that would make her invisible. Leon joined her in the car, an uncertain expression on his face. "Drive!" Latoya screeched, gesturing to the road ahead. He took off, speeding urgently through the city streets.
What are we running from?
"Shush!" Latoya lifted a finger while she dialed Cole's number and put the phone to her ear. As it rang, her heart banged around in her chest. She hoped the plan was going better on his end than it was going on hers.
Latoya.
"Shh!" She cast Leon an angry look. At last, Cole's phone connected.
Hello?
"Hey!" She jerked forward, her eyes darting back and forth. "Did you get him?"
Yeah.
She almost sank into the chair. "Thank God."
Do you have Malika?
Cole asked, his voice low and urgent. "Not yet." She cast a side eye at Leon. "There's a complication?" To Leon, she hissed, "Turn right. We're going to the girls' high school on Berkeley Street." The muscles in his jaw bunched, but he didn't argue. She relaxed when he flicked the indicator and made the turn.
What's wrong?
Cole gruffly demanded. It was only 2 words, but Latoya heard the unease in them. Even if he was trying to play it cool, she could tell that Cole was panicking. "Nothing I can't handle," she assured him. That much was true. She would throttle Leon before she let him get in the way of this sibling reunion. "How long did they give you?"
A couple hours. To be honest, I think the social worker got a sense that we were bringing him to Malika. She told Justin to get the drawings he'd made for his sister.
Cole's voice shook.
Are you sure about this?
Latoya smiled. "It's okay. The girl you met is a friend of mine. I didn't give her the details, but she's on board with Malika seeing her brother for a bit. Although we'll all get in trouble if someone finds out."
Get in trouble?
Leon's voice boomed.
For what?
Angry silence filled Cole's end of the line.
Was that my brother?
Yeah. She squirmed. Cole, I'll call you back. We're almost in front of Malika's school.
Latoya.
She hung up on whatever scolding he was going to give her. Nervous energy rushed through her body. Latoya tapped her finger on her knee, her eyes skirting through the high school girls pouring out of the school. A loud ringing interrupted her search. She glanced at Leon, who held his phone up so she could see. The name on the screen read, Annoying Older Brother.
What's going on?
Leon asked.
Why are we at this school, and why is Cole calling me?
Latoya popped her door open. You better answer that if you want to live. Leon's frightened look was the last thing she saw as she stepped into the heat. The sun sliced through the clouds, turning up the temperature like they were all cookies baking in an industrial oven. She spotted a young girl with dark skin and wild hair in the crowd. Malika brightened and skidded toward her.
What are you doing here?
I got permission to take you out today.
Twice in 2 weeks?
She grinned.
You love me, don't you?
Latoya draped an arm around the girl's shoulders. You're growing on me. She tugged at one of her frizzy strands. Like a fungus.
That's the sweetest thing anyone's ever said to me.
Latoya chuckled and led her to Leon's car. Malika stopped short.
Wow, Cole has a new ride.
Actually, this belongs to his brother. You two haven't met yet.
Oh.
Her eyelashes flickered.
Cool.
Leon had his cell phone face down in the center console. Latoya knew better than to ask what Cole had said. From the sharp slashing of Leon's eyebrows over his narrowed eyes, she could tell it wasn't a happy conversation.
I'm Malika,
the teenager said calmly.
I heard you're Cole's little brother.
Actually, I prefer to be referred to as Latoya's boyfriend.
Malika's jaw dropped.
Boyfriend!
Stop talking nonsense, Latoya grumbled, her teeth grinding together.
You two are dating!
Malika sounded heartbroken.
I thought you were with Cole.
I'm not dating. She was about to say either of them, until she remembered that she'd run to Cole with a fake dating proposition for this very reason. She cleared her throat. Let's go. Cole is waiting for us. Malika folded her arms over her chest and shot Latoya a furious look. Leon chuckled nervously.
It's nice to meet you, Malika. Mom's been going crazy talking about how wonderful you are.
She is?
The little girl softened, but just as quickly, her armor shot back up.
Whatever.
I'm excited to have you join the family,
Leon said, and it sounded genuine to Latoya's ears. She was just about to smile until the idiot added,
both of you.
His eyes swerved to her and lingered.
I'm going to make everything fall into their rightful place.
Leon's self-satisfied look made her want to murder him. And, given Malika's distasteful scowl, she could count on the little girl to help her hide the body.
Chapter 21.
You're tall,
Justin said in his little boy voice, craning his neck up all the way to make direct and unblinking eye contact. Cole gave him a tight-lipped smile, keeping his gaze fastened to the street outside the dealership. He was on edge and on the lookout for Leon's new sports car. The sleek ride was a gift from their mother for his birthday. Cole had ordered the vehicle into Belize and given them a generous family discount. But if he'd known Leon would be driving his woman in the front seat of that car, Cole wouldn't have been that gracious.
Why are your eyes like this?
Justin pressed 2 fingers against the corner of his eyes and pulled to show his own version of monolids. Cole had a momentary flashback to his earliest days in the States. Back then, a Chinese kid with a heavy accent, did not exactly fit the mold of his suburban middle school. He'd been subject to obnoxious bullying until he hit his growth spurt in high school. The moment he blew up in size, the guys thought twice about making fun of him. Unfortunately, faces like the one Justin was pulling had been a constant part of his daily shaming growing up. Justin dropped his hands and his innocent brown eyes glimmered in the sunlight.
It's so cool, like Jackie Chan.
He did a karate move, one tiny foot hiked in the air. It was kind of impressive.
Do you know how to fight?
No. His smile this time was a little more genuine. Cole realized that the boy hadn't meant any harm by pulling a silly face. Justin was simply being curious and friendly. Cole couldn't help but compare Malika to her little brother. Given how guarded the little girl was, he'd anticipated that Justin would be the same. But he was way off. Justin didn't seem to have a shy bone in his body. Where Malika's eyes were weary and jaded, the little boy's sparkled with overwhelming enthusiasm. Cole was immediately charmed. He knelt in front of Justin. Not everyone who looks like me knows how to fight. Putting a gentle hand on the boy's shoulders, he added, just like everyone who looks like you can't play basketball. We're all different.
I can play basketball.
Justin tipped his chin up as if Cole had just gravely insulted him.
Everyone at the home says I play like a boss.
Cole's chuckle escaped without his consent. Pulling his lips in to hide his amusement, he nodded. I believe you. What he couldn't believe was how much trust the social worker had in Latoya to leave Justin to his care. He could tell immediately that Latoya was respected by her co-workers based on their mission. Just then he heard an engine roaring in the distance. A flash of red glided into the empty parking lot. He could see everything through the dealership's floor-to-ceiling glass windows. Little Justin could too.
Is that Malika?
Justin's eyes widened when he saw his sister climbing out of the back seat.
Malika, Malika.
He jumped up and down, waving wildly. Cole saw the moment Malika froze, as if she wasn't sure what she was seeing was real. When it hit her that this was happening, she broke into a run.
Justin!
Come on, Cole said, holding his hand out to the boy so he could lead him to the foyer. Justin put his tiny hand in his, gripping it tightly. The boy was practically trembling with excitement, and he rushed ahead, dragging Cole as if he knew exactly where to go. Cole had to gently course-correct the child, leading him down the path that opened into the foyer. Malika's footsteps were already thundering inside. She rounded the bend and began to cry harder when she saw her brother. Justin broke free of Cole's hand. His little arms pumped at his sides and his sneakers kicked at the tiles. The siblings collided in a precious reunion that had a lump of tears pressing into Cole's throat.
I missed you,
Malika said, running her hands down her brother's shaved head. She tucked her dark cheek close to his and hugged him the way a mother would.
I missed you, Jus.
The little boy wrapped his arms around her neck, his expression one of utter contentment. Cole understood what Justin was feeling on a deep level. Years ago, he'd been temporarily separated from Leon. He'd had panic attacks every night and couldn't sleep until he saw his brother again. Cole noticed Latoya entering the room. She had a hand pressed to her throat, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. As if she felt his gaze, her head lifted and she looked at him. One side of his lips tilted up in a grateful smile. He silently told her, "We did good, didn't we?" She dipped her chin and her eyes seemed to say,
Yeah, we did.
Though he hadn't thought it possible, Cole's heart sank even deeper to its knees before her. He strode across the room, intent on wrapping her in his arms. Just then he saw Leon drawing close to Latoya. All the warmth in his chest fled instantly. Cole scowled, marching over to his brother. Latoya smiled up at him, but when she saw his expression shift and his eyes dart to something behind her, she glanced over her shoulder. The moment she saw how close Leon was to her, Latoya took a giant step away. Cole's chest swelled with pride when she walked over to him, where she belonged. He leaned forward, dropped his hand on her waist, and gave her a soft kiss. It was intended to throw his brother off, but he ended up enjoying it too much. Her lips were soft and made every inch of his skin hot. He wanted to hold on forever, but Latoya's hand fell on his chest and nudged him away.
Cole, the kids are watching.
She murmured. Dazed, Cole turned and studied the kids. They were staring back and grinning wildly. Latoya knelt in front of them.
Guys, we've only got a couple of hours and we have to stay here out of sight.
She wrapped her arms around Justin.
But Cole and I ordered some food for you, and it'll be here soon.
Yes.
Justin threw his bony arms high.
Food.
Leon chuckled.
Don't they feed him at the orphanage?
Of course they do, Cole answered darkly. But at that age, they eat like a truck. His eyes lingered on his brother. You were the same way. Leon faced him, his head tilted back in challenge.
I'm not that baby in the orphanage anymore, Cole.
Oh, he knew, almost too well. Now Leon was grown and gunning after the woman he loved. Cole had lived his life making concessions so Leon wouldn't want for anything, but this was one thing he couldn't give up. I appreciate you picking Latoya up from work. Cole clasped a hand on his brother's shoulder. But from now on, I'll be picking her up and dropping her off.
Be careful, brother. You might end up looking clingy.
Leon taunted. Latoya wandered toward him, her hands fixed in front of her.
Cole, are you sure it's okay for them to meet here? There are a lot of expensive cars around.
It's fine. I locked off the showroom when I brought Justin over here. His eyes traveled over her curly hair, dark face, and red-stained lips. You look tired.
We had the funeral for that client today. It was packed, and I had to stand for the entire 4 hours.
Here, you should sit down.
Leon dragged a chair over. Cole shot his brother a blistering stare. Why are you still here?
I want to be a part of this touching sibling reunion.
He gestured to Malika, who was sitting primly on the floor, while Justin chatted her ear off.
That looks uncomfortable.
Latoya murmured, jutting her chin at where Malika was sitting on the ground.
We can take this to the office,
Leon suggested. Cole gave him another harsh look. Every time his brother opened his mouth, it annoyed him.
Don't you have a blanket around? I think it would be fun to have a little picnic around the cars.
She gestured to the middle of the room. It's in the office, Cole said, unable to take his eyes off her face. Latoya's love for helping children was shining through, and it made her more beautiful than ever.
I'll come with you, and...
Her words stalled when she heard a horn outside.
I think that's the delivery guy.
I'll take you to get the blanket.
Leon eagerly offered. Over my dead body, Cole growled. Latoya placed a hand on his bicep.
I've got this, Cole. You go get the food.
Rising on her tiptoes, she brushed another kiss on his lips.
Hurry back.
Cole grinned like an idiot and stumbled into the sunshine to pay the delivery guy. He hurried back into the dealership, his hands burdened with plastic bags.
Food.
Justin's eyes brightened and he rushed to Cole, jumping up and down.
Just calm down.
Malika said in a serious tone, but her grin chased the bite of her words.
It smells great.
Latoya said we couldn't go wrong with fried chicken, Cole explained. His neck craned to look around the corner. Leon and Latoya hadn't returned. Cole hoped his brother wasn't trying anything funny because they were alone.
Just so you know, I'm on your side.
Malika scrunched her nose.
Your brother's nice and all, but I think Latoya should date you.
Cole's lips twitched. I appreciate the vote of confidence. Malika jutted her chin down, looking like a wizened grandmother in a little girl's body.
We found the blankets.
Latoya's cheerful tone rang through the room. She emerged with a comforter and Leon in tow.
This is so fun.
Justin leaped so high, Cole wondered if he was going to hit the ceiling. Grabbing the kid by the waist, he tucked him under his arm like a football and teased, Come on, Jus. Let's wash our hands before we eat.
Oh, man.
Justin scrunched his nose, looking like he'd rather dig into the food than clean up. Cole patiently helped the kid soap his hands and rinse it off in the bathroom. By the time he returned, Latoya and Malika had the blanket on the ground and the food spread out. The fragrance made his stomach growl. Belizean fried chicken was far superior to any of the big chains in America. There was just something about the way the people in the Caribbean flavored their chicken. He smiled when Latoya handed him a plate.
You hungry?
She asked. I should be the one serving you, he said, accepting it with a grateful smile.
What about me, Latoya?
Leon whined, frowning at Cole's plate.
You have 2 hands, don't you?
Latoya sassed. Cole had never wanted to kiss a woman more than he did in that moment. Leon pouted, but he didn't get to sulk for long. His phone rang, and he went to answer the call outside. When he returned, he was frowning.
I have bad news. I have to head back to the store.
Bye, Leon.
Malika said with not a hint of hesitancy.
Bye.
Justin waved his drumstick. Leon smiled at them.
See ya, kids.
His eyes shifted to Latoya, and that same tender look crossed his face.
Walk me out?
No thanks.
Latoya said, and Cole did kiss her for that. Leon scoffed.
No PDA in front of the kids, Cole.
No promises, Cole said, dragging Latoya to sit right in front of him. As Leon drove off, Cole took the opportunity to study Latoya without his brothers hovering. She fussed over Malika and Justin like they were her own. He waited for her to eat too, but she didn't. Latoya allowed the kids to take as much as they wanted, leaving herself last. When Cole noticed she wasn't eating, he shared his food with her and delighted when she stole some of his fries. Then more of his fries, then half of his plate.
This is delicious,
Justin announced, his mouth full of chicken.
Don't be gross.
Malika wiped his face with a napkin. Ever the mother hen, she offered her brother a soda.
Drink too, or you might choke.
Cole sat on the edge of the blanket watching the siblings interact with a fond smile. He felt Latoya easing closer and his attention shifted to her. When he noticed how close she was, he struggled to form both words and thought.
You're a sucker for kids, aren't you?
She arched an eyebrow.
I can see it all over your face.
Not just any kids, he answered quietly.
Ah.
Her eyes lowered in understanding. Folks who grow up with parents don't understand how lonely it is to be that young and feel like it's you against the world. His eyes fell gently on her face. But people like you, Vivian and Ben, make a difference. She placed her hand over his.
You're not alone, Cole.
Cole would have kissed her good and proper if not for the little kids on the other end of the picnic blanket. Instead, he settled for wrapping an arm around her waist and settling his chin in the crook of her neck. Latoya rubbed his hand, her fingers soft and gentle. He nuzzled her throat. You know something?
What?
She whispered. You're not alone either. He waited until she met his eyes. I'm going to take care of you. She laughed as if she didn't believe him, and Cole took that as a challenge to prove his words were true.
Chapter 22. Yolanda. Yolanda parked her car outside Devin's studio. He was a failed rapper turned wannabe music producer. His studio was located above his mom's old hair salon. Mrs. Ann had long retired from doing hair. The hours of standing hadn't been good for her knees, but she'd rented out her shop to another aspiring hairstylist. Given how untidy the front of the salon looked, Yolanda doubted the new owner had much business. If anything, she looked like she was a few weeks away from closing.
Mom, what are we doing here?
Tay-Tay chirped from the front seat. His excited gaze traipsed up to his father's second-floor studio.
Are we going to see Dad?
Yes, we are. She gave her son a firm smile. Get your football gear and let's go.
Okay.
It was another scorcher in the city. Sweat slipped beneath her white cotton vest. If she hadn't worn the tank top, her silk long-sleeve blouse would have stuck to her skin. A bus chugged past, carrying locals packed together like sardines. The brakes screamed in a way that didn't sound reassuring as it stopped to pick up even more commuters. Yolanda sucked in a deep breath and pushed her purse strap higher on her shoulder. She'd racked her brain trying to find the best way to get through to Devin, and this was the only idea that had any merit. She just hoped it didn't backfire and hurt the one person she was trying to protect. Her gaze swung to her beautiful son, who was bounding up the stairs leading to the upper balcony. His football jersey flapped in the wind he created. "Tay-Tay, slow down, or you'll trip!" she snapped. He listened to her, but only a little, clearly eager to get up the stairs and see his father. "You can do this," Yolanda said, closing her eyes and gripping her fists so tight her French manicure dug imprints into her palm. "You can do this." She joined Tay-Tay on the landing and rapped her knuckles against the door. "Devin, up!"
Daddy.
Tay-Tay gripped his backpack. His cleats rasped against the floor as he rocked back and forth.
Daddy.
The blasting soca music, a refrain about scoring how women performed in bed, stopped abruptly. Moments later, Devin's dark face appeared behind the screen door. At the sight of him, Yolanda felt a familiar tug in her stomach, along with a healthy dose of bitterness. He frowned at her, but when he saw his son, the expression lightened a bit. Devin unlocked the door and swung it open.
"Little man,"
he offered his son a high five.
"What are you doing here?"
"You're supposed to drop Tay-Tay off at practice, remember?" She kept her voice haughty and her gaze on his face. Yolanda had always been a sucker for Devin's body, which was ripped and cut like a god's. His chocolate skin shimmered in the sunlight. All she could see with her eyes locked upward was a hint of broad shoulders, but it was enough to let her know he wasn't wearing a shirt. Devin's lips rolled into a thin line.
"Was I? I completely forgot."
"Thought you might," she said smartly. "Which is why I brought him over." Yolanda turned her son around and pressed a kiss to his forehead. "Be good, all right?"
Yes, ma'am,
Tay-Tay said, looking up at his father with the kind of adoration all kids have for their parents at that age.
"Wait just a minute."
Devin grabbed her hand. At the feel of his warm fingers wrapping around her wrist, Yolanda felt a hot jolt. She hated herself for it and quickly removed her hand from her ex's. Devin grabbed Tay-Tay's neck and gave him a friendly squeeze.
"Little man, how about you wait inside while I talk to your mams?"
Yes, sir.
Tay-Tay scrambled into the apartment.
"Don't touch anything,"
Devin yelled over his shoulder. Easing the door shut, he stepped onto the balcony with her. The area wasn't big enough for the two of them, and Yolanda found herself stepping back. Unfortunately, there wasn't anywhere to go as her back hit the dusty cement railing far too soon. Devin's half-naked body glistened. He moved in, further crowding her.
"What the hell is this, Yolanda?"
"This is what you call taking care of your responsibility, Devin," she hissed. Dragging her eyes back to his, Yolanda folded her arms over her chest. "You made a promise to take him to football every week."
"I can't handle that right now."
Devin sounded exasperated. His eyes hurled accusations as if it was her fault he couldn't manage his time. "That's not my problem," she insisted. "You made a promise." He cursed under his breath.
"Now's not a good time for me. I'm working on this album, and it's taking all I've got. You're still living on your trust fund, right? Why don't you take the boy around?"
"What I do on a daily basis is none of your concern." Yolanda slapped both hands on her hips, her neck bobbing wildly. "And second of all, it was your grand idea to sign him up for football. Without my consent, by the way. I found out he had a football coach when the guy texted me to meet him at the hospital."
"You said you wanted me to spend more time with him."
Devin huffed.
Now you're pissed that I did.
When I said that, I didn't mean for you to dump him at some stranger's door, Devin. His juicy lips, the ones that had spent many nights running all over her, tightened in annoyance.
Fine. I'll take him out of football if it's such a problem.
That's not the point. Yolanda stepped close to him, ignoring the sparks of attraction that flared in his eyes when she did. Tay-Tay needs you. He needs his father. All the kids at his football practice have dads or uncles watching from the stands and waiting to take them home when they're done. Since Tay-Tay has a dad, you will be doing the same.
Or what?
The sneer that crossed his handsome face was handsome too. She scowled at him. Don't make me threaten you, Devin.
What do you have to threaten me? Are you gonna beat me with your little Gucci purse?
It's Prada. She crossed her arms over her chest and spoke calmly. And no, violence is not my answer. I'll take this fight to the courts. The same court that has no idea you've jumped an income bracket since you've been working for yourself. Don't you think it's unfair that you're paying me the same amount of child support that you did when you were working as a mechanic assistant? His eyes widened until she could see the veins swimming in them.
That's not legal.
Yes, it is, Devin. It's very legal, and it's more than fair. You think a couple hundred can take care of school fees, clothes, medical appointments, and all that?
Don't paint me like I don't take care of business, Yolanda. I pay every month.
Like I said, you should be paying more. It's just that I've never been the type of woman who drags someone to court when it's not worth the trouble. She narrowed her eyes. But now it is. His expression sharpened.
It's no wonder you're still single.
Yolanda felt the insult right under her ribs. It was sharp and piercing, but she didn't let it show on her face. Laughing as if his cold words didn't mean a thing, she backed up. I don't want to make problems for you, Devin. I just want our son to have his father involved in his life. Devon glared at her, his nostrils flaring. Sensing the conversation was over, Yolanda pulled out the keys to her Jeep and inched past her ex. Make sure he gets to practice on time, and pick him up on time too. I don't want the coach calling me again. Devin didn't respond, but she didn't really expect him to. Yolanda had come to say what she had to. Mission accomplished. To reward herself for a job well done, and for ignoring all the ways her ex still made her hot under the collar and between her legs. Yolanda decided to get her nails done. She got settled at her favorite salon and was just about to choose her colors when her phone rang. "Excuse me," she said to her technician. Gingerly pulling her phone out of the purse, she checked the screen. Her smile flattened into dismay. The name on screen read, Tay-Tay's football coach. Yolanda took slow, calming breaths. She'd done a good job today. Devin had been threatened with money, a language he understood much more than the language of human decency. She was certain he would turn things around, if only to save his own pocketbook. Her throat clogged up, and she was almost scared to answer. Yolanda forced herself to put the phone to her ear. "Hello?
Mrs. Jordan?
Yes?" She squeaked in terror. First of all, Jordan was Devin's last name. Her name was Walsh. Under usual circumstances, Yolanda would have corrected his assumption that she was married to Devin, but she couldn't bring out the words. "Is Tay-Tay all right?" The moment of hesitation on the other end of the line made her squirm. Finally, the coach spoke in a serious tone.
There was a fight between your son and another player on the team. I've tried calling your husband, but he wasn't picking up. Can you please?
Of course. Of course. She shot up, hauling her purse from the chair next to her. I'll be right there. Yolanda drove like a maniac to the football field, trying to make sense of the coach's words. Her sweet and quiet Tay-Tay getting into a fight. No way. That couldn't be true. She sped into the parking lot and hurried through the gates of the stadium. Her eyes fastened on Tay-Tay, who was sitting on the bench, his fingers pulled tightly into his lap and his gaze on the ground. Yolanda's heart lurched forward and she rushed toward him. What happened? She knelt to inspect his face, but saw no bruises. What's going on?
Mrs. Jordan.
The gray-eyed coach cleared his throat. She whirled around, taking in his broad shoulders in the football jersey.
The assaulted party went home. The father had an appointment, but I assured him that I would take care of this.
What happened? She demanded. He gestured to Tay-Tay.
Your son punched one of his teammates after practice. I didn't hear what was said.
His eyes narrowed on Tay-Tay, as if he wanted to drill into her son's mind and extract the truth.
But whatever it was, it provoked your son enough to throw the first punch.
Is that true? Yolanda gasped, staring at Tay-Tay. A tear dripped from his eye and landed on his football jersey, but he didn't say a word. Yolanda battled a rising panic. It clawed at her chest and made her feel like she was a spinning top about to crash into the ocean. She could handle almost anything, but she had not raised her son to be throwing punches at people, even if it was deserved. I said, is that true? She shrieked. More tears fell from her son's eyes. She wanted to grab his shoulders and shake him, but a pale hand wrapped around her arm. Chest heaving, Yolanda turned and fell into the coach's somber eyes.
This way, Mrs. Jordan.
He gestured to the field.
I think we need to talk privately.
Chapter 23. What did the coach say? Latoya fixed her eyes on Yolanda, the wine at her feet forgotten as she hung onto her friend's every word. Yolanda groaned and threw her head back. Her long neck extended over the couch, and her hair flailed to the ground. The coach said he thinks Tay-Tay's acting out to get attention from someone. She squeezed her eyes shut. Someone, as if it's a secret. We both know it's his dad. He's just too polite to say it. I'm sure that kid must have said something to provoke him. Tay-Tay's not the type of child who would punch someone for no reason. Giselle inched closer to Yolanda. Her eyebrows wrinkled in concern. Did he tell you what the kid said? He said he doesn't want to talk about it. Oh, no. And he says he doesn't want to go back to practice. Yolanda shook her head. What about Devin? Latoya asked. You mean Mr. No-Show? Yolanda straightened and flung eye daggers into the distance as if her ex was standing right in front of her. He said that boys will be boys. Apparently, I'm coddling Tay-Tay, and fights like that are what'll make him a man. Latoya scoffed. What kind of man does he want his son to become? One who uses his fists to solve problems, apparently. Giselle mumbled. What did you ever see in him? Chocolate skin, juicy lips, rows of abs, Yolanda mumbled. Latoya shot her a dirty look. What? Devin's hot. Yolanda threw her hands up. He's got swag and a six-pack. She gestured to her stomach. You asked what I saw in him? It sounds like you see that in him right now. Giselle folded her arms over her chest. You don't still like him, do you? Latoya asked in a horrified voice. Of course not, Yolanda sputtered. I wasted so many years of my life on him, and now our son is being constantly rejected by him. I hate his guts most of the time. Then what was with your dreamy tone when you described him just now? Giselle insisted, staring Yolanda down like a hound dog on a scent. I'm not going to lie. It's been... Yolanda bit down on her bottom lip. A long time since I've been in a serious relationship. Tay-Tay takes up so much of my time, and I love him. I do. But I feel like I'm always chasing that temporary feeling, you know? What does that have to do with Devon? Giselle pressed. Yolanda held herself completely still. There are moments when I miss, being with... Ah, hail no! Latoya grimaced and threw her hands in the air. Don't do that! I'm not going to act on it, Yolanda stressed. I'm just telling you how I feel. Giselle cringed and refilled Yolanda's glass of wine. Honey, you need more of this. Thank you. Yolanda sighed. I'm trying to keep it together. A no-strings-attached relationship is what gave me a 7-year-old who thinks he's Mike Tyson. Yolanda moaned pathetically. So I have to close my legs and bear it. You'll get through this. Latoya patted her shoulder. Men! Giselle rolled her eyes to the ceiling. Why do they drive us so crazy? Yolanda sipped from her wineglass. Speaking of men who drive us crazy, how did the mission with Cole go, Toya? The excitement Latoya felt that day swept her up and made her smile. It was great. Malika and Justin were over the moon. Cole was such a big help. Yolanda mocked her tone. Cole was such a big help. What? Latoya grinned. You like him, Yolanda teased, jutting a manicured finger. No, I don't. Latoya quickly ducked her head, pretending Giselle's new phone case, featuring Ong Sung-hoon's abs, was extremely interesting. She's blushing. Giselle poked a finger in her cheek. Latoya swatted her away. Girl, do you see my skin tone? I don't blush. You're getting flustered then. Giselle smiled, her white teeth flashing against her dark brown lips. What happened between you and Mr. Bodybuilder? He lifts weights? Yolanda asked, an eyebrow arched. Why'd you say it like that? Giselle scrunched her nose. Because I haven't seen a ripped Asian guy in Belize. Like ever. So? That doesn't mean they don't exist. Giselle argued. Cole does body training, right, Toya? How am I supposed to know? Latoya gulped her wine, hoping it would cool the burning in her cheeks. All this talk about Cole's muscles was causing a serious heat wave below her waist. He definitely lifts, Giselle said confidently. His arms are like... She held her hands about the width of a watermelon. This big. Ooh! Yolanda's eyes doubled in size. Latoya laughed. She's exaggerating. He's not that big. How big is he then? Yolanda wiggled her eyebrows. Because Giselle's already proven that what they say about white guys aren't true. So I really want to know if Asian guys... You stop right there, Missy. Giselle slapped a hand over Yolanda's mouth. Latoya laughed. What are you insinuating, Yolanda? Me? Don't act all innocent, Yolanda said, not buying it for a minute. You know you're curious, too. Latoya coughed. I plead the fifth. You can't plead the fifth. We live in Belize. Yolanda rolled her eyes. You watch too much Western television. Giselle reached for the popcorn. Actually, She watches too many K-dramas. I just hate that I'm the only one who hasn't met Cole yet. Yolanda sulked, her maroon-toned lips pushed out even further. Latoya patted her in a there gesture. I'll call you the next time he stops by the smoothie truck. What if I still miss him? Yolanda's mouth snapped shut, and then a light glinted in her eyes. I just had an idea. Giselle cocked her head to the side, her curls swaying. To do what? Latoya saw Yolanda's wicked smirk, and her heart pattered. No, you're not doing that. Yolanda lowered her voice to a foreboding tone. Hold Latoya down. Latoya gasped. What? Giselle pounced on her without warning. Together, she and Yolanda fished her phone from her pocket and hiked it into the air. This is illegal! Latoya shrieked, breathlessly squirming as Giselle sat right on top of her back. Giselle glanced casually at her nail polish. Is it? His name is Cole, right? Yolanda asked, flipping through Latoya's phone. You are both evil, Latoya growled. Giselle gave her butt a smack. That's why you love us! The dial tone rang through the air, every beep filling her body with dread. Please don't answer. It rang again. Once. Twice. See? Latoya sputtered, her mouth only inches away from the printout of Yenta's face in the cushions. He's not answering. It's a sign we should... Click.
Hello?
Cole's voice rumbled from the phone. Giselle and Yolanda squealed simultaneously. Latoya groaned. You guys are so immature. Hey! Yolanda cleared her throat. Mr. Hot Asian Guy's brother?
What?
Cole sounded confused. Latoya shot Yolanda a death stare. She was going to choke that woman as soon as Giselle got off her. Her angry glare shifted to her slim friend. How was this woman so skinny, but so heavy? What kind of physics was that? Sorry, Cole, Giselle screamed from her end of the sofa. We're Latoya's friends.
Oh.
His voice crackled with amusement. Giselle demanded, Are you busy right now? Say yes, Cole! Latoya shrieked from where she was trapped. Say dash!
Actually, I'm not.
Cole answered in direct defiance to her instructions. Latoya shot one of her fatal death glares at the phone. Can you come for Latoya then? Yolanda grinned mischievously, her eyes sparkling like the sun. I'd take her home, but we've been drinking, and I don't think it's safe for me to get behind the wheel of a car.
Sure.
He said sure, Giselle whispered, wiggling in victory. Latoya huffed. Yolanda tapped out a message as she spoke. Here, I've sent you the address. Giselle covered her mouth with a hand, trying to hold back her laughter and epically failing. Desperate to get her phone, Latoya pinched Giselle's thigh. She squealed and shot up, giving her the opportunity she needed to make her escape. Rolling off the sofa, Latoya shot to her feet and snatched the phone from Yolanda's hands. Her friend protested. Hey! Breathing hard, Latoya screeched, Don't you dare show up here, Cole.
Whatever you want, Toya,
Yolanda mouthed. Ooh, Toya? Giselle arched both eyebrows as if impressed. I mean it.
I know.
He chuckled.
It should take me about 15 minutes, all right? Hold tight.
15? Cole, I told you not to. The dial tone cut her off. Latoya pulled the phone back, her left eye twitching. Did he just hang up on me? I like him, Yolanda declared, folding her arms over her chest. Latoya shrieked, "Why would you do that?" "Come on, Toya." Yolanda pushed out her bottom lip. "I need something to take my mind off my crazy life." She flopped back into Giselle's couch and pulled one of the K-pop pillows to her chest. "Besides, you didn't let us meet Leon, and look how that turned out." "I barely met him," Latoya protested. "He canceled every time we were supposed to go on an actual date." Yolanda jutted her chin down as if she'd proven her point. "Exactly." Latoya squeezed her temple and began to massage. "I haven't told Cole about this." "This?" Giselle tilted her head, her lips quirking upward. Latoya gestured to Giselle's cabinet of prized K-pop items and the K-pop music video that was muted but still playing on the television. "Oh, you mean your obsession with K-pop?" Giselle laughed. "What's the big deal? West didn't mind." "West is white," Latoya pointed out. "So?" Yolanda drained her glass of wine and picked up Latoya's. "Cole is Asian," Latoya said. Both Yolanda and Giselle glanced at her as if to say, "So what?" Latoya coughed. "So what if he finds this weird?" Giselle folded her arms over her chest. "The fact that we enjoy watching Korean men dance and sing in a foreign language for hours on end is not weird," Giselle said firmly. Yolanda scrunched her nose. Well, Latoya wanted to be annoyed with her girls, but she couldn't stop her mouth from twitching. "You are both terrible. What are you going to do if I make a run for it before Cole gets here?" Giselle asked calmly. "Should we tie her up?" Yolanda scrunched her nose. "I was going to say block the door, but that works too." "It's always the quiet ones you have to watch out for," Latoya said, shaking her head in dismay. Giselle cooed at Latoya, grabbing the remote in her pretty hands. "Let's watch Ong Sung-hoon's new music video to get your mind off everything." Yolanda's eyes brightened. "Is it the one with the hippie vibe?" She did a body roll and hand gesture that Latoya recognized as Ong Sung-hoon's point choreography. "I love that one." Latoya did the move along with Yolanda, both erupting into laughter when they realized how awkward they looked. Giselle teased, "Ong Sung-hoon does it better?" Yolanda winked seductively. "I bet. Can we take her to church?" Giselle pointed the remote at Yolanda. "Mute. Mute." Latoya shook her head, amused by her friend's antics. As the music began to play, she wrapped her fingers around the wine bottle and chugged. The warmth that filled her stomach almost caused her to forget that Cole was coming. Almost. Until there was a decided knock on the door. At once, Latoya's body tightened with nerves and she froze in her seat. Giselle squealed, "That must be him!" Yolanda brushed her crisp white dress down. "Let's be cool, Gis. We can't embarrass Latoya." Latoya mumbled, "Too late?" Yolanda narrowed her eyes at her. Latoya stuck out her tongue.
"Hello?"
Cole's voice rumbled from outside.
"Toya, it's me."
Her heart jumped straight to her throat, and she wondered if it was too late to escape through the window.
Chapter 24. He handed the package of gourmet cheese to Giselle and then stepped back, waiting awkwardly with his hands loose at his sides as two of the three women in the doorway studied him openly.
"So, you're the mysterious Cole?"
A tall woman with dark brown skin and long hair to the middle of her back observed him sharply. Eyes that curled up at the ends glimmered with an internal light. That light told him she was the type who liked drama for the fun of it. Even if he hadn't met Giselle already, he would have guessed that she was Yolanda. There was something fearless in her demeanor, the exact kind of fearlessness he'd picked up in her call.
The more important question is,
Giselle lifted his gift.
why cheese?
He stuck a hand into his pocket, his eyes drifting to Latoya. Tonight's call seemed unplanned. It seemed like a dare, but he wouldn't assume they'd been playing such games, nor did Cole believe they'd like him to voice such thoughts. I figured you might want to stay with your friends longer, and brought something that would pair well with any wine. Yolanda pressed both hands against her chest, her eyes softening.
He's so thoughtful.
I told you he seemed like a good one.
Giselle nudged Latoya in the side. Cole had to duck his head and rub his lips to keep his smile from blooming. Latoya was well cared for by this duo. Even the way she was standing in front of them, at ease and almost a little giddy, proved the love went both ways.
Are you a good one, Cole?
Latoya mumbled, her words slurring. You tell me,
He's smooth.
Yolanda hissed. Latoya giggled. He didn't think he'd ever heard her giggle before. How much wine had these women been drinking?
We appreciate the gesture, Cole.
Giselle clipped the box of cheese to her side, keeping it steady with a scrawny elbow.
But it's late, and Latoya has work tomorrow. You should take her home now.
Or not.
Latoya said, her eyes narrowing to slits.
What if I don't want to go home?
Yolanda snickered.
Latoya, what are you insinuating? That you go to his house? Or a hotel?
Stop it.
Giselle swatted Yolanda, but the width of her grin took all the sting out of her scolding.
Didn't I tell you not to come?
Latoya scowled at him. Cole stared right back, admiring the soft curve of her cheek, the way her eyelashes fluttered in aggravation, and the unnaturally bright glimmer in her eyes. She was so small and cute and drunk.
Take her.
Yolanda said with a theatric wave of her hand. Giselle bumped Latoya with her hip, sending her flying into the hallway. Cole caught the woman in his arms, his fingers latching around her biceps. You good?
Your eyes are so hot.
Latoya blurted, staring up into his face. Yolanda snorted and then started to chant,
Kiss, kiss, kiss.
Shush.
Giselle wrestled her taller friend into the house.
Text me when you get home, Latoya.
I will.
Latoya answered, waving her hands without looking back. Cole's mouth tugged up. Did you have a good time?
I had a great time.
She wrapped her arms around his neck.
We watched Ong Sung-hoon's new video. He's such an amazing artist. I can't tell you how much I love him.
His eyebrows rose at her chattiness and easy affection. There was no one around to fake a relationship for. Was this the real Latoya coming out to play? She squeezed his cheeks.
Cole? I take it back. I like your entire face.
Do you? He gently pried her nails out of his flesh.
I do. You're annoying, though.
She sighed pitifully.
And you never listen to me.
Cole lost his fight with laughter and let out a booming chuckle, causing Giselle's door to open a crack.
Is everything okay?
Giselle squeaked. Everything's fine. He smirked and turned his attention to Latoya. Come on, sweetheart. Let's get you home. He led her down the hall and out to his car, noticing the way she clung to him as he half-carried her. The feel of her soft body pressed against his was like a drug. He reluctantly helped her into the convertible, wishing he could hold her close for just a little longer. Latoya jutted a finger in his cheek.
Cole, I've never seen you smile.
Yes, you have, he said patiently, starting the car.
When?
Whenever I'm around you. Latoya moaned.
Stop doing that. I can't survive when you say sweet things.
I'm being honest.
You're trying to get me naked.
His neck turned hot instantly. You're drunk.
I am not.
She lifted an eyebrow.
Have you been thinking about me naked, Cole?
The answer to that was a big and resounding yes. She was stunning, every part of her, and he'd give his left lung to rub his hands all over her skin. But that wasn't happening tonight because she was drunk, and he wanted her sober and aware of everything he'd do to her.
I've thought about you, naked.
She admitted with a soft sigh. Flustered, he shook his head. Let's wind the windows down. Maybe the sea breeze will sober you up.
Are you going to kiss me again?
I thought you were angry.
Angry and frisky.
His pants tightened. Woman.
Man.
He tisked and then scolded. When'd you get so bold?
When'd you get so boring? You like me. You said so.
I do like you.
You said you want to kiss me and sleep with me.
I do.
I'm asking if you're going to do that tonight.
No, I won't. She pouted like he'd just denied her a cookie.
Why?
Because you're drunk and you might not remember. He slowed for a red light and hit her with a hot look. I want you to remember everything I do to you. She stared back at him and then hiccuped. He plucked her hand from where it was resting on her lap. The warmth of her fingers felt so right that he wondered whether he was dreaming. These feelings couldn't exist in a world as twisted and dark as this one, could it? Latoya, I don't know how your relationships have been in the past, but I'm not interested in hooking up with you. I want to take care of you and look after you when you're drunk, when you're sick, when you're having a bad day or even a good one. He squeezed her hand. So you better get used to me being boring. Sometimes we all need boring.
You're annoying.
You've mentioned that. She rubbed his cheek.
I guess that's for the best. I moved too fast with Leon, and now he has my pictures.
Cole went very, very still. All traces of his earlier amusement disappeared. What pictures?
You know.
She cupped her chest.
Pictures?
Cole gritted his teeth. The thought that Leon got to see Latoya's precious body infuriated him, but he held it back and focused on breathing evenly. Latoya frowned at his face.
You're mad.
I'm not mad, Cole said through gritted teeth.
I can tell when you're mad.
She slid her finger between his eyebrows, tracing the line that formed there.
You're always angry, so I had plenty of time to study the expression.
I'm not mad at you. Actually, he was. Did she have to move so fast with Leon? If she'd waited a little longer for him. No, that wasn't fair. Cole seized those thoughts and let them go. Whatever had happened in the past didn't matter. Latoya was his now, and that was everything.
I never kissed him.
Latoya said in a small voice.
And I never felt this good with him.
In spite of his frustration, a tiny smile twitched his lips. How do we get to your house from here? She stared straight ahead.
I won't tell you.
Latoya.
Let's go to your place.
Why?
I'm getting you naked tonight.
She spoke the words like a battle cry, her eyes hard and determined. His gaze lowered to her mouth, but he forced it away. I'll take a rain check on that, all right?
Square.
He chuckled. How about I tuck you in before I leave, huh?
Tuck me in? Like I'm a baby?
You're my baby. She pretended to vomit.
I'm nobody's baby.
His eyes narrowed further and he teased. Whose baby are you then? She tilted her head and seemed to think deeply about it.
My mom's.
It was her first time talking about her family and Cole took notice. Where's your mom? Is she still in Belize?
She lives in Cayo.
Latoya squeezed her eyes shut.
She hates me.
Your mom?
Mm-hmm.
She bobbed her head.
Because I remind her of my dad.
What happened to your dad?
He got her pregnant and then disappeared. Mom says I look just like him. It was really hard for her to raise me without thinking about him.
That's no excuse to hate someone, Cole said firmly.
I used to hate her too. There was a lot of resentment on both sides.
She slid her hands under her cheek and got comfortable.
I didn't understand until I got into social work and started meeting with mothers who were much worse than mine. negligent, or even physically and verbally abusive.
Her voice was a thoughtful rasp.
Mom didn't ask to be saddled with a child that she had to raise alone. Her life ended when she had me. She couldn't follow her dreams because I was a ball and chain around her neck.
Latoya smiled softly.
She could have left me behind, but she didn't. My dad had the luxury of ditching, but she chose to be the responsible one. She chose to love me, clothe me, and feed me. Yeah, she wasn't the best at it, but at least she tried.
His heart rearranged as Latoya talked about her mother. It was such a selfless and deeply empathetic path to take. He couldn't imagine anyone looking at a broken relationship that way. You amaze me. Do you know that? Cole turned the car around.
Where are we going?
To my place, he said simply. Latoya perked up.
We're doing it?
No. He gave her a scolding look because he knew exactly what it was referring to. But if you're not going to tell me where you live, there's nowhere else we can go.
As long as we get you naked, I'm okay.
She murmured, a peaceful smile on her lips. He laughed. This woman really was something else. Cole parked in the driveway and cursed when he saw Leon's sports car taking up his usual spot. His fingers tightened on the steering wheel. Toya, Leon's here. I don't think we should...
Is this your house?
Latoya gasped, stumbling out of the car and taking off across the concrete.
It's so pretty!
He groaned and pushed the door open, chasing after her. Latoya, come back.
Cole, hurry, open the door.
She pointed to the entrance.
I want to see inside.
He used his long-legged strides to rush toward her. Toya, be quiet, and let's... The front door burst open. Leon stood in the entrance, glaring first at Latoya and then at Cole. Latoya peered at his brother.
Leon, what are you doing here?
I was just about to ask the same thing.
Leon folded his arms over his chest. Not right now, Leon. Cole grabbed Latoya's hand and yanked her back to the front porch. Leon reached out and snatched Latoya's other hand. Let go. Cole glared at his younger brother. Now. His brother's eyes narrowed on him.
What are you going to do if I don't?
Chapter 25. Nothing sobered a woman more than two brothers fighting over her. Latoya glanced at the pale hand wrapped around her left wrist. Her eyes swung to take in the significantly larger hand clamped around her right. She blinked a couple times, fighting to get past the alcohol sloshing through her system. Excuse me! Latoya tried to wrench her arm free from both men. Are you fighting over a human being or an object?
We're not fighting.
Cole growled, his eyes as hard as a soldier, seconds away from pulling the trigger.
Yet.
You'd really punch me, brother?
Leon asked with a sneer.
You keep giving me reasons to.
Leon laughed.
Look at you, losing your cool over a woman. How the mighty have fallen.
You think this is a game?
If it's a game, it's not a very fun one.
Latoya's head volleyed between them. The two brothers reminded her of Thor and Loki. Given Cole's thunderous scowl and bulging arms, she knew who Thor was in this scenario.
Let her go.
Cole snarled.
I won't ask you again.
No one answered my question, Latoya insisted, raising her chin. Last I checked, I was a living organism and not a trophy. Both of you need to let go.
You heard her, Cole. She's not something you can use just to tick me off.
Cole responded with his usual glower. Latoya struggled to make sense of her current predicament. A part of her was flattered. Really? In what world did someone like her inspire two handsome men to duel to the death? It didn't make sense. At least, not to her wine-addled brain. But as interesting as it was to be fought over, Latoya didn't appreciate feeling like an object. She shook them off the moment their grips loosened. Let me make myself clear. She poked a finger in Leon's direction. I'm not going to date you again. Ever. Period.
Latoya,
He said pleadingly. You left me on red and didn't speak to me for weeks. Plus, you talked down to me in front of your parents and treated me like I was nothing.
I made a mistake.
He tried to touch her shoulder. Cole growled from deep in his throat. Leon thought better of it and let his hands drop.
We can start again.
No, we can't. She sighed. Do you even like me, Leon? I don't think you do. All your antics started after your brother said he was dating me. She jutted her chin at Cole. I think you're doing all this just to get on his nerves.
That's not true.
She snorted. I can see right through you. Leon swallowed so hard his Adam's apple bobbed.
We had something special, didn't we?
That line might have worked on me the first time, but thanks to you, I'm a lot smarter now.
Look me in my eyes and tell me you felt nothing for me.
That's enough.
Cole hissed. His angry scowl was hot enough to singe her hair. Latoya ignored his outburst and focused on Leon. She held herself as steadily as she could. I can honestly say that I had a crush. That's all it was, and it's over now. Leon stepped back.
You're obviously drunk. I doubt you'll remember any of this tomorrow. We'll talk when you're sober.
I am not drunk, she huffed, annoyed that everyone was insisting on it. Maybe she was a little tipsy. The world didn't quite feel the way it should, but she still had her full wits about her. She didn't want him to brush her off. This conversation was long overdue. I wish you the best because you're going to be Malika's foster brother. That's all the goodwill I have for you.
And what about him?
Leon pointed at Cole.
If you're with him, you'll be a part of this family too. We'll see each other often. Is that the future you want?
Shut up, Leon.
Cole snapped. Latoya laughed. Is this how it's going to be, Leon? If I can't have you, no one can? I thought you were more mature than that. Cole stepped in front of his little brother.
Go home. We'll talk about this tomorrow.
Don't bother.
He threw his hands up with a scoff. Latoya watched as Leon stalked off, got into his sports car, and tore out of Cole's driveway with such speed he almost mowed down the mailbox. She blinked slowly. Is he always that dramatic?
Since he was a kid.
Cole led her into the living room, his shoulders heavy and his eyes on the ground. What's wrong?
I'm sorry.
For what? She pushed her curls behind her ears. Leon is responsible for his own actions.
That's not entirely true,
he said quietly. What do you mean? Cole took her hand and steered her to the couch where they both sat. He stared tensely at the ground, his lips forming a straight line. She laughed nervously. Cole, when you get all intense like that, it's scary.
I have something to tell you.
He cleared his throat.
That night, when I warned you away from Leon, I had a reason.
You were protecting a stranger from getting their heart broken, she said woodenly.
No, it wasn't about protecting you.
His eyes lifted to meet hers.
I was trying to protect my brother.
From me? She poked a finger at her chest.
Kind of.
A realization dawned on her foggy brain. This has something to do with why you moved to Belize, doesn't it? She leaned forward. You never told me why your entire family came here.
It's because Leon got in trouble.
Over a woman? He closed his eyes.
There were these interracial meetup sites online. Chat rooms where women who were interested in dating Asian men would log in and start talking to.
His cheeks reddened.
It was like a dating site for
For singles interested in people outside their race, Latoya offered. He nodded without opening his eyes and seemed to age 10 extra years just talking about it.
Leon started getting a lot of interest from the women.
Were these, by chance, black women? Latoya asked hesitantly. Cole dipped his chin.
He'd never been popular with girls before. We lived in a white neighborhood where we sort of stood out. It was tough to date seriously because we weren't the ideal look for the girls in our school. But when all these women were going crazy over him...
Latoya started putting the pieces together, and she really hated the picture it was creating. He used us.
I don't think it started that way at first,
Cole said quickly.
But it didn't take long before his personality changed along with his confidence. He would talk to a lot of women and they'd all show up at the house sooner or later, crying, angry, and demanding to see him.
He played them. She gasped, her heart sinking in her chest. Why didn't you stop him?
We didn't know what exactly was happening until he messed with the wrong girl.
Cole glanced down. Who?
The niece of someone high up in a gang. He found out what Leon was doing and roughed him up. It was right around the time Mom and Dad were thinking about retiring in Belize. It got too hot for us in the States, so I told Leon to get the hell out of there and we both packed up to move with our parents.
She flopped into the couch, his sobering story making her feel even more foolish. He changed countries, but kept the same old tricks.
I didn't think he'd find anything like that here. I thought...
That women in Belize don't like Asian guys? She arched an eyebrow. Or that we wouldn't be so gullible? Turning away, she scoffed. I guess you were wrong. How could she be so stupid? Leon was a serial manipulator. He'd left a trail of broken hearts in America. Hearts that belonged to girls who looked just like her. She was just another victim caught in his trap.
Toya.
Cole called her gently.
I didn't tell you this to make you angry.
Then why did you tell me? She hissed.
Because I couldn't keep it a secret anymore. I don't want to keep anything from you.
His gaze drifted away.
And also, to explain why Leon's acting this way. He didn't want to leave the States, and I think he resents me even more for getting in his way here.
Why didn't you do something more drastic than just moving locations? He needs therapy, or something.
He's been through a lot,
Cole said defensively. Is that any reason to hurt women like this? He's a jerk.
I'm not making excuses for him.
Yes, you are.
If you knew where we came from...
We all have a sob story, Cole. She shot to her feet. Every last one of us. It doesn't give us the right to make a fool of other people. Cole sucked in a deep breath and then released it.
You're right. You are.
Just because he's your brother doesn't mean you have to always defend him. Cole rubbed the back of his neck.
Being Leon's older brother is all I've ever done. I remember giving him half my food at the orphanage. I remember how scared I got when I felt like someone was going to adopt him and take him away.
She saw the vulnerability in Cole's eyes, and her anger dissipated. He was sharing his heart with her, and it was such a precious gift that she couldn't turn away. Do you remember much about your parents?
Only my mom.
His eyes lifted to the ceiling.
She was a small woman with pretty hands. I don't know why I remember those hands so intensely.
He shook his head.
She used to rub our hair and hug us close when we were hungry. I remember being hungry all the time.
A lump formed in her throat. It was that bad?
As a kid, I didn't understand what was going on, only that we didn't have anything. When she dropped us off at the orphanage, Mom told me to protect Leon with my life.
Did you know she was leaving forever? Latoya asked, tears in her eyes.
She said she was coming right back, but the look on her face told me I would never see her again.
He scrubbed his jaw with the heel of his hand.
I think it happened at that moment, the switch in my head. I knew I had to protect my brother.
Latoya crawled closer to Cole and cupped his cheeks. Do you hate her?
Hate is for people who don't understand, who can't sympathize. I understood what she gave up to give us a better life, and I will forever be grateful.
Then what do you feel? Latoya asked, undeterred. She'd worked with kids from broken homes long enough to recognize a deflection when she saw one. His face tightened.
Just because I don't hate my mother doesn't mean I never feel resentment. There were days growing up with Vivian and Ben when I looked at the faces around me, the faces that were so different from mine, and wished Mom had fought a little harder.
I'm sorry, Cole. Latoya gave him a watery smile. But I'm also glad. She stroked his cheek. Because everything you've been through, and even all the trouble your brother caused, led me to you. His eyes softened.
You've been paying attention.
What? She leaned back.
Your sweet talking is catching up with mine.
Shut up and kiss me. She gripped his shirt and brought his lips over hers. Annoyingly, he didn't push her into the chair and take her clothes off as she hoped he would. Instead, Cole kept the kiss tender and sweet, pulling her into his lap so he could nuzzle her neck and hug her close. She hugged him back, feeling more cherished than she ever had in her life. And though it was crazy and absolutely terrifying to admit it, she felt like she was falling in love with Cole tonight.
Chapter 26. Early the next morning, Cole visited the hospital to help his mother check out. The process was seamless and they were out the door in less time than he'd expected. He inhaled a deep breath of the salty air. Belize was stunning even in cloudy weather. The sun was barely a thought in the sky as thick clouds rolled overhead. A cool breeze offered relief from the scorching temperatures. Cole gripped Vivian's arm as she moved down the stairs. Watch your step. She shot him an aggravated look when he slowed her pace. Cole sensed he was about to get scolded and stopped her with a grunt. This is for me, not you.
I can walk just fine on my own,
She grumbled, her blue eyes hitting her wedge heels.
I'm not an invalid.
So she's told me 1,000,000 times since getting hospitalized.
Ben said, his gray beard looking a tad whiter today than it had before.
I'm perfectly fine,
Vivian insisted. Like I said, Cole responded patiently. This is for me, not you.
He's overprotective, Ma. You should know that by now.
Leon swaggered up to the hospital stairs, his arms folded over his chest. Cole stiffened at the sight of his brother. Last night's incident unfurled in his mind and made him tense. He had a lot to say, but a huge blowout with Leon was what sent Vivian to the hospital in the first place. For the good of his family, he bit back his annoyance and dipped his head in greeting. Leon returned his acknowledgement with a cold smile.
I see I'm late. Dad said the doctor wouldn't let you go until this afternoon, Ma.
He did, but I told him I'd walk whether he wanted me to or not. That old man just wants to make money. I feel as good as new.
Cole helped his mom down the last step and relinquished her to Leon, who took over her journey from the stairs to the car.
Ma, you should listen to the doctors.
Leon rested his chin in the dip of her shoulder.
You know we need you to stick around. Cole and I will kill each other if you're not there to stop us.
Cole shot his brother a warning look. Vivian went white as a napkin.
Don't joke like that.
She smacked him on the shoulder.
If I ever go, you two need to be there for your father and Malika.
By the way, Ma,
Leon said, smoothly shifting the conversation without making any promises.
Did you know Malika had a brother?
Cole leaned forward, eager to hear Vivian's response. The moment he saw Malika and Justin interact, he knew that separating them was not the right call. Maybe he was a little biased given his history, but he truly felt that Malika and Justin belonged in the family.
We tried.
Vivian sighed heavily.
Remember how badly you boys wanted to stay together?
Leon's eyes shifted away, but his jaw softened a bit.
I saw the same thing in Malika and tried to make my case, but they turned us down, told us we could only foster one of them.
You picked Malika, Cole said, his brows furrowing. Why?
Even though it was tough,
Ben said,
we talked it over and chose the sibling that would have a harder time finding a home. Justin is young and has less of a...
Less of a what?
Leon arched both eyebrows.
Troubled history,
Vivian said.
We wanted them both, though.
Ben sighed.
But it wasn't in the cards.
That's messed up.
Leon huffed.
I'm not sure if we were denied because of our age.
Vivian shared a look with Ben.
Or because the department wanted to flex its arm a little. We know things work differently here in Belize, and we didn't want to make a fuss and lose an opportunity to work with them.
Cole gritted his teeth and stopped at their family car. I'll talk to them.
You will?
Vivian's eyes widened. He thought of Malika and Justin in tears as they hugged each other. His heart stirred and a flaming determination rose inside him. Yeah.
We don't want you to get your hopes up, Cole.
Ben squeezed his arm.
Please don't do anything rash. It could cost Malika, too.
Vivian reminded him. I won't be rash. Leon scoffed and mumbled under his breath.
So you say.
Can you both stop by after work?
Ben spun his car keys on his finger.
Come dressed to paint.
Why?
Leon asked.
We need to prepare Malika's bedroom,
Vivian said in a firm voice.
We need all hands on deck.
Her eyes switched between them.
That means both of you.
Yes, Mom.
Yes, Mom,
the boys said in tandem. As his parents drove off, Cole held his brother back. We need to talk.
I'd rather jump off a bridge.
His eyes narrowed. That can be arranged.
I see love has only made you more annoying, brother.
Leon taunted. Cole held out his hand. Give me your phone.
Why?
Now. Leon must have seen something in his expression because his brother, for once, listened without any arguments. Unlock it. Cole held the device out to him. Leon did. Cole maneuvered to Leon's locked folders. Since his brother was young, he'd been keeping the things he didn't want Vivian to know about in that app.
What are you doing?
Leon craned his neck to see his phone. When he noticed where Cole was, his eyes widened and he launched forward.
What the heck? Give me that.
Cole pushed his brother back and calmly deleted the entire folder. Leon's jaw dropped.
You bastard!
Stop whining. I know you have it saved to the cloud. He turned and glared at his brother. Are Latoya's pictures on the cloud too? Leon averted his eyes.
Why do you want to know that?
Delete them.
What is your problem?
That woman is going to be your sister-in-law. Cole folded his arms over his chest and growled each word. Delete them.
If I say no?
Leon tilted his chin up in defiance. I've got pictures too, remember? Cole lifted a shoulder in a casual shrug. Screenshots of conversations that could get you into a lot of trouble if I ever sent them to the internet.
All right, fine.
Leon's fingers flew over his phone as he deleted the folder in the cloud.
Does Latoya know what a conniving beast she's chosen?
Cole didn't answer the question. He studied his brother instead. I really care about her. Leon's thumb went still. And you were wrong that night.
Wrong about what?
Leon's eyes lifted to his. I've always had your back, always. But I'm serious about Latoya. And if I have to choose who I'll protect between the two of you...
Don't say it!
Leon lifted a hand, the muscles in his jaw clenching tight.
I already know.
Do you? His lips curled up.
You think I don't know you, brother? I can read you just as well as you read me.
Then you know I mean this when I say. He stepped closer. Don't bother her again. She's mine now. Leon stared right back into his eyes.
The moment you mess up, I'm sliding right in.
He chuckled and slapped Leon on the back. Also, you owe her an apology, a proper one.
Come on, isn't giving her up to you enough?
You didn't give her to me. You screwed with her. That deserves a proper apology, so get on that. He plucked his keys out of his pocket.
Where are you going?
Leon called. To pick up my girlfriend. Cole gave his brother a proud smirk and strode to his car. On the way, he gave Latoya a call. She picked up groggily.
Hello?
Cole's smile widened at the sound of her voice. How are you feeling this morning?
Like someone is slamming my skull with a pickaxe.
She moaned.
How did I get home?
You don't remember? He sighed in mock frustration. We had a really wild time last night. How could you forget? There was a brief, horrified pause on her end of the line.
You and I,
No, we didn't. He chuckled. Although the temptation had been great, the mood soured when Latoya broke out of his lap and started heaving into the toilet. You threw up and I took you home.
Oh.
She sounded relieved. Oh? He teased. I thought you'd be disappointed.
Me?
You kept throwing yourself at me last night. If I remember correctly, your exact words were, "Take me to your room and draw me like one of your French girls." She burst out laughing.
Did the almighty Cole just crack a joke?
His lips twitched.
I'm 100% sure I did not say any of that.
She tisked. No, you didn't. But you were very frisky.
I tend to be that way when I drink too much, and a hot guy's in front of me.
He frowned as he slowed down in front of her apartment. From now on, I'm the only guy you can be around after drinking. Don't you dare drink wine in front of my brother. Her laughter sounded like music to his ears.
Since when did you get so bossy?
Since I found out you listened to K-pop.
You saw that?
Giselle was blasting it from her apartment last night. He chuckled. Her neighbors must love her.
They have their complaints.
He took the stairs, fondly recalling how he'd carried her up these very steps just a couple hours ago. She'd been conked out on his shoulder, smelling like drool and vomit, and he'd been utterly charmed. I'm outside, Cole said. Could you open the door?
Outside?
Latoya gasped. He heard her footsteps pattering around.
Like outside my apartment?
That's right. Cole slipped a hand into his pocket, smiling even harder when he heard the chaos ensuing behind the door.
Just let me...
Her breath thickened.
My hair's a mess.
Your hair is fine, Cole said. And it was. When Latoya opened the door, all he could see was a beautiful woman with voluminous curls, dark brown skin, and the kind of body that some would go under the knife for. She smiled shyly up at him.
Hey.
Hey. He stepped forward, placed a possessive hand on her back, and drew her in for a kiss. He breathed against her lip. You don't taste like vomit anymore. She smacked his chest.
You're chatty lately. I preferred you when you didn't talk much.
He laughed and stepped into the room, taking note of her warm decor and all the art on the walls.
You can sit down,
Latoya said, gesturing to the sofa. But Cole didn't sit down. He pushed his sleeves up and went to work in the kitchen. By the time Latoya emerged, dressed in her uniform, a khaki skirt and sensible pumps, he had eggs and toast on the table. Her eyes widened.
You cook?
Breakfast only. He pulled out a chair for her. They talked and laughed over the meal, holding hands and kissing in between bites. Latoya hadn't formally admitted to her feelings, but Cole could sense that her affections were shifting in his direction. He didn't mind that she was taking things slow. He knew exactly where they were headed anyway. 30 minutes later, Cole drove her to work, smirking when Latoya balked at the sight of him climbing out of his car to walk her to the door.
What are you doing?
Panic flickered in her eyes.
They'll see you. I mean, us.
Relax, I'm here to talk to your supervisor. She scrunched her nose.
About what?
Something. I'll tell you later.
That's annoyingly cryptic. I'm too impatient to wait.
He narrowed his eyes and teased, Oh, I know. That's why making you wait is so much fun. Her eyes caught on his mouth and held.
I'm going to get you back, Cole.
Morning?
A voice interrupted their conversation. A social worker with dark skin and long hair passed by, staring openly. Latoya ducked her head and in a formal voice said,
The supervisor should be here in about 10 minutes, Mr. Montgomery. You can direct any questions to him.
He smirked at Latoya as she hurried away with his thoughts, his smile, and his entire heart.
Chapter 27.
What's up with you and the Asian guy?
Ganesha asked, rolling her chair over to Latoya's desk. The slim woman rested her chin on her fists and blinked expectantly. Latoya rolled her eyes. You just can't help yourself, can you?
Girl, the suspense is killing me.
That's not my problem.
What about them do you find attractive?
Ganesha shook her head.
Like, I really don't get it.
Latoya stiffened. What is that supposed to mean?
Nothing.
Ganesha backed off, undoubtedly scared away by the fire in Latoya's eyes.
Everyone has their kinks.
It's not a kink.
A preference then, geez.
Ganesha rolled away, only to scoot right back to Latoya's desk.
But, like, don't his parents hate you or whatever?
Her eyes narrowed. Ganesha scooted away.
Forget it.
Latoya let out a relieved breath and turned on her computer. A moment later, Ganesha reappeared. Latoya growled. What?
Seriously, there are so many handsome black men in Belize. Why pick an Asian guy?
Latoya's nostrils flared. What was wrong with Ganesha? Why did she even have to explain herself to anyone? Couples of all shapes and colors mingled in Belize. It wasn't weird to see Creoles and Hispanics happily married and with families. Why was it weird for her to date an Asian man? Latoya's phone buzzed at that moment, rescuing Ganesha from the tongue lashing she deserved. Could you excuse me? I need to take this call. She hurried into a quiet corridor and smiled when she saw Cole's number. Clearing her throat, she answered, Hey, how did the meeting with Mahler go? Did he agree to let you foster Justin too?
How did you know?
Cole's deep voice traveled down her spine and made warmth spread in her belly. Please, you're a big fat softy under all that muscle. His dark chuckle made her shiver in delight.
Is it that obvious?
You're lucky I find that attractive, or I would have felt robbed. How could a guy that big and intimidating be such a teddy bear? As she spoke, Latoya noticed a door to her left opening. A hand reached out and snatched her by the wrist. She yelped, stumbling into the dark room. The door clicked shut, and Cole stood in front of her, a finger to his lips.
Shh.
What are you doing? She laughed. These walls are super thin.
How do you know that?
He arched an eyebrow and folded his arms over his chest, causing her eyes to fall on his bulging muscles. Because I've walked down this hallway when other social workers had their boyfriends in here. She stepped forward.
Oh.
His shoulders relaxed. She grabbed his collar and brought him down to her. You're not being slick, Cole.
And you're not drunk.
He gestured to the way she was gripping him.
Can I assume last night had nothing to do with wine and everything to do with the way you feel about me?
Heat bloomed in her cheeks, and she glanced shyly away. What did you discuss with Mahler? Cole studied her, as if debating whether he'd tease her some more. Finally, he spoke.
You're right. We did talk about Justin.
What did he say? Her eyes flickered up.
That he wanted to talk to you first.
Me? She arched both eyebrows. Cole frowned.
By the surprise on your face, I'm guessing that's not a regular thing.
No, It could be he wants to find out how Malika is doing.
Maybe.
No, that's definitely it. She smiled, growing excited by the thought of Malika and Justin being able to live together. Was this your idea?
My parents wanted them both from the start, but they were told no.
So you're here to fight. She pressed closer to his hard body. That counts for something.
I'm glad you're impressed, although I didn't do it for you.
She scowled up at him. You're hotter when you're quiet.
Too bad,
he said before he brought her face up to his. Latoya rose on her tiptoes and kissed him. The electricity that speared her body drove her wild. His hand was big, warm, and far too gentle for a man of his size. A moan slipped out of her throat, giving away her excitement. Cole tightened his hold on her, one hand sliding around her waist and angling her against the door while the other hand settled on her hip. His hot mouth moved so expertly that she nearly melted into a puddle of goo. It was a miracle her knees were holding up right now. Where the hell did this man learn to kiss like that? His tongue swept against hers, sending a thrill rippling down her spine, making her feel even more desperate for him. She brought his hand up to her chest, hoping to ease some of the tension, but he gripped her arm and set it at her side instead. She pressed closer and opened her mouth, searching for more of him. He growled.
Didn't you just say the walls were thin?
It's your fault for kissing me, she whispered breathlessly. Cole was right to slow them down. Her co-workers would pass by and hear them. She could get in huge trouble for making out with her boyfriend during work hours. It was barely 8 in the morning for crying out loud. If only she cared about any of that. Latoya slipped her hand around Cole's back, caressing and searching, pressing her body to his hard one and quietly begging for a little more. He grabbed her leg, hitching it so that her skirt rumpled up around her thighs. She felt the blast of cool air between her legs and bit her lip to keep her groan back. They needed more privacy. They needed more time. They needed less clothes on to do more of what she wanted to do. To that end, she reached for Cole's belt when he stopped her again. This time with a hard look. Her hand froze on the tab of his zipper. What?
I'm going to marry you.
The way her jaw dropped must have looked comical, but Cole didn't laugh. Instead, he gently grabbed her hands away from his pants and pinned them above her head. Stepping into her space with a sobriety that brought a chill to her veins, he declared,
I'm going to marry you, Latoya.
It was hard to think with his hands on her and his mouth saying ridiculous things. She struggled to breathe in and found that it only pulled more of Cole's scent into her lungs, which drove her even more up the wall. Latoya's chest heaved. You're saying we're waiting until marriage? Her gaze shot to his pants. Really? His eyes darkened with hunger, and she felt his heart beating fast beneath her palm.
Don't make fun of me.
You keep proposing in the most random places, Latoya murmured, her lips inching up. He lifted his eyelids, his stare carefully fixed on where his hand pinned both her arms to the wall.
And you keep rejecting me.
I haven't answered.
Silence is a rejection.
Her mouth curved slightly. I think fostering Justin is a great idea.
Changing the subject?
He arched an eyebrow. His directness was sexy. She liked that he didn't shy away from difficult conversations, nor did he pretend for the sake of it. His transparency must have gotten him into hot water before, but she appreciated it. Especially after all of Leon's secrets. That debacle with his brother had taught her exactly what she did and didn't want in a relationship. Cole was hitting so many of the needs on her checklist. He was even hitting the things she didn't know she wanted. It made her want to throw caution to the wind and kiss him all day. Being close to him was fast becoming an obsession. He released her hands and stepped back, his eyes sweeping over her body as if he wanted to do anything but put space between them.
You should go. I'm sure your boss is looking for you.
Let him look. Her attention was glued to his mouth, and her hands, of their own accord, hooked around his waist, gripping his shirt to keep him from retreating too far. We could kiss a little longer.
Tempting, but I already told you.
He bent down and whispered in her ear.
I like to make you wait.
Tease. He kissed her ear, and she liked the feel of his mouth on her body way too much. Her fingers dug into his shirt. Cole.
See you later.
You're evil.
But you like it.
Yeah. She breathed out in a dreamy voice that she didn't even recognize as her own. Cole didn't bother trying to hide his smile. He pressed one hand on the door and pushed, leaving her behind to collect herself. The air was still taut with tension, and she didn't realize until a second later that she'd admitted to liking him. Latoya felt a moment of panic before she calmed down. The truth was out now. Not that it had been a secret before, given the way she'd been grabbing at his pants earlier. She liked Cole. Giddiness filled her chest and made her entire world sunny. Latoya floated to her desk and fell into her chair. Ganesha rolled over, and immediately she scowled. If you say one more stupid thing about dating an Asian guy...
It's not that.
Ganesha worried her bottom lip.
Mahler's looking for you.
She'd expected that, so Latoya stood right away. What's with that expression? Did he seem angry or something?
He did.
Ganesha wrapped dark arms around herself.
Be careful, Latoya.
I'm sure everything's fine. Latoya waved off Ganesha's warning. Mahler was always cranky, unless he was licking the boots of a politician. The old man didn't scare her. Or maybe that was her hormones talking. She felt especially bulletproof after Cole stole her away for a little kissing and conversation this morning. Humming under her breath, she strode to Mahler's office and stopped at the door. Smoothing out the wrinkles from where Cole had lifted her skirt, she made herself as presentable as possible before knocking on the door.
Come in,
Mahler said in a firm voice. She felt a shiver of unease at the harsh tone, but brushed it off and walked confidently in front of his desk. You wanted to see me?
Sit down, Latoya.
He gestured to the couch. She lowered herself slowly into the hard chair. Is something wrong, sir?
I'll get right to the point.
He pressed his stubby fingers together, a scowl widening his lips.
Did you and Cole Montgomery take Justin to see Malika last week?
Her breath sharpened. Sir?
Did you?
Her eyes dropped to the ground and she clamped her mouth shut.
Fine, if you won't admit it easily.
He opened his phone and slid it over to her.
Malika's aunt saw you four together, and she came to us threatening to take this to the news.
Latoya's eyes widened when she spotted a picture of Justin, Malika, and Cole outside the dealership. She was in the background, smiling widely.
The minister was very upset, as you can imagine. We started this entire project for his approval ratings to go up, and now it's threatening to drag him to the trenches.
I can explain, Latoya said, her voice trembling.
Today, Mr. Montgomery inquired about Justin, But upon this information coming to light, I don't know how prudent it would be to let him and his family be involved with Justin or Malika.
Fear struck her heart. It was my idea, Mr. Mahler. Cole was only helping me.
Don't do that, Latoya.
Mahler scolded her.
This is not a joke. The minister is on edge. If you take the fall for this, you'll face serious consequences.
She swallowed hard. Will I be fired?
No.
He shook his head.
This infraction wouldn't warrant something so severe.
He leaned back and flippantly said,
You will be transferred to Toledo.
Her eyes widened. Toledo was a district deep in the south of Belize. It was known for being rural, quiet, and short-staffed. Horror ballooned in her chest. She just wanted to see her brother, Mr. Mahler. We did everything else by the books.
Yes, and that's why I'm not asking you to hand in your resignation, Latoya. But of course, this all goes away if you say that it was Cole Montgomery's idea.
He picked up a file and flipped through it.
Then Malika will stay at her group home, and Justin will transfer to another home where, hopefully, the staff isn't as complacent.
Tears stung the back of her eyes. How could she tear Malika away from the family that she had already opened her heart to? How could she steal an opportunity from those kids when they could finally be together again? She clamped her hands in her lap. It was my idea, sir. Mahler stiffened in shock.
Latoya.
It was all me. A tear slipped down her cheek. Mahler's lips flattened into a thin line.
Go home and pack your bags. In 5 days, you'll be transferred to our branch in the Toledo district, effective immediately.
Chapter 28. That night, Giselle showed up with wine, Ong Sung-hoon pajamas, and enough tissue boxes to soak up the ocean. Latoya's eyes widened. What's with all the tissues? These aren't for you, they're for me. She sobbed. I can't believe you're leaving. Giselle threw her arms around her, bringing the scent of her coconut deep conditioner. Don't leave me. It's not like I'm leaving the country. I'm just moving to another district. I know, but it's hours away. Giselle wiped away her tears. Is that why you're making such a big fuss? How are we supposed to do our K-pop sessions on Sundays without you? It won't be the same. You need to recruit more members and replace me. I'm sure there are a ton of people who love K-pop in Belize. I don't want to. Latoya gripped Giselle's arm. We can meet online. It'll be fine. How are you so cool about this? Giselle asked, more tears brimming in her sweet brown eyes. You're acting like packing up and leaving us all behind is another Tuesday to you. Latoya swallowed hard. She wasn't fine. Not about losing her position. Not about leaving everything she knew in Belize City behind. And not about moving away from Cole. She still hadn't figured out how she was going to tell him yet, or even if she should. The moment she admitted why Mahler went after her job, Cole would go into protective mode. If Cole started raising a stink, he'd get on the department's bad side, and they could take Malika away from his family for good. Now that the minister wasn't banking on the little girl to boost his image, they were all discardable. Yolanda's distraught voice screamed from outside. This better be a joke! She thumped her fist on the front door. Latoya, you better be screwing with me! Let me get that! Latoya released Giselle's hand and strode to the door. The moment it swung open, Yolanda marched in. Her pretty face had tightened, lips pressed firmly into a thin line. Tell me you're not moving to Toledo. Yes, I am. Latoya whirled around and walked back to her tiny living room. Yolanda's heels stomped the tiles as she followed. You can't. I forbid it. Yali, you can't forbid me. My job said I have to go, so I have to go. Quit! She thumped a hand against her chest. I'll take care of you. What? Like a sugar mama? Of course. She folded her arms over her chest and nodded primly. I'll be your sugar mama. She can afford it, Giselle said helpfully. Guys, since I've been a little girl, I've always wanted to help kids. Giselle interrupted. You can do that. As a social worker, Latoya finished patiently. It's what I do, what I love. Yolanda fell into the couch, her mouth pursed and her brows pulled together. Yes, but do you have to live your dream so far from us? How are we going to watch K-pop music videos without you? Your eyes aren't going to stop working because I'm gone. Latoya continued to brush off her old suitcase. It had been stored in the very back of her closet, gathering dust and spider webs. How is she so cool about this? Yolanda asked Giselle incredulously. Turning to Latoya, she repeated the question. How are you so cool with this? I'm resigned to it. No. Yolanda shot to her feet. This is too sudden. They can't just transfer you like this. Let's get a lawyer and fight. No. Why not? Giselle shrieked. She faced her friends, letting the suitcase plop to the floor. Guys! She shook her head and searched for the right words. I have to go. This is bigger than just me. I have to protect the people I care about. Mahler found out you got personally involved in a case, didn't he? Giselle guessed. No, he didn't. Then who exactly do you need to protect? Yolanda threw her arms high. It doesn't matter. She returned to the suitcase and continued to beat it. The wheels are already turning. There's no way to stop the train. When are you leaving? Yolanda asked, staring at her heels. In 3 days. 3 days? Giselle balked. What about Cole? Have you talked to him? Latoya's hand stilled on her bag. No, not yet. You're not going to break up with him over this, right? Because something tells me that man would move to Toledo for you. Yolanda scoffed. He's not West, Gis. Maybe not, but I see the same kind of commitment in him. With West, once he makes up his mind, that's it. He's done. And I get that from Cole, too. I'm going to handle Cole. She set the suitcase aside. I didn't invite you over here to talk about the move. I wanted us to have one more K-pop night before... Don't say it, Yolanda growled. Before I go. Latoya sighed. It's not the same as having a meeting at Giselle's apartment, but, girl, our K-pop sessions have nothing to do with Giselle's apartment. We can have one right here. Yolanda jutted her chin down. Latoya scraped a smile together and hoped it was convincing, but it fell apart toward the end of the night when she had to say goodbye. Giselle wrapped her in a hug. We're really going to miss you, Latoya. Yolanda wordlessly slung an arm around her, too. All the tears she'd been trying to keep back swelled in her chest. She pulled her lips in, struggling to stay dry-eyed. The last thing Latoya wanted to do was leave her home and her friends behind, but she had no other choice. A tear slipped down her cheek, followed by another and another. She cried into her friend's embrace because it was the safest place to do so. They soothed her back, comforting her and crying with her. After a while, Latoya's phone rang. She pulled herself together and wiped her face to clear her vision. On the screen, Cole's number appeared. Yolanda spotted it too and stepped back. We'll let you answer that. I'll call you tomorrow, Giselle said, giving her hand a squeeze as she walked past. "Bye," Latoya whispered. Her friends waved and disappeared through the door. Latoya stared at her cell phone. After a deep breath, she put it to her ear. "Hey."
Hey,
Cole paused.
are you okay? Your voice sounds funny.
"I'm a little tired. It's been a long day."
Sorry again about yesterday.
"It's okay. You had to paint Malika's new room. I understand." She pulled her legs up under her, closing her eyes so she could memorize his voice.
I should have shown up anyway.
She laughed softly. "Do you take everything so seriously?"
When it comes to family, I do.
Her breath hitched. "Am I your family?"
Didn't I already tell you our future?
Rather than laughter, this time she felt like crying. "What is it again?"
I'd rather tell you in person.
He exhaled gently.
I want to look you in the eyes so you know I mean every word.
The tears dropped silently down her cheeks. "Back at the orphanage, if there was anyone who got in the way of you protecting your family, what would you have done to them?"
What do you mean?
"I mean, when you were about to get adopted by the Montgomerys. If anyone threatened that, what would you have done?"
I was a kid. It wasn't like I was going to kill anyone.
He chuckled. "Seriously."
Seriously?
He paused.
I would have given my life to protect Leon's. I still would. He's my brother.
She sucked in a sharp breath. "I never had a family. At least, not the traditional one. My mom traveled a lot. We barely talk these days, and that's fine with me."
We'll make our own family.
"Yeah?" She pressed her cheek against the phone. "Are we talking about future kids?"
I was thinking more along the lines of me, you, Vivian, Ben, Malika, and Justin.
"And Leon?"
He's on probation. We'll see if he's invited.
That made her chuckle tearfully. "It sounds warm."
Families are like that. They're warmth when the rest of the world goes cold.
"You're a poet."
I'm just telling you what I've been through. Sometimes the family you choose stays closer to you than the one you were born into. That's why it's important to me that we keep Malika and Justin together. She chose to fight for her little brother, and I think that's a war I can get behind.
"Me too," she whispered. Cole paused.
Are you sure you're okay?
"I am."
What did Mahler want to talk to you about that day?
She tried to make her voice as cheerful as possible. "He had a couple questions about Malika. I think he might be considering the request to place Justin in your family's care, too."
Really?
Cole sounded hesitant.
I didn't get that impression from him.
"He's a tough nut to crack, but he'll do what's best for the kids at the end of the day." She let the silence ring out and then said, "I should go.
Already?
I've got a lot to do tomorrow."
I'll pick you up. Take you to work. I can't stand not seeing you.
"No," Latoya blurted. Cole's end of the line went quiet. She forced her tone to soften. "I don't want anyone to get suspicious if they see us together."
You're right.
Latoya released a breath when Cole backed off. "I'll call you later," she said. "Night." He hung up. She held the phone to her ear a beat longer, listening to the dial tone. Her heart roared in agony, and she curled into a ball on the sofa. How did she tell Cole she was leaving? What could she say to make him let her go? Malika needed him here. If Justin got placed in their care, he would too. Vivian and Ben depended on him. Even if he would turn his back on his family for her, he shouldn't have to. She was used to hacking it alone. It wouldn't be anything new. But even as she tried to prepare herself for that awful conversation, Latoya knew she couldn't be that cut and dry. Her feelings for Cole were expanding beyond anything she'd imagined. Leaving him behind would break her heart to pieces.
Chapter 29. Cole plugged his ears as Malika's screams threatened to shatter every window. Her eyes swung from one end of her room to the other, taking it all in like a kid on Christmas morning. Vivian chuckled fondly.
I guess you like your room.
Are you kidding? I love it.
She ran to the bed and hopped on, waving her arms like she was making a snow angel.
It's so soft.
We're glad you like it,
Ben said, wrapping his arms around Vivian and giving her a loving smile. Leon leaned against the doorway, his arms folded over his chest.
You better love it. Mom worked us like dogs for 3 days straight to get all the furniture in.
That is not true.
Vivian narrowed her eyes at him.
Right, Cole?
Cole shut his mouth because, in all honesty, his mother had been a tad overbearing. She'd worked him so hard he barely got any sleep. Even worse, he had no time to date Latoya properly. They'd kept in contact via text, and it still left him wanting more. A few words on the screen didn't make up for pulling her into his arms. He missed her, but the few times he'd proposed they meet in person, she'd given him excuses about being tired. At first, Cole had written off her reluctance to meet. She was probably swamped with work and he didn't want to be pushy. But after she'd failed to answer his texts last night, he was getting suspicious.
I love it.
Malika pushed off the bed and ran to Vivian and Ben. She wrapped her scrawny arms around them, her voice cracking with tears.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome, sweetie.
Vivian caressed her head.
What about us?
Leon scowled.
We did all the hard work.
Thanks,
Malika said flippantly, barely giving him a glance. Leon narrowed his eyes. Cole hid his laughter behind a fist. She really felt like a little sister now.
Let's order some food,
Ben said.
This is cause for celebration. Mal, you want anything special?
Fried chicken.
Cole stepped away from his family. I've got somewhere to be.
You're leaving already?
Vivian strode toward him, her eyes wide in concern.
Stay a bit longer.
I need to see Latoya. Vivian winced.
You're right. I've kept you so busy you two probably haven't met. You should go.
I'll be back.
Thanks for all your help.
He nodded. I'm happy if Malika's happy. Vivian took his arm and steered him deeper into the hallway.
You never told me if you'd resolved the matter of Justin moving here, too.
I talked to the supervisor. His jaw tightened when he remembered how stern Mahler had been with him. I don't know if he'll respond to reason. He struck me as a lackey more than anything else. We might need to go above him.
I was afraid of that. I'll make some calls.
He dipped his chin.
Tell Latoya I said hi.
Vivian wiggled her fingers.
And bring her around formally, would you? Another social worker dropped Malika off today and said Latoya had withdrawn from Malika's case.
Cole went very still. What do you mean she withdrew from Malika's case?
Didn't you know?
I assumed she came by herself. Malika was street smart and resourceful. It wouldn't surprise him that she could adult better than any of the kids he'd gone to college with.
I confirmed it myself. Latoya isn't working on this case anymore.
Unease dripped into Cole's chest, tainting every breath.
Of course it makes sense.
Vivian rambled.
As a responsible young woman, she wouldn't continue on in this case when she's so close to a member of the family.
Something was wrong. Before he could think it through, Cole started running.
Cole, where are you going?
He barely heard his mother. Cole's mind was on Latoya. She'd told him her meeting with Mahler went well. Why hadn't he double-checked that she was telling the truth? Cursing himself under his breath, Cole jumped into his car and dialed Latoya's number. It went straight to voicemail. He tried again and again with the same results. Rather than waste any more time trying to call her, he drove to her apartment and banged on the door. Toya! He curled his fingers into fists and knocked. Toya, open the door. The door swung in. Latoya stood in the entrance wearing a tank top and shorts. Her hair was wrapped in a bonnet, allowing his eyes to roam every inch of her dark face. Cole strode inside, letting loose a disgruntled breath as he faced the woman he wanted to spend the rest of his life with. "What's going on?" His eyes blazed into hers. "Why aren't you working on Malika's case?"
I handed it over.
The annoyance in her tone was thick, but Cole wasn't intimidated. "Why didn't you tell me?"
Because it's work, Cole. You don't tell me how many cars you sell every day, do you?
She scoffed.
Or maybe you don't even know. It's not like you're ever at the dealership.
He narrowed his eyes. "You're trying to start a fight."
I'm stating the obvious.
She lifted her chin and stared him down.
What are you doing here?
He blinked, his eyebrows tightening into a small frown. "I'm here to ask you one more time if something happened with Mahler."
No.
Her eyes flickered to the ground. He saw her flinch, and then she covered it up with a hard expression.
Is that all?
"No, it's not."
What else?
"Why are you acting like that?"
Like what?
Cold. He stepped toward her, his eyebrows hiking when she stepped back. Distant. She squared her shoulders.
I'm busy, that's all.
"Doing what?"
None of your business.
She snapped. He gritted his teeth. Cole could smell when something was off, and right now the air reeked of secrets. Stalking to her sofa, he plunked into a seat. Latoya frowned.
I told you I was busy.
"Sit," he growled. Her eyes narrowed in his direction.
Who the heck are you to tell me what to do?
"I know you're keeping something from me, Latoya. Whatever it is, let's get it out in the open. Right here. Right now."
I'm not hiding anything.
She glanced away. He sprang to his feet, his heart thundering. "Then answer me honestly. Why were you taken off Malika's case? Was it because Mahler found out about us? Because if it is, I'll go talk to him and—"
You can't.
Latoya yelled. Dumbfounded, Cole froze and stared at her. She was watching him as if she wanted to shove him out of her living room. He didn't understand what was going on or what had made her so desperate. "Latoya," he pleaded, "tell me what's wrong. Please." Her nostrils flared. Those big brown eyes, the windows to her soul, looked panicked. She bit down on her bottom lip and wrapped her arms around her waist. "Whatever it is," he drew her closer and felt the moment her body melted into his. "We'll work it out together, okay?" When he reached out to caress her face, Latoya turned her head away. He felt momentary confusion. "What's wrong?"
I need to tell you something, Cole.
She said darkly. He braced himself for the worst. "Something like what?"
I don't want to see you anymore.
Cole let out a disbelieving laugh. "You're talking nonsense now."
I'm serious.
She was. He shook his head, growing sober. "Since it's obviously not a good time, I'll come back later. We'll talk then."
Leaving won't change the way I feel.
He kept walking away.
Cole.
Her quiet voice stopped him. "Not right now, Latoya."
You can't just leave after saying your piece.
She yelled, stalking over to him and slamming the door closed when he opened it. He tried to step past her. She moved in front of him, blocking his path. "I don't want to hear this." Cole's pulse was jumping at a crazy tempo. His throat got tighter and tighter when he saw the resolve in her eyes. She slapped her chest.
I can't keep fooling you anymore. I'm not the kind of girl you think I am.
He lifted his chin and stared down at her, daring her to finish that statement.
I was using you, Cole.
Her words hit him like bullets. He flinched, desperately fighting her confession with everything inside.
I only agreed to fake a relationship because of Leon. You know that.
"So did I," he growled, and then it turned into more.
Not for me.
"That's bull, Toya. You know it."
I was never serious about you, or him. All I wanted was the experience of dating an Asian guy.
He went absolutely still as horror crawled over his skin. She just wanted to date an Asian guy? The hell was that supposed to mean?
You kept saying that you liked me, and I thought it was the perfect opportunity to have the experience I wanted.
Latoya gestured to the television.
I've watched hours of K-dramas and I listened to K-pop on repeat. I wanted to feel what it was like to date an Asian man.
He swallowed a boatload of dread. She didn't mean that. There was no way. She was too sweet to be that manipulative.
I realized that you're not that different from a black man.
She lifted her shoulders.
And I have a lot more in common with a black Belizean guy than I do with an Asian man anyway.
You don't make any sense, Cole spit out.
I don't like you anymore. You're boring and nothing like what I imagined dating an Asian guy would be.
Cole scoffed. He was much more than his race, just like she was more than hers. He'd grown up surrounded by reminders that what a person looked like had little to do with who they were inside. It bothered him that Latoya was spitting rhetoric like this. You're saying the only reason you spent time with me is because I'm Asian? She dipped her chin, her gaze glued to the ground.
I wanted to try it out once, and now I'm done.
A tight sensation twisted in his stomach, giving him vertigo. That couldn't be right. What he'd seen in Latoya's eyes these past few weeks had been real. It had to be. He scrambled forward, towering over Latoya. That's enough. Whatever you're trying to hide, I won't press you. So stop saying things you're going to regret.
I'm telling the truth, Cole.
She spoke to the floor.
I saw that you were interested in me, and I thought it would be easy to use you. You were Leon's brother. I got to have a new experience and hurt my ex in the process. It was perfect.
Stop it. His chest pulled taut. It felt like she'd bound his heart to a post and was whipping it. Every word from her mouth was a blade across his ribs. Her eyes were as cruel as her words.
I was going to sleep with you just to cross it off my bucket list, but I don't even think you're worth the trouble.
A restlessness that felt like heartburn descended. Nostrils flaring, he leaned down until his face was almost on top of hers. Say that it meant nothing. I dare you.
It meant nothing.
She mumbled to the wall. He gripped her cheeks and turned her head so she was forced to look at him. The slant of her big lips was even more pronounced in the fading sunlight. His heart raged until he felt like he was about to explode. He loved this woman with his all. Even now, when he was furious, she still took his breath away. Her skin was soft as a petal beneath his fingertips. The heat emanating from her body was a magnet, his weakness, his temptation. Latoya. He spoke her name desperately, quietly, almost like a prayer. The way her hands fisted in his shirt when his eyes dripped to her lips told him she felt it too. There was something between them, something more than her desire to color outside the racial lines. She opened her mouth and more nonsense poured out of it.
You were nothing more than an experiment. I never cared about you, and I...
He bent his head and kissed her to stop her cruel words. His hands roamed her body, eagerly pushing past fabric to get to dark brown skin and lace underwear. Her pretty mouth shuddered against his as she kissed him back. He filled his hand with the weight of her chest and stroked her through her tank top while slipping his fingers in her jeans. She shuddered against him, clawing at his neck like a castaway reaching for a life jacket. Cole roughly set her away and snarled into her face. Liar. Her chest heaved. He moved in to kiss her again, but her hands slid over his chest. He felt her pushing him away. Stunned, Cole stared down at Latoya's face. Her eyes moved between his, burning with frustration. Her breath escaped in thick, frantic bursts. She took a step back.
It's over, Cole. I had my fun, and now I'm finished.
Stalking to the door, she threw it open.
I want you to leave. Chapter 30. A heavy, sinking sensation pushed Latoya into the ground. She gave in to the pull of gravity, collapsing to her knees. Giant tears rolled down her cheeks as she bowled over from the pain. I'm sorry, Cole. She sobbed, I'm so sorry. The oppressive silence was her only response. Latoya felt as if she could still hear the echo of Cole's footsteps. She looked up. No one was there, and yet she could still see the hurt pooling in his brown eyes. Every word she'd shot at him ricocheted and struck her too. Digging deep to break him had broken her in the worst way. She didn't know if she'd ever be the same again. I used you. Only because you're Asian. You're not that exciting. It had taken everything in her soul to keep from flinching as she let the ugliness weave around them both. She'd destroyed them. Tainted something special. She had to. If Cole had insisted on staying by her side, he would find out why she was leaving for Toledo, and then he would fight to the death to make her stay. There was no other option than to lie to him. But just because it was the right thing to do didn't make it easy to live with. Rocking back and forth, Latoya remained on the floor, crying until her legs turned into lead. When she finally pushed herself to stand, she buckled immediately. Gravity slammed her to the ground again, a punishment for her deception. Her eyes lingered on the linoleum floor, wet from where her tears had gathered. She'd expelled every drop of water in her body. Her eyes were now dry, leaving only a hollow pang behind. The quiet swept around her, dancing in the chasm of her loneliness. The locked door became her focus. Cole wasn't coming back. It was over. Good. This was exactly what she wanted. Malika would be able to stay with the Montgomerys, and Justin would find his way there too. Cole wouldn't stop fighting to get custody of Malika's brother. He was a beast when it came to his family. He'd lay down his life for them, kill for them, protect them with everything he had. And one day, he'd find another girl, maybe someone tall, willowy, and Asian. Someone who could teach him about the culture he left behind. Someone who was more suitable than a small, overweight Belizean woman who was obsessed with K-pop and K-dramas. Latoya picked herself off the floor and limped to her bedroom. She had to pack her suitcases and buy a couple more things from the store. Though she didn't need to report to work until Monday, Latoya wanted to get to Toledo early. It was important to settle in, get her living arrangements in order, and prepare her mind so she could be an effective social worker. Even if this wasn't what she wanted, Latoya felt obligated to do a good job. There were plenty of children suffering from neglect, abuse, and trauma in Toledo. She could still live her dream, though it wasn't exactly the way she'd planned. Sucking in a deep breath, Latoya forced herself to continue packing. When she was finished, she texted her mom. Me. I'm leaving Belize City, Mom.
Mom, did you finally get a man?
Me. No, I'm leaving for work. Toledo District.
Mom, why Toledo of all places? You're a city girl. You don't know anything about villages.
Me. I'm just letting you know. It's not a big deal.
Mom, I told you not to be a social worker. They don't make any money.
Latoya didn't bother responding. She was satisfied that she'd done her duties as a daughter. It wasn't like her mom would visit anyway. But she couldn't say the same for Giselle and Yolanda. We'll come down every third weekend, Giselle said the next day, tapping the calendar app on her phone. They were seated outside the smoothie truck, hanging out on Latoya's last day in Belize City. The Caribbean Sea slashed the rocks surrounding the park. Sunshine baked the top of their heads. Bright huts in all colors of the rainbow invited tourists and locals to stop for refreshments. Yolanda agreed. Tay-Tay needs to see more of Belize anyway. Now that he's insisting he'll quit football, he needs something to do. Latoya smiled at her friends, touched. I appreciate the effort, guys, but I don't expect you to come down there. She nodded at Giselle. You're busy. Giselle scoffed. Doing what? You're getting married soon. Latoya wiggled a finger in Giselle's direction. West has been patient for long enough. Giselle crossed her arms over her chest. Hey, West hasn't proposed yet. Yolanda rolled her eyes. He's asked you to marry him like 8 times. Giselle sang. Not with a ring, though. True. Yolanda shrugged. Then she turned to Latoya. I don't care if she's wrapped up in West Phillips. I'll be down there every day. Latoya pointed out. You have a son. I do? Yolanda blinked rapidly and sipped her smoothie in mock innocence. I forgot. Latoya grabbed their hands. I appreciate you both, but I don't think we should set up high expectations. When I move to Toledo, I'll be... The smoothie truck door blew open, and Marcy wheeled down the ramp. What do you mean you're moving to Toledo? Latoya hissed at Giselle. Didn't you tell her? Giselle shook her head. I wasn't sure if you wanted me to. The whites of Marcy's eyes stood out against her rich brown skin. She shook her head and her twists clacked together. When? Latoya admitted. Tomorrow. Tomorrow? Marcy gasped. Why didn't I know about this? Latoya croaked, It's kind of sudden. Her hands wrapped around her untouched smoothie. Marcy rolled her wheelchair over to Latoya. Why are you leaving? For work. She sighed and cupped her chin in her palm. Marcy shot her sister a dark look. Explain. Giselle glanced back at her. Latoya? Latoya frowned. The happiness of a little girl depends on it. Marcy groaned. But I was rooting for you and that cute Asian guy. His name is Cole, Latoya said harshly. Everyone around the table went still. Marcy dipped her head. Sorry, Cole. I mean... Giselle and Yolanda gave her strange looks. Latoya just stared into her smoothie. Maybe she was being sensitive because of all the awful things she'd said to Cole to get him to leave. I'm sorry, Marcy. I shouldn't have yelled, Latoya said after a few deep breaths. Marcy shook her head. Latoya, I don't care about that. I care about you. Marcy added, and Cole. Latoya muttered, There is no me and Cole. Marcy huffed, folding her arms over her chest. You're making a mistake, Giselle warned. Marcy, Latoya's made up her mind. No way. Marcy glared at her sister. Remember when you were acting all dumb because West was leaving Belize, so you didn't want to start anything with him? Giselle scowled. That wasn't dumb. That's called being careful. Marcy rapped her knuckles on the plastic table. It's called letting an opportunity pass through your fingers. The young woman continued. If Latoya told me she really wanted this job in Toledo and it was everything she'd ever dreamed, I wouldn't act like this. But you all look like you're attending a funeral. Her sharp eyes darted between the women. And it feels like there's something you're not telling me. Yolanda rubbed her eyes. Can we not talk about this? I'm trying to put on a brave face, but Her voice broke. I'm really going to miss you, Toya. You too. Latoya gave her friend a gentle smile, though. Inside, her heart was breaking. Turning to Marcy, she explained, I know this is sudden, and I am happy about Toledo. Marcy rolled her eyes. Fine, throw your little pity party. Just know that whatever you're running from, it'll find you anywhere you go. Marcy hooked a finger in the air. The lessons you need to learn will keep chasing you down until you face them. Latoya frowned. Marcy, have fun in Toledo. The young woman rolled her wheelchair up the ramp and slammed the truck's door shut. Latoya whispered, "When did she get so wise?" Yolanda shrugged. "She's all grown up now." Then she sighed. "Maybe she's right, Latoya. Why did you need to break up with Cole? What if he was cool with long distance?" Latoya spoke firmly. "It's better this way." Giselle and Yolanda let the topic drop, but she could sense their disapproval. Over the weekend, she packed everything she needed and cleaned her apartment from top to bottom. The next morning, she climbed into a taxi and headed for the bus station. As the scenery blurred outside her window, Latoya's heart tugged. She'd missed something important. But what? And then it hit her. She lurched forward, digging her nails into the headrest. "Excuse me. I need to make a stop somewhere first." 10 minutes later, the truck slowed down in front of Malika's high school. The probability of seeing her were slim. Malika might have already gone inside, but Latoya waited anyway. Time ticked past slowly. Her heart sank lower and lower when she realized that she'd probably missed her chance. "Miss," the taxi driver said, "you said you have an 8 o'clock bus. You'll miss it if you don't leave." She sighed heavily. "All right, let's—" Just then, she saw Malika climbing out of Ben and Vivian's car. She wore a crisp white uniform, and her hair had been tamed into neat braids with beads at the end. It wasn't just the hair change that made her throat tighten. Latoya could see a much bigger difference in Malika's attitude. The little girl waved brightly, her eyes beaming like stars. Latoya waited until Ben and Vivian had driven off before hurrying out to Malika. "Hey!" she called. Malika swung around and her eyes widened.
Latoya!
She sprinted toward her and wrapped her scrawny arms around Latoya's waist.
Why weren't you at the house last week? I kept asking that social worker where you were.
"She's taking over for me." Latoya forced a smile. Ganesha was the one in charge of all her cases now.
Wait!
Malika clutched her backpack and stepped away.
What are you doing here?
"I just wanted to see you."
We could have met this evening.
The bell rang behind her, and Malika cringed.
I want to hang out, but I have to get to class. Cole already gave me a lecture about doing better in school.
She rolled her eyes.
Who knew having an older brother could be so annoying?
Despite her words, Latoya saw the smile playing around Malika's mouth. The little girl was thriving beneath her family's affections. Latoya's heart felt at peace. "Keep making me proud, Malika." She offered her hand for a fist bump. "Okay?"
Okay.
The little girl scrunched her nose.
Why are you being weird? And why do you look so serious?
"Go. I don't want you to be late for class." Malika nodded, still shooting bewildered glances over her shoulder. Her backpack bounced with every step. The beads at the end of her hair clacked joyously. Malika's future had been changed forever because of Cole and his family. It was worth it. Malika stopped, turned, and waved wildly over her head.
Bye, Latoya.
"Bye, baby," she whispered, wiggling her fingers in return. Turning, Latoya got back into the taxi and prepared to face her new life, certain that, for all her pain, She'd made the right choice, leaving this one.
Chapter 31. Cole didn't leave his home for 3 days straight. He didn't sulk and he didn't cry. That overdramatic crap wasn't for him. But he knew better than to walk out those doors. If he picked up his keys, got into his car and drove, his heart would take him straight to Latoya's door. He would hold on to her, knowing that she would turn him away. He would beg and plead and act like a complete fool just to spend a couple more minutes in her presence. No, Cole didn't stay in his home because he was mourning a relationship that had barely gotten off the ground. He locked himself in because breaking out would mean running straight to the woman who'd ruined him. Thankfully, there was plenty he could accomplish inside these four walls. His team at the dealership was more than equipped to handle business in person. The manager had been overseeing the dealership long before Cole bought the company. Cole felt comfortable keeping the doors open and tackling the expansion of the franchise from his home office. The weekend flew by without incident. On Monday, he answered a couple emails about clients interested in his tiny house designs and tried to lose himself in the hobby that brought him joy. The light outside his window turned into shadows. His stomach grumbled, reminding him that he had to eat or he'd die. Lately, every meal tasted like dust in his mouth, and he'd been skipping lunch to focus on work. Cole forced himself to head downstairs. While he was scavenging in the kitchen for something to eat, the front door burst open. Leon's voice bounced against the walls.
Brother, are you and Latoya decent? I don't want to see anything I'm not.
Leon paused when he caught sight of him.
Whoa, what happened to you?
What do you mean? Cole scowled, slapping the freezer closed.
I mean, you look like crap.
Leon's eyes slid over him, starting from his bare feet to his jogging pants and the stained shirt he hadn't changed since Friday.
I mean, you look really, really terrible.
Thanks, he grunted. Good old Leon. He could always count on his brother to be an encouraging and uplifting presence.
Latoya didn't strike me as a beard girl.
Leon gestured to the uneven facial hair that had sprouted on Cole's face.
Is that a thing? Are we making that a thing?
Cole scratched his beard and stared at Leon. He hadn't bothered shaving these past few days, didn't have the energy. Besides, he wasn't leaving his house anyway, so it didn't matter if anyone saw his patchy beard. What are you doing here?
Mom said you haven't been answering her calls.
Leon took his shoes off at the door and skipped into the living room. So?
So I'm here to make sure you're not dead.
I'm obviously not dead.
Bummer.
Leon grinned. Cole scowled. Why are you in such a good mood?
Why are you in such a bad one?
Rather than answer, Cole turned away and returned his focus to the fridge. Leon placed his keys on the counter and hopped on a bar stool.
You won. I gave you the girl.
You didn't give me anyone, Cole said sternly. Leon continued as if he hadn't heard him.
You and Latoya are safe from me.
You weren't a threat in the first place, Cole grumbled in frustration.
Malika's safe with Mom and Dad. Our contacts back home are arranging custody for Justin, too. It's all working out perfectly.
He plucked a banana from the fruit bowl.
Almost like one of those cheesy Christmas movies.
Leon swiped his hand as if he could see the headline.
Young black orphan joins foster family. Now has 2 Asian brothers and white parents.
His brother's words filled him with irritation. Why'd you do that? Cole pressed his palm into the counter. His eyes narrowed. Why'd you have to bring race into it?
Because.
Because what? Cole pressed. Leon blinked rapidly.
What's your problem?
You got in trouble for targeting black women.
Hey, whoa, stop it. I didn't target anyone. They chased me around calling me Appa, even though I'm Chinese. If anyone was targeting someone, it was them.
You used them. His eyes darkened when he thought of Latoya. You exploited them. Leon's eyes narrowed.
I didn't force anyone to do anything they didn't want to.
He pressed a hand on his thigh and sighed.
Look, I'm not proud of what I did, and that whole thing with that girl in LA really scared me.
Not enough to stop, apparently.
Latoya wasn't...
He hesitated.
I didn't know she was into Asian guys. I thought she was beautiful, and I took my shot. It had nothing to do with race.
Cole examined his brother's sincere expression. You expect me to believe that?
Okay, fine. I did take a little bit of advantage when I found out she liked K-pop later on. I mean, come on. Don't I look like an Asian heartthrob?
Leon struck a pose. Cole scowled so hard Leon's face tightened with fear. His brother spoke in an unusually serious tone.
What happened, bro?
Nothing.
Did Latoya say something about me or?
He shrugged.
Did you two fight?
No.
You did.
Leon leaned back and scrubbed his chin.
You said something insensitive, didn't you? Dude, you have to be more careful.
That's rich coming from you. Cole yanked out the condiments he needed for a sandwich.
Exactly. You should learn from my mistakes.
Cole narrowed his eyes at his brother. Why'd you do it, Leon?
Do what?
Why did you play around with those women when you had no real interest in them? He seemed confused by the question, or maybe the frustration behind it.
What exactly did Latoya say to you?
She said she was curious about being with an Asian guy. Leon shrugged.
That makes sense.
No, it doesn't, Cole argued. We're more than our race.
You can say that easily because you think the world is black and white. You're so objective about everything that you can't relate to anyone. You don't know how to fit in with your own. You don't fit in anywhere.
My own? The heck is that supposed to mean?
Why do you think I went to the Chinese community as soon as I came to Belize? Why do you think I work at the grocery store when I could do anything else?
Leon pressed his elbow into the counter.
We share a culture with the Asian community. Even if we grew up with white parents in a white neighborhood, we have more in common with the Chinese in Belize than with the neighbors we grew up with.
That's not true.
Isn't it?
Leon arched an eyebrow.
Then why did you have such a hard time making friends back home?
Because people are annoying, he muttered.
If we had more Asian kids around, it wouldn't have been so bad.
You're making race more complicated than it has to be, Cole snapped. If Vivian and Ben thought like that, they would have adopted a couple of white babies.
But that's boring.
Leon scrunched his nose. Why?
Because they're white, too.
Leon pointed out.
And that's no fun.
He gritted his teeth, thinking about what Latoya said. So you think they only adopted us for the aesthetic? Like we're some kind of trend? Leon shrugged.
I'm sure that played a part in it.
That's bull. He paced the length of the kitchen. Mom never treated us like objects for her to win diversity points.
Mom is different.
We're more than our race, Cole said again, getting more and more frustrated.
Of course.
He shrugged.
But the world doesn't see it that way.
Cole glowered at him.
Bro, it takes too much effort to paint everyone with an individual brush. It's much easier to lump them together in stereotypes.
He pressed a hand to his chest.
Hence, I'm expected to know karate and be good at math.
You're terrible at math.
Don't tell the kids who copied off my tests.
Leon snorted.
Look, you and I are never going to solve racism, but being curious about someone else's race and culture is what makes us celebrate and understand our differences. We shouldn't be afraid of that.
He rubbed the back of his neck.
I know that's weird coming from me, but it's what I've learned.
Cole grabbed the mayo and tossed it back into the fridge, his appetite gone. Leon studied him.
What's going on? Why are you in such a bad mood?
He paused, chomped on his banana.
I mean, why are you in a more terrible mood than usual?
Latoya left.
Left where? Your house?
Leon rolled his eyes.
You'll see her tomorrow. Stop being so clingy.
He sighed and gave Cole a once-over.
I bet she had no idea she was marrying such a wuss. Everyone thinks you're scary because you're big. They have no idea how sappy you are.
Shut up, Leon.
Seriously? Is that all you're upset about?
Cole banged the fridge door shut. She left me, all right? He bellowed, a vein popping out in his neck. She left me.
What?
His eyes narrowed into slits and then widened.
So, when she said she only dated you because she was curious.
Yeah. Leon started laughing. Cole blinked twice, shaking his head in horror. Leon straightened abruptly.
That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
She meant it.
Look, I was talking to Latoya for weeks before you came along.
Leon waved a hand in his direction and Cole fought the urge to throttle his brother.
She's one of the most authentic people I've ever met.
Then why did you hurt her? Leon placed both hands up.
I said I was sorry, all right?
He glanced aside, still scowling.
What I'm saying is...
Leon looked up with beaming eyes.
We had great conversations about everything. She's a cool girl, and she was interested in getting to know me. To know me.
He slapped his chest.
I felt that from her.
Maybe she fooled you too.
Come on, Cole.
Leon flopped back.
You know that's bull. She acts all tough, but she's a softie.
He jutted his chin forward.
Just like you, I saw right through her.
I thought I knew her too. Cole frowned.
Then why are you second-guessing?
Leon arched an eyebrow. His eyes dimmed and his mouth flattened.
Is this because of Latoya or because of something else?
Cole swerved around, silently daring his brother to continue. Since Leon clearly didn't value his own life, he stood in challenge.
You're afraid she'll abandon you too.
His nostrils flared and he kept his mouth shut. Leon moved around the counter, getting closer to the fire burning in Cole's chest. His brother lowered his voice.
You don't get close to people unless they're bound to you by blood or legal documents. You never used to date back home, even when girls threw themselves at you.
I was busy.
Yeah, running away from any connections.
Leon gestured to the door.
You finally feel something real, something powerful, and you're running away instead of fighting.
Latoya said.
I know what she said, and I know you're being an idiot.
Leon snapped.
Does she mean that little to you that you'd buy a lie like that? Do you even really care about her?
Of course I do.
Then what are you doing here?
Leon arched an eyebrow.
Unless you really aren't interested in her. Because in that case...
Finish that statement and you'll live to regret it. I won't go easy on you because you're my brother. Leon broke out into a smile. Cole sank into the counter. What if I run after her and she disappears on me again?
That's a risk you need to take.
Leon gripped his shoulder.
The only question is, do you think your love is worth the gamble?
Cole squared his jaw as determination spread through his chest. The answer was yes.
Chapter 32. Latoya settled into her humble bungalow with a cup of tea and her laptop. It had been a long day of introductions, car rides from one village to the next, and a lot of walking. Her feet ached, and she hadn't had a decent conversation with any of her coworkers. Latoya had no idea what the crew in Belize City had told those here in the South, but she figured anyone could see she'd been demoted. It probably didn't help that she'd arrived right when one of their own had been fired. With a sigh, she tapped her email and opened the correspondence from Mahler. I hope you take this opportunity to think about your actions and reflect on the harm you could have done to the minister. We trusted you with something important, and you have proven that you do not have what it takes to follow through. I've already spoken to your director in Toledo and asked that he be careful with any responsibilities he hands over to you. In translation, Mahler had personally sought out her boss in Toledo to make things harder for her. No wonder she'd been given the cold shoulder the moment she arrived. It doesn't matter, Latoya said, sliding the laptop off and pattering to the kitchenette. I'll return to Belize City once I prove my worth down here. She poured the rest of her tea in the sink and stared at the liquid flushing down the drain. It felt a little like her own dreams were disappearing down a drainpipe, but she forced such thoughts away. As the silence settled in, Latoya got a video call. Giselle and Yolanda appeared on her phone screen, both women pressing in close together to stay in the frame. Giselle asked excitedly, "How is it in Toledo? Have you been to the beach yet? I hear it's gorgeous down there." "It is pretty," Latoya agreed. She leaned against the counter and held the phone up. This morning, they'd driven past miles of white sand bracketed by the stunning Caribbean Sea. Yolanda questioned her next. "Have you ever been to the beaches down south?" "This is my first time," she admitted. "It's kind of exciting, if you think about it." Giselle gave a distinct nod of her head. "For sure. Tourists come to Belize and see all these amazing places. We should enjoy them too. After all, it belongs to us." Yolanda grumbled, "You sound like a tourism board brochure." Latoya laughed. "Sounds like nothing has changed." Giselle pouted. "Not true. There's a big fat hole in our heart from missing you." Latoya hung her head because she missed her friends a lot too. Not just them. Her every thought centered on Cole. She wanted to see him so badly that it was a physical pain in her chest. If she'd been in Belize City, she would have driven to his house so many times. Thankfully, she was miles away from where he lived. There was no chance of stalking him. Giselle changed the subject. "Let me see your place." Latoya turned the phone around. "It isn't much." The living room had a small couch, a TV, and a lamp. The kitchen was so cramped that if she spread her arms, she could touch both sides. "But it's cute. I like it." Yolanda assessed through the screen. "Are there enough bedrooms for us to stay there when we visit?" Latoya shrugged. "That depends. If it's just you two, you can take the couch and someone can share my bed." Yolanda scrunched her nose. "What about Tay-Tay?" Giselle arched an eyebrow. "And Marcy and West? They already said they were coming." Latoya sighed. "I guess you'll need to get a hotel then." She tried to drum up a smile, but she was tired and homesick. It didn't quite stick the landing. Giselle noticed and hurried to end the call. "We should go. You must be tired." "A little." Yolanda blew her a kiss. "Bye, girl. Love you." "Love you too." Latoya hung up with her friends. The moment the call ended, the haunting silence caused a shiver to climb over her spine. She was a city girl and had lived in a busy neighborhood all her life. Here in Toledo, thick jungles surrounded her bungalow. She felt isolated and a little frightened. Latoya held her cell phone closer and double-checked that all her windows were locked. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Fear skittered up her spine and held her in a chokehold. She went still, her mouth opening and closing as she tried to decide whether she should answer. It was almost 10 o'clock. No one with good news or good intentions would be knocking on her door this late at night. She inched away from the entrance, her heart thumping to a dangerous beat. Should she call Giselle and Yolanda back? No, she should definitely call the police.
"Hello?
Cole's voice rumbled through the door.
Latoya?"
Her fingers loosened and her phone clattered to the ground. Not even the harsh crack of the phone screen could shake her out of her shock.
"Latoya, I know you're in there. I can see the light is on."
She hurried to the door. Pushing the locks aside, she flung it open and stared up at Cole. He wore a t-shirt, jeans, and sneakers. His hair was messy and wind-torn. It really was him. Her steps faltered and her mouth parted in shock. Cole stared intently at her. Sweat gathered on his brow and glistened on his thick neck. "What are you doing here?" She glanced over him, still shocked.
Latoya,
He took in a deep breath.
I need to tell you something.
She whirled around abruptly, leaving the door open. She heard it click shut as she moved into the kitchen. Her hands shook when she pulled out a bottle of water from the fridge and offered it to him. Cole acknowledged her gesture with a nod, but he didn't drink. Latoya studied his handsome face. Uncertainty held her fast, and regret clutched her throat. She didn't know what to say or do, but she knew she couldn't look at him. Her eyes fluttered to the ground. Cole stepped closer to her and lifted her chin.
When I was a child, my mother left me and my brother at an orphanage after promising she'd be back. Ever since then, I've had a really hard time opening up to people. I always figured it was a matter of time until they bailed too.
Surprise rushed through her body. Cole!
Let me finish.
She worried her bottom lip and nodded, though it took everything inside her to hold her tongue.
That didn't happen with you.
He stopped, shook his head.
The moment I met you, I wanted to protect you. Something about you made me want to do that. And then we met again and I said you were my girlfriend. And it felt right.
He ran a hand through his hair.
I don't know how to explain it.
Her lips parted because she couldn't believe Cole was here. Here in Toledo. Here in her new house, talking about how much he wanted to protect her.
Everything about you is right for me. Your laugh, your heart for others, your weird obsession with K-pop.
She chuckled. His eyes grew tender.
You said you were only interested because I'm Asian and you wanted to try something new.
Guilt squeezed her again. Cole?
I know you didn't mean that.
She licked her lips. I didn't.
But if race is important to you, we'll talk about it. Because whatever is important to you is important to me.
He took her hand tenderly.
Latoya, I love all of who you are. You are so incredibly beautiful to me, and when I said I was going to take care of you, I meant it. I'm going to keep chasing you if you run away. Even if you kick me out, I'll keep showing up. I'm not afraid to love you, but I am afraid to lose you. My mother was enough. I won't lose anyone else.
Latoya glanced away, even though she wanted to hold on. I can't.
Because of Malika?
Her eyes lifted to his. How did you...
I talked to Giselle and Yolanda.
Really? And those backstabbers hadn't told her anything on the phone just now. Wait, but I never gave them the details.
No, but your friend at work, Ganesha, she was real chatty.
His lips quirked up. You called Ganesha? How did you get her number?
I looked her up online and made contact that way.
Thorough. He narrowed his eyes at her.
Is that really what's important right now?
She exhaled loudly.
Latoya.
I thought it was the only thing I could do. He cupped her cheeks, and Latoya placed her hand on top of his. She needed to touch him as much as she needed to breathe.
Why would you go and take that on by yourself?
He whispered. I just wanted to protect you.
And I love you for that.
He rested his forehead on hers.
But if you ever try to solve a problem on your own again, I won't let it slide.
She laughed as delight began to fill her. His words were so unapologetically Cole-like. It made her tremble with happiness. Cole was really here, telling her that he loved her. This was really happening. I'm sorry, she whispered, for saying all those awful things, and for leaving you and making you think of your mom again.
It's okay. I couldn't do anything about my mom, but chasing after you it's helping.
I love you, Cole. I haven't been able to stop thinking about you. I missed you so much. She hugged him, her emotions overflowing.
I'm never letting you out of my sight again, Latoya.
He eased her back, so he could stare into her eyes.
I meant it when I said I want a future with you.
She cuddled against his chest and then froze. Wait, how did you get here? There aren't any buses running right now.
Leon got one of his buddies to lend us a plane.
Leon? She blinked, her mouth parting in surprise.
He's not half bad when he isn't being a jerk.
Her mouth slanted upwards as she gave him a dreamy smile. Is he here?
Why?
Cole narrowed his eyes suspiciously. So, I can thank him.
Do you really want to talk about my brother right now?
He wrapped his arms around her, and it felt like hope. Tears brimmed in her eyes, and Cole paused, staring at her.
What's wrong?
I'm happy. She sighed. He looked slightly panicked.
Then, don't cry.
He wiped away her tears with his thumb.
Crying is for sad emotions. Let's stick with that.
Latoya chuckled. Looking into Cole's eyes, the heaviness in her chest shifted. Actually, it was more than that. It disappeared, replaced by a love that overwhelmed her and made the world feel so much bigger and brighter. Caught up in her joy, Latoya wrapped her arms around Cole's neck. His eyes widened, but hers fluttered closed as her mind emptied of every thought. Falling into the moment, Latoya kissed him. She kissed him like he was her one and only because he was. She kissed him and slipped her hands under his t-shirt to rasp against his hot skin. He squeezed her hips, his fingers grazing her stomach as he tore at her underwear, groping handfuls of her body as he worked her clothes off. She gasped into his mouth as he touched her, explosions already going off behind her eyes. Without another word, Cole swept her up in his arms and charged to the bedroom.
Chapter 33. Moonlight stalked the bed as he held Latoya close, refusing to let her go. He loved kissing, touching, and caressing her. Loved the hungry looks she gave him when he did. Loved it almost as much as he loved the moans that had been filling this room an hour ago. Her dark brown skin laid bare felt like silk against his heated chest. Thick curls gathered under his nose and scratched the side of his chin. Her breaths were still short and erratic as she spiraled down from her release. Cole stared at her face, mesmerized. He couldn't believe this woman was his. How had he gotten so lucky? To think he'd almost let his own issues get in the way of running after her scared him silly. He almost lost her this time. Never again. She was stuck with him.
Cole.
Latoya pushed lightly against his chest, murmuring his name on a sigh.
It's hot.
I don't care. He pulled her closer, nuzzling her hair with his chin. She smelled like soap and cocoa butter. And him. Latoya squirmed, pushing at his chest, which did nothing except excite Cole more and cause his arms to wrap tighter around her.
This isn't winter in America, you know. We're in Belize.
She mumbled into his neck, her perfect lips brushing against his in an intimate caress.
The tropics.
I know where we are.
It's the middle of the dry season.
She insisted. He arched an eyebrow as if to say, so what?
So it's like 100 degrees.
She shot a glare at the old standing fan that looked like it had lived out its best days 50 years ago.
And I'm sweating.
So am I.
I'm so hot, Cole.
He dropped his gaze over her curvy body, stopping at all the places he'd nibbled and stroked until she screamed. Yes, you are. The words were delivered on a desperate growl as he squeezed her bum.
You are so dirty.
She laughed, her entire body shaking. He watched her stomach vibrate and pressed his hand there. It was so soft to the touch. So was the rest of her. Cole's body hardened. He wanted her again. He'd take her hard and fast this time. Take her until she was swollen with his babies. The thought of babies made his head spin in the best way. Cole wanted this woman to have every one of his children. Latoya's eyes heated when she felt his need pressing into her.
I do not want to know what you were thinking just now.
Babies.
Oh my gosh!
He chuckled, his heart swelling. Yours. I want your babies.
Like, to eat?
He threw his head back and laughed. Could she be any more delightful? Latoya smirked at him, her teeth flashing white in the darkness. Cole stroked her arm, tracing the lines moonlight had etched into her dark skin. I want you, he said plainly.
Round 2?
That? His voice deepened. And more.
More?
She glanced around.
Did you bring toys or something?
He laughed again. I want you to be my girlfriend.
Oh.
She snuggled into him.
I thought that was understood.
He cupped her cheek and lifted her head. I need to hear you say it. For real. Her eyes found his.
I'll be your girlfriend, Cole. For real.
How about my wife? He slid his hand over her chest, massaging her gently. Her breath hitched.
Is that a formal proposal?
Is that a yes? She smoothed her hand over his shoulders.
Give a man an inch and he'll take a mile.
Baby, we both know I'm not an inch. Her lips twitched and she burst out laughing.
Don't crack jokes, Cole. I can't handle it.
Who said I was joking?
Aren't you?
Be the mother of my children. He lowered his head to sweep his tongue over the places his fingers had caressed.
Was that your plan, Cole?
She panted, her eyes sliding shut as she struggled to keep talking.
I can't think when you're...
She moaned.
This is an ambush.
He didn't like that she thought he was joking and he pulled his hand away. She made a sound, almost like a growl in her throat, and reached for him. Cole didn't give her what she wanted. He stared intently at her until she looked at him. Her eyes blinked open and a question formed in their pretty depths.
Why'd you stop?
I'm serious about you.
I know. I'm serious about you, too.
I'm going to marry you. A shuddering breath escaped her lungs.
Okay.
This isn't an experiment. I'm not trying to...
His mind went blank as he sought for an explanation.
Taste the chocolate just to have a sample.
Taste the chocolate? You're talking about jungle fever?
I don't have any fever. Her eyes softened.
I know.
Good. Because I want you for the rest of my life. She grinned, sliding her hand over his back.
For someone who doesn't talk a lot, you give really great speeches. A little aggressive.
She rolled her eyes.
But still nice.
Just nice?
Sexy, then.
She winked.
Your vulnerability is sexy, Cole.
Cole's body started throbbing, demanding he invade her. He gave in to it, bending his head to claim her mouth and the rest of her tight little body. Unfortunately, Latoya turned her head to the side and gave him a sly gaze. What? She gestured to him.
You sure are bossy.
Cole nudged her knees wider and slipped his fingers into hers, pressing them on either side of her head. Leaning down, he whispered hotly, Get used to it, baby. I plan on bossing you around all night long. Chapter 34. Cole blinked at the ceiling, rolling her question around. It had been his biggest thought since waking up this morning. All right, the second biggest. Any thoughts of Mahler? Latoya's job and foster parenting had faded as he feasted on Latoya while the sun rose. What could he say? She was his biggest weakness and he couldn't get enough of her. But now the real world was calling, and just because they were together didn't mean everything was solved. Cole let the silence ring because he had nothing to say, but Latoya pushed herself up and watched him.
Don't go all silent on me now.
I'm thinking.
Let's think out loud.
Now who's bossy?
I guess you're rubbing off on me.
She answered with a smug toss of her head. Cole was tuckered out from loving her all night and again this morning, but in that moment, he wondered if he should pounce on her again. Latoya cut that thought short when she rose out of bed and pulled her clothes back on.
I don't want Malika to lose your family.
She won't, Cole said, his throat dry as he watched her back in the sunshine. Stunning was the only word that came to mind. He appreciated the sight of a naked Latoya almost as much as he appreciated being inside a naked Latoya. Would he ever get tired of her? Cole was certain the answer was no.
Well, I'm going to keep working in Toledo until I'm sure it won't affect you.
That smacked him right out of his lust. Cole scrambled up. No!
This isn't up for discussion.
Toledo's too far away.
We're in the same country. It's not like I moved to Iceland.
You're hours away from Belize City. He frowned.
I'm not putting Malika and Justin's future in danger. That's non-negotiable.
The stubborn set of her lips made him want to kiss her senseless and shake her at the same time. Cole threw the blanket off and shoved his foot into his black boxers. I can't survive not seeing you.
You've survived for all these years.
He narrowed his eyes. Don't get saucy.
Or what?
I'll handcuff you to the bed. Her smile was wicked.
Now, that sounds fun.
His body hardened again, but he forced his mind to stay on task. Latoya.
Cole?
What if I move to Toledo?
Malika needs you in Belize City, and your mom and dad need you too. If they'll fight for custody of Justin, they'll need you.
She shifted toward him.
Your family relies on you, Cole.
He gripped her arm. Are you trying to get rid of me?
No way.
She pushed out her bottom lip.
I want to spend every waking minute with you, but I gave up everything to protect Malika and Justin. I don't want all that effort to go to waste.
Cole inhaled deeply and realized that she had a point, but just because he understood didn't mean he had to like it. She poked his cheek.
If you scowl like that, you'll get wrinkles. Go bring Justin home, and then I'll come back to you.
His heart constricted with longing. You're incredible, do you know that?
I'm one pissed-off boss, away from being jobless. That's what I am.
She burrowed into his arms, resting her cheek on his naked chest.
The timing is off.
He cursed, holding her tighter. I really didn't think this trip would end with me going back alone.
I'm sorry.
He shook his head and pulled away. You've got 3 months.
These things can take years.
3 months, he said abruptly. She scrunched her nose.
You know, that can get annoying.
Deal with it. He kissed her lips. She sighed.
You should go. I have work soon.
Cole didn't want to leave Latoya's bungalow, but he forced himself to finish dressing and walk away. On the plane ride back to Belize City, he called his contacts in the States and advocated his case. For the next 2 months, he worked his fingers to the bone, only emerging from his office to handle emergencies at the dealership, pop in for a quick Sunday dinner with his family, and, of course, answer every call from Latoya, no matter when it came or how long it took. In fact, Cole looked forward to hearing her voice. It was torture not being able to see her, and he felt every second of her absence. A good night's sleep was always far from him, because retiring to an empty bed no longer felt right. It took far too long for the red tape to move at the speed he needed. It didn't help that Mahler had taken an instant disliking to him and seemed to be slowing things down. But finally, exactly 2.5 months after he visited Latoya in Toledo, his parents got the call they'd been waiting for.
The adoption has been approved, Cole.
His mother squealed.
Ganesha, the social worker on Justin's case, told me over the phone.
Cole didn't hesitate. He booked a ticket to Toledo and headed straight to Latoya. Once in the air, he contacted his mother and father to tell them where he was.
Are you going to bring Latoya back home?
Vivian asked with a little giggle.
Oh, how romantic.
Ben cleared his throat.
What are you going to do about her job, son? I heard she hasn't been cleared to transfer out.
If she insists on staying in Toledo, I'm moving there too, Cole said firmly. His parents' gasp ricocheted through the phone. Nothing matters more to me than her. He glanced out the window, admiring the dark green marshes and turquoise blue seas that formed the Belizean landscape.
Cole.
Vivian sniffed. I have to go, Mom. We're about to land. He hung up the phone and waited for the plane to hit the tarmac. 30 minutes later, Cole strode through the cubicles in Latoya's new workplace, his eyes seeking out a small, dark-skinned social worker with big brown eyes that made a man want to protect her with just one look. His gaze fell on her as she bent over a desk, earning the attention of every male in the room. With a growl, Cole brushed up against her and cleared his throat. She jumped around, her eyes widening.
Cole, what are you doing here?
I did it.
What?
Her mouth went slack. Justin's coming home. Latoya squealed, and without a thought to her co-workers, she launched herself at him. He caught her solidly, wrapping her legs around his waist and capturing her lips in a passionate kiss.
Epilogue 1 month later. No! Latoya bowled over as the sharpest pain sliced through her chest. Ong Sung-hoon! Beside her, Giselle and Yolanda were devolving into their own mourning. Giselle was weeping openly, blowing on tissues like they were going out of style. Yolanda was the strong, silent crier, her tears slipping down like a leaking faucet. West charged toward them.
What's going on?
Latoya felt Cole's presence behind her before he said,
Toya, why are you crying?
He's dead! Latoya shot out of the couch and fell to her knees. Her heart was shattered, completely and totally snapped in two. How could the writer do this to me? How could she kill off my sweet Ong Sung-hoon? Her mouth opened on another wail. West and Cole exchanged dumbfounded looks.
It's a K-drama,
a childish voice explained. The men stepped aside to reveal Tay-Tay, who was playing on a gaming device. The little boy shrugged.
Mom does this all the time.
Yolanda snapped, her eyes red and her nose stuffed. I do not. Tay-Tay kept his eyes on his game even as he smirked.
She so does.
I don't get it.
Cole's eyebrows tightened.
Why are they crying over a show?
Giselle corrected him, eyes flashing. It's not just a show. Latoya climbed to her feet, her head pounding because she'd cried so hard. It's Ong Sung-hoon's first appearance in a K-drama. He's branching out into acting now. Cole looked at her like she was speaking another language. Latoya whined, Babe, I told you that 1,000,000 times.
Yes, you did.
Cole bobbed his head.
And it made less sense every time you explained it.
Malika's quiet whimpering drew Latoya's attention.
How could...
She gulped.
How could anyone not cry after seeing a man give his life for his love?
Latoya's face crumbled. Giselle threw her head back and bawled like a baby. Yolanda grabbed a Yenta-themed cushion, a product of West's fatal decision to tell his girlfriend to make herself at home, and covered her face. West cringed as he walked over to Giselle and patted her on the back.
Babe, you do know that actor's not really dead, right? He's alive and well. In fact, he's making big bucks from all this.
Giselle frowned. So?
So, why are you crying like someone close to you actually died?
He gestured to the TV.
None of this is real.
You're not being sensitive, West.
Malika scolded. Giselle bobbed her head and agreed. It's real to me. Latoya wiped her own tears. Ong Sung-hoon is so talented, Yolanda said determinedly. I'm going to marry him, Giselle declared. Not if I marry him first. Then she staunchly ignored the dirty look her boyfriend West shot her. Latoya tapped her chest. I want to marry...
I dare you to finish that sentence.
Cole growled. She lifted her chin and changed her words. I admire Ong Sung-hoon as a performer and an entertainer. Latoya cleared her throat. Also, I want to have his kids. Cole narrowed his eyes.
Can we actually marry guys like that?
Malika asked.
Like, do they even like people like us?
Ask Cole.
Tay-Tay said.
He's Asian, and he fell for a black girl.
Woman, Latoya corrected. I'm a woman. Cole frowned at the little boy who just shrugged, kept his eyes on his game, and trotted back to the man cave. Yolanda threw her hands high. You see what I have to deal with? Malika flopped back into the chair.
I like black guys, but I'll make an exception for Ong Sung-hoon.
You are not dating until you're 30.
Cole said, glowering at his little sister.
Says who?
Says me and my shotgun.
Malika huffed and rolled her eyes.
He's such a grump, Latoya. What do you see in him?
Latoya smiled dreamily. Nevaeh and Gordon. Everyone swung their head and stared at her. Yolanda chuckled. What did you just say? Malika asked me what I see in him. She gestured to Cole's pants. Nevaeh and Gordon, my future kids are in there. Cole looked horrified.
There are minors in the room.
Oh, loosen up, big brother.
Malika smirked.
I listen in biology class.
Cole folded his arms over his chest.
Let's get you back home before Latoya can corrupt you more, Malika.
Aw, you know you love how corrupted I am, baby. She gave his bum a smack. Malika snorted. Cole grabbed her hand.
We're not alone.
If we were, I would have done something else. His eyes narrowed, and then he swerved to Malika.
You're getting close to your bedtime.
Justin has a bedtime, but I'm not a toddler. Why do I need one?
Because you're a growing girl who needs to focus on school and nothing else.
Cole stressed.
But it's Friday.
She moaned.
So?
So you just want to rush me home so you can go make out with Latoya.
Don't say the words make out.
Make out, make out, make out.
Cole's thunderous expression was about to draw its own thunder and lightning. Latoya clutched Cole's hand and pushed out her bottom lip. Babe, it's Friday. Can't you cut her some slack? His expression remained hard, but he growled out,
You have 1 hour, Malika.
Latoya whispered, Make it 2.
You have 2 hours, Malika.
Thank you, sister-in-law.
Malika wrapped her arms around Latoya and gave her a hug. Cole made a sound in his throat and strode back to the man cave. Giselle kissed West on the cheek. Thanks for letting us have our K-pop session here. My house would have been too small for everyone. West gave Giselle a fuzzy look.
Of course, babe.
Yolanda moaned. I'm surrounded by couples. It's suffocating. Latoya ran around West's expensive couch and sank in. Guys, let's watch the behind-the-scenes clips. I need to see Ong Sung-hoon smiling to feel at ease tonight. Epilogue 2. Latoya loved being in Cole's company and didn't want the night to end. Cole seemed to be thinking the same because he asked if he could come in. Sometimes, when Cole stayed over in her apartment, he would sit on the couch and listen to her talk about her frustrations at her new job working as a counselor for at-risk children. Sometimes, she would force him to watch K-dramas, which he mildly tolerated. But most of the time, they tore each other's clothes off, which was what they did that night, and Latoya enjoyed every steamy second of it. After he'd discarded what he needed to in the bathroom, Cole returned to the bed and held her hand.
Are you really okay with leaving your old job?
To be honest, I didn't like the job very much, Latoya confessed. It felt more like a political arena and a snake pit than anything else. Her tongue darted out to wet her lips. I wanted to help the kids. Always have. Working at the NGO, I get to do that without the drama.
I would have moved to Toledo for you.
Cole reminded her. I know. She brought his hand to her mouth and kissed it. And I love you for that. But I didn't just move back to Belize City for you. My friends are here. No, she corrected herself. My family is here.
You girls sure are something.
She laughed. I'll take that as a compliment.
Please do.
Cole swept her into his arms and placed a kiss on her forehead. Safe in his embrace and in his sweet love, her eyes grew heavy and the filter between her brain and mouth was removed. I thought you were scary the first time we met. I never would have guessed you were such a softie.
What do you mean?
You let Malika stay later tonight, and you bought her ice cream when she asked you. Latoya's words slowed. You're a pushover.
I only gave her one scoop.
You tyrant. Her words were rewarded with a grin, his smoldering brown eyes bright in the shadows.
Go to sleep, Toya.
So I can dream of you? She yawned. His smile widened. Or dream of Ong Sung-hoon? She murmured. Cole's smile disappeared in an instant. A lingering grin touched her mouth. I'm just kidding. I love you a little more than I love Ong Sung-hoon.
A little?
Okay, a little more than a little. That earned her a growl and a punishing squeeze. She laughed and moved closer to him. Cole kissed her temple again. His breathing evened out as he did that thing where he fell asleep in an instant. Latoya smiled into his chest and tumbled into sleep right beside him.
Epilogue 3.
Hey.
A familiar voice called. She glanced over her shoulder and found Leon balancing 1,000 grocery bags in his hand. Latoya jumped into action and grabbed a bag from him. That's a lot of balloons, she mumbled, peeking into the bag.
Justin's obsessed with this dinosaur show, and Mom wanted to go all out with the decorating.
He rolled his eyes and then nodded at her.
Did she rope you into decorating too?
I'm here to work.
Poor thing. You should have gone with Cole.
He grumbled under his breath.
I don't know why he got to take Justin to the arcade while I'm stuck working. I'm way more fun than him.
Exactly. You're too much fun. We don't know what kind of craziness you and Justin would get into. He smiled broadly. While Malika had taken to Cole on sight, Justin seemed obsessed with Leon. Latoya thought that Leon really liked having someone look up to him for a change, as he was so used to everyone relying on Cole. But that was just an assumption.
Hey,
Leon said when she started to go inside. Latoya turned. What's up?
I wanted to say I'm sorry.
For what?
Everything that happened between us.
Leon glanced at the ground. You already apologized for that.
Not for the stuff I was pulling when you were dating Cole.
He sighed.
I think I was just jealous. All my life, I was my brother's #1 concern, and then you came along and kicked me out of my seat.
Sorry? She grinned.
That sounded authentic.
She laughed. Leon did too.
I'm sorry, and thanks for making Cole smile. He's become a completely different person with you.
He leaned in and whispered.
Honestly, it kind of scares me.
She grinned. He stuck out his free hand.
Friends?
No. She took his hand. Family. Leon's warm smile rivaled the sunshine. Latoya followed him into the house where Vivian gave her a warm, motherly squeeze and then worked her like a drill sergeant. Justin's friends from the children's home began arriving an hour later. Yolanda came too with a frowning Tay-Tay in tow. Giselle and West arrived soon after, their not-so-well hidden gift of a Mercedes toy car burdened in their hands. At last, Cole, Malika, and Justin arrived. Everyone hid and sprang out to yell, "Surprise!" The little boy's face lit up and he ran straight to Vivian yelling,
"Mommy!"
Her heart melted as she watched Malika and Justin's giant grins. Cole came up to her and slid a hand around her waist. He wore a thoughtful expression as he studied his little siblings.
Thank you.
For what?
Helping to unite them.
He glanced at her.
For helping my family.
Of course. His eyes bore into hers, fiery and intense.
Thank you for being my family.
She caressed his face. Of course. Cole leaned in and kissed her softly. Then he pulled back and held her hand.
Let's get some cake.
I want the dinosaur tail,
You'll get what you get.
he said firmly. But when the plates were served, Latoya got the dinosaur tail and a warm wink from the love of her life. The end. Want to know what happens to Yolanda next? Find out in The X-Swap by Nia Arthurs. Visit niaarthurs.com/audio.